to they family. Got 'em all up on Maury like you ain't the daddy. This here exclusive, limited edition, demand high, supply limited. Put your order in now, put your order in. Put your order in now, put your order in. Chicks like I'm a limited supply. Put your order in now, put your order in. Put your order in now, put your order in. Chicks like come on, put your order in now. Ain't no guarantees you get one. I'm like my own species. Speak easy, diamonds on the tongue. CE, old company, higher on that scope. I'm the madam who running the S-Code. Talk fluid, the best thoughts. Get me the A-plus. Clap, clap for my girls who running their own show. Get that money, ma. What you know about a boss lady, baby, who making my own moves? I can really care less about what I do. If he ain't on my level, so what? On my ball, bitches, throw your hands up. Put your order in now, put your order in. Put your order in now, put your order in. Cause chicks like I'm a limited supply. Put your order in now, put your order in. Put your order in now, put your order in. Cause chicks like I'm a limited supply.
Yeah, I'm a prodigy, ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me, thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth, now my mind at ease. Works out of me, comes out of me, we don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition, I am vicious. They can't handle me, I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends, this is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters, let that fade off. Whichever cheese told me I wasn't gonna make it, should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking, when the edge catch don't pay off. But I know your worth, add tax and take off, take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the gym all week, leveled up though. Ooh wee, that's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all bark, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode is a deep grind. Speak gold up at each line. No cheap code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro in this E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real, raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the gym all week, leveled up though. Ooh wee, that's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all bark, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Ooh, that's that magic. Jump on the beat, we savage. Eat it up, boy, then cash it like 1, 2, 3. Ooh, that's that magic. Jump on the beat, we savage. Eat it up, boy, then cash it like dumb diddy dee. Ooh, that's that magic. Jump on the beat, we savage. Eat it up, boy, then cash it like 1, 2, 3. We stack that like 1, 2, 3. Ooh, we don't hold back. Jump on the beat like full attack. Top of the chain, we stack that like dumb diddy dee. Heat it up. Heat it up. Just heat it up. your rhymes. Can't stop this shit out of your mind. Top shot, yeah, we're top of the line. Fake boy, don't waste my time. First place for the bad girl rhymes. Can't stop this shit out of your mind. Top shot, yeah, we're top of the line like Dump Diddy D. Heat it up. Heat it up. Just heat it up. Dump Diddy D.
I got the rock, I got the sauce, I got that drip,
한마디 해요. 날 유혹하는 수많은 손짓, 입에 발릴 많은 얘기, 지긋한 속삭임에 지쳤어. The night is bright, 그 수많은 조명, 거리의 불빛, 그 속에만 나 처음 만난 네 모습에 새로운 나를 만났어. 눈빛이 마주친 순간 이 밤이 멈추고 시간이 멈춰 불빛이 사라져가는 밤, 놓칠 수 없다는 걸 느껴. 이대로 스쳐보내지 않아. 내 거로 만들어야 하겠어. 뒷모습 바라만 보지 않아. 이제 넌 내 거, 내 거. 넌 내게 빠질 때고 거절할 수가 넌 없을걸. 주고가 없는 나인 걸. 매력이라는 종착역. 지나가는 사람들의 시선, 한치 앞도 못 보는 그 비전. Black and white 섞여버린 회색 빛을 띠는 도시, 방황하는 널 찾아온 무지개 빛 도로시. 위아래로 둘러봐도 돼, 여기저기 돌아봐도 기억 구석엔 두 다리 뻗고 잘 수 없을 때 내 생각에 밤들이 적이 돼. 고민에 고민에 고민을 더해, 고민에 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 내게 밀고 당기기 내게 한 통에 눈빛만 봐도 이없이 통해. 마주친 순간 이 밤이 멈추고 시간이 멈춰 불빛이 사라져가는 밤, 놓칠 수 없다는 걸 느껴. 이대로 스쳐보내지 않아. 내 거로 만들어야 하겠어. 뒷모습 바라만 보지 않아. 이제 넌 내 거, 내 거. 넌 내게 빠져 bad boy. 거절할 수가 넌 없을걸. 주고가 없는 나인 걸. 매력이라는 종착역. 점점 더
Coming at you live, real, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break the rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddest do. I never going back, nah, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break the rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddest do.
I switch it, I'll melt your face off, disappear, I'm your eraser. Aim the cut just like a razor, murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads, I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와, 유행선두차. 원하지만 못하잖아, 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, 갈리 유도 gold, 난 알지, I know. 준비해, 'cause I like the ball, 멈추지 않아. 나는 내 그게 like a bag, 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해, 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss, 간지 with the sauce, 원하면 줄게.
I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모두 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you live, real, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break the rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddest do. I never going back, nah, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash.
I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I said. When you see me come and get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy.
Sorry not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the goal.
내 눈에 비친 창문 눈을 감아 바람이 부는 곳에 날 데려가 Wanna be myself Wanna leave this hell 꺼내줘 제발 Stuck in a place between the space of heart and mind 시간을 쫓아 꿈을 찾아 흘러가 So mad Drop, sit on the floor Thinking I'll stop, can't take no more 준비될 때 그게 나 roar Now it's a battle but this is a war I'll show you what I'm made of Rise to the occasion Got fears but I'm facing Oh, oh And I'll show you what I'm made of A heart full of fire Looking at a fighter Oh, oh I got a way, it depends on the day that I forget I'm the best that's done it Hard on myself, put my heart on the shelf Cause I forget that myself needs loving 어둠이 가려진 기억 모두 이젠 잊어 Cause I know that I can make it out Those days I drop, sit on the floor Thinking I'll stop, can't take no more 준비될 때 그게 나 roar Now it's a battle but this is a war I'll show you what I'm made of Rise to the occasion Got fears but I'm facing Oh, oh And I'll show you what I'm made of A heart full of fire Looking at a fighter Oh, oh 어둠보단 밝음이 더 크잖아 너의 가치를 너가 잘 알잖아 You know the darker the day the more you shine 어둠이 지나 밝은 하루가 babe You don't have to be afraid And I'm not cause today I'll show you what I'm made of Rise to the occasion Got fears but I'm facing Oh, and I'll show you A heart full of fire Looking at a fighter Oh, I'll show you what I'm made of What I'm made of Yeah Oh, I'll show you what I'm made of
straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. I believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down.
Matter of fact, we creeping, now we sneaking. Enemy highs, we be seeking. Lurk at the waters and bushes, oh man. Cold eyes, we deepen. All of you die, one at a time. Those are the facts, we don't throw dice. Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it grind.
There's nothing you can do. RNG are your nightmare.
Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Burn it up, burn it up. Say no.
すごい今 T1 っていうと世界で一番最高峰のチームとされているんで
RNG, I think in theory they're like unbeatable.
We are not even close to what we should be playing like.
Si eres un competidor, siempre vas a querer enfrentarte a los mejores, aunque sean mucho mejores que tú. Siento que eso es como la esencia de competir.
Và em sẽ có một lối đánh khá là nhanh và đẩy nhịp độ trận đấu nhanh nhất có thể để khiến cho đối thủ không kịp trở tay. Team ZE cũng sẽ giống như ba đội khác thôi.
As long as we are able to beat order, then we can go to the next stage and it won't matter.
I've reached top 6 before. I will be pushing myself and my team to the limit.
The opponents in our group have gotten weaker. Our team has matured. We will make it out.
持てるもの全力を出し切ってやりたいなって思ってます。
저희의 연승이 얼마나 갈지 한번 보죠.
Welcome back to MSI 2022 in Busan, South Korea for day 3 of the MSI group stage. Our second day of play had a little something for everybody, whether you like upsets, nail biters, barn burners, continued domination by tournament favorites, or walking Faker, just absolutely ball out in those Jordans. There's a little something for everybody.
How
we had
cool
it all.
is Faker?
Faker is so cool.
He's so cool.
You just throw him in any video and give him a dramatic walk-in and show, like, it could be his hand, it could be his eyebrow, they're just like the back of his feet. Like, who cares?
I'm sorry,
you know.
I League of Legends has a Faker.
Let's put this to the test. Like, let's just show as little of Faker as possible and see if it's still exciting.
Like, I know that nose.
Yeah, pinky nail.
We're big fans here. But let's get into it. Let's kick things off by taking a look at our standings to see the state of groups after yesterday's games. Pretty exciting, of course, focusing in first on Group A. Feeling pretty wide open. Saigon Buffalo and Detonation Focus Me neck and neck.
Yeah, I expected Group A to have a lot of mystery for who was going to be the best team just because we haven't seen Vietnam for so long and DFM looks so good. What I didn't expect was Group B to be this wide open as well.
Yeah, it seems that groups are shaping up to be quite a chaotic time for many teams. I think that the top teams from Europe, Korea, and China are, of course, doing as expected right now. But the fact that we saw yesterday Group A turn out the way that it did, the fact that Saigon Buffalo, they showed up in a massive way as well. Shogun in particular really had a stellar performance on the Lucian. And DFM, I think many looked at them as being one of the teams to make it out of this group potentially, especially given their recent, like, claim to fame, I guess. But yeah, they got upset yesterday, and I think that it's shaping up for Group A in particular to be quite a wide open group.
Yeah, but Chat, you also brought up Group B too, and I think that's the other group that we have to look at naturally, right? Group C, they're playing a lot of games. There's a lot more to be seen yet there, but also similarly in Group B, when we talk about these guys, really interesting because I think the PCS were looked at least I looked at as the clear second best coming out of this group. This was the group that was not really supposed to have any questions. We were going to have kind of this ego, CB Law, TCL.
0-2 after having a loss to RNG, which was expected, and a kill-less game against Red Cannon. So they really have a lot of waking up to do if they want to have a chance of making it back to the semifinals like last year.
I mean, I had doubts around them after losing Maple. You have to wonder, well, they still keep a lot of their core talent. How dramatic is the effect going to be? And I feel like we can see the impact. Of course.
You don't think Dignitas River was a big part of it?
I mean, of course, he's a part of it for sure. I know you.
NA's pride and joy.
I love the way you said Dignitas River.
You really put an emphasis on that.
Yeah.
But Dignitas is helping NA. That's all I'm saying on the international stage.
What I will say is that with River and Maple gone, Maple was a name that when you think of the PCS, he's always a superstar in the region.
Yeah.
And him departing once again, I think has really hurt them once again. And I hope that they can refine form. I hope that they can rely on some of the staple veterans that they have on the roster. But it's going to be a tough uphill battle. If they lose again today, making out of this group becomes that much more difficult.
Something that we have to keep our eye on, certainly, and of course, in the clips that you saw previously, you saw a lot of Istanbul Wildcats' success yesterday. Gonna see if they can do something similar today. Loved a lot of the picks that we saw coming out from them. But I would be remiss if we did not talk about EGG2 at every opportunity. And luckily, there's basically a game every day, so let's talk about EGG2.
Not today, but then after, there'll be more. Man, this game was ridiculous. First off, it seemed like it was going to be a stomp from G2. Then there was the Baron throw, which gave you hope. And then there was this, which gave the Infernal Soul over for G2 to take it down. What do you think, Betty?
I love the controversy around that play in particular as well. I've seen both sides of the argument. I can't pick a side, but all I can say is that I think that G2 had a very convincing early game once again. They made a blunder around the Baron, but then they team fought their way back into the game beautifully. And as a European, I'm very excited about this G2 roster moving forward into the Rumble stage to play up against the likes of T1 and RNG. And I'm getting more and more confidence, even with their small slip-ups.
From an NA perspective, there is a silver lining. I've always maintained that NA would win all the meaningless games and lose the meaningful games.
Right.
So they flipped part of it. So generally speaking, right, they're in a 3-team group. They could lose all 4 games to G2, and as long as they beat Order 3 out of 4 times, they're going to be through.
True. You know, fun fact.
And then they'll have 2 games against them in the Rumble stage, which will be meaningful. So
last year, it was mad that 2-0'd PSG in the Rumble, and then they went 1-1 in group, and PSG still finished higher than Mad anyway. So, you know, even 3-1, you could still overtake G2.
You guys are masters like of copium. This is just like the spin that is happening right now is just top tier. I love it. I love every second. Yes. Wow. We have a lot of finals to explain away, Betty. Yes, we've got a lot of experience in that one. Of course, now that we're 2 full days into the tournament, it wouldn't be an international event without some good old overreactions from Twitter. So let's see what you guys had to say. First one from Corporal League. Nautilus is the squishiest champ in the game. I could see why he might have that perspective.
Yeah,
after the
for
game
those of you who don't know, Corporal died a lot on Nautilus yesterday. I thought this one was funny because the Glacial Augment Nautilus, while good for CC, when you fall behind, like, man, you just do not have the durability that you're used to having on that champion.
You go from being
squishy.
this perceived giant tank behemoth. I believe there's one near the Australian Ocean somewhere that dropped.
Yeah, there is a Nautilus Reef.
Yeah,
there's a Nautilus Reef.
He's just chilling, right? Unmoved by the fast-moving tide.
Yeah, Corporal was very moved.
Yeah, he was very moved.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hopefully we see some stronger performances today, but Nautilus, he's you know, in LEC, he didn't win a game for like, I don't know, like 8 games in a row, I think, even though he was like perma-picked.
Look, it's one of those champions where, on paper, very good. But yeah, if you struggle, let's say in the early game, maybe it all falls apart. Next from at Ale Reberg, whichever team can build the most Umbral Glaives in each game will win MSI.
Do you, Jack, you're old like me.
Yeah.
Do you remember the old jungle item, the green Tracker's Knife?
Yeah, the one that gave you wards.
Gave you wards?
Tracker's Knife.
Oh, then my whole point is the void.
Wait,
you forgot? You thought it cleared wards? That it helped remove vision.
So there was once, if you killed Raptor, if you smote the Raptor, you would get this, like, basically you get Umbral Grave.
I remember, yes. I do remember that.
But this item, it's one, I think it's meta dependent. You need a champion who wants the stats.
Sure.
But then also the item had, like, over the last half year, 2 cost reductions.
Yeah.
Right? And now also a passive reduction, so it'll proc every 35 seconds.
So strong.
And when you have like 2 of them as well, since jungle and support pair up so often anyway, like I think the Pyke Graves one is actually better than like the Jhin Graves one, because Pyke can be so much more mobile with clear vision. It is oppressive without looking oppressive, which is one of these strange things. Like if you see a team play against Graves Pyke, here's a copium angle, which EG had to do twice. If you can't see anything, it's gonna look like you don't know what you're doing.
Sure. But technically, you don't know what you're doing.
You may or may not know what you're doing.
Enough information to make an educated decision. I think it's super strong. It's obviously one of those items where every time you back, you get to buy a component. It was strong in the last lethality bar.
Wait until we see Rengar Umbral Glaive. Then you'll be...
I'm horrified of both of those things.
Yeah.
Something I am interested in, though, is your opinion on this next tweet. Finally, from at Bino MH, T1 has the best of the best in every role. That feels like a pretty bold statement.
Yeah, I'd agree with everyone except I think JoJo would give... Nah. It's arguable, actually, right? Like, because T1 is undefeated coming in, I think no one's surprised by this, but them and RNG are the favorites for this tournament.
Sure.
So I'm going to be really excited to see once we get to see some of those matchups.
I'm going to make... I know people are going to say EU bias, but I genuinely think that right now, Caps is the best performing mid laner at the tournament.
Oh.
Right now. Like, Faker's definitely very good, right? I just think that right now, Caps' laning is just that bit better. And of course, we will get to see them. I expect to see them play soon. But right now, I'm a little skewed.
Cool, got it. So for the Reddit clip, Faker sucks, Caps is great. Vedius said that. Remember that forever. Hold on to that one. That's good. It's like that Bjergsen thing Quickshot did all those years ago.
I should tweet it too, so people can quote
just tweet it. Yeah, just really just cherry pick that one out as we head into schedule. All right, let's talk about 1 or 2 games that really grab your guys' attention. What stands out to you today?
Order EG. It's a must-win for both of them.
Yeah.
I'm really excited for the RNG Red Canids game, mainly because I've genuinely been really impressed with Red Canids map play. There are early games, like I think yesterday they got dragged into the chaos a little bit too much. If they'd slowed the game down a little bit more, I think that was a very winnable game for them. But yeah, I think that they can do some damage to RNG. I don't expect them to win, but they've surprised already once in this tournament, and I have higher and higher expectations.
Yeah, have to see how it plays out. Well, we'll shift our attention towards the rest of the games today, and towards the first game today, rather. I'd like to give a warm welcome to Kitty, our expert on all things Oceania, who's going to help me cover as I try to put my belt pack back on. Woo, fancy. Anyway, Kitty is the interviewer and analyst from the LCO, and who better to give us some insight on Order in this edition of the team than Kitty. Kitty, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you, Dracos, and good day, boys. It is Kitty coming to you live from the land down under. They say that we're really the underdogs, but in reality, we're underrated. Let me tell you why. Because we're up against NA, aka Never Advance. And EU, well, they're essentially useless. So that's why we bought one-way tickets, because if we don't advance, the boys are swimming back home, Dracos.
I like that despite a difficult start, you're still out here and the first thing you say on our broadcast is talking smack to both teams above you. That's perfect. I couldn't honestly not ask for anything more. That said, I want to know more about Order, because I know that their path to MSI wasn't an easy one, and they weren't necessarily always the favorites in the LCO.
I've been following Order through thick and thin on their way to MSI, a full Australian team. They beat every foreign import in the LCO. These guys are truly homegrown backyard talent. However, they had a rough start to the split. Being a newly formed team, they didn't have a strong team identity, where the meta was dominated by likes of Xin Zhao, Gwen, and Hecarim. It didn't really suit the star player Kevy's playstyle, and especially with Xin Zhao, where it was pick and ban, they struggled to get the ball rolling. And they ended up with not the most ideal results for regular split, ending 4th place and starting in the lower bracket. However, they always said that they were a best-of-5 team. Order, they excelled at pre-planning and adapting to series, and they definitely proved themselves in playoffs, where they had a 10-game win streak and they didn't drop a single game until finals. And due to this really interesting approach to drafting, they heavily preferred red side, focusing on Kevy and Biopanther. And even in some instances, they saved counterpick for Biopanther and he responded with Ornn in that 5-pick position. And although we lost a lot of well-known players such as Tally, Raze, and The Bith, who had previously represented us at international events, we get refreshing young faces to represent OC this year, as it is their first time playing at an international event.
Super exciting, and I love some of the highlight clips that we're seeing here too as you're running us through the team. This Evelynn performance, I haven't gotten to see it yet. I've really only ever seen it banned, so I would love to know more about Kevy. He seems like such an interesting player with kind of a unique champion pool.
Well, all you need to know about Kevy Dracos is that he got 3 bans thrown at him on day 2 against EG, and it was because NA was so scared of the airport they had to triple ban Kevy because they know if they didn't do that, they are not advancing into MSI.
All right, well, we'll have to see if they want to go for something like that again. Kitty, is there any final notes here, anything that you want to add from an Order perspective that you would love to see change in these games coming up?
Yeah, I have my eyes set on Kevy and Cropple. They had one of the best jungle support synergies we've seen in the LCO. However, that was absent in the EG game, and it was a big determining factor in last night's results. And look, I talked to Kevy, and he just wants you guys to forget about what happened last night because we are better than that. And let's forget about the squishy Nautilus.
Okay, we'll forget about squishy Nautilus. We'll forget about the performance yesterday. We'll keep our eyes on the jungle and support duo. Thank you so much, Kitty, for taking the time. We super appreciate the insight. Now we look ahead to the game. Jungle mid.
Yep.
Casual mind wipe. We're used to that with some the EG stuff we saw too. We're just forgetting about some of those tights. So we're just selective memory today is the theme.
Yeah. Well, there's an MJ quote.
Yeah.
This is how I approach EG at this tournament.
Yeah.
If you expect disappointment, you'll never be disappointed.
Michael Jordan said that?
Yeah. MJ, Spider-Man, No Way Home. Yeah.
You're really quoting Spider-Man.
It was on the plane ride over here, so I may as well.
Really inspirational there, thank you. Let's have a look at yesterday. So your expectations were low, so I feel like I guess they exceeded them.
I mean, a little bit, actually. I was very nervous that they would start 0-3, and I have a lot of mixed thoughts on this, and I'm glad we had Kitty on because I think people can underrate how good OS can still be, even after so many players have been taken from the region. Like, I have firsthand experience of this. Like, FBI, who's won an LCS title, actually used to be on Order. Yep. Fudge used to be an OS player. He's also won an LCS title. When I was building the TL Academy team, I took 2 players from Order, Ayla and Harry, and I think both of them could be top 5 LCS players. So there actually is a lot of talent in this region. So like at the same time, it's completely unacceptable for EG to lose to Order because so many players have been pulled into NA Academy, but also like it's still possible, which puts you in this really uncomfortable situation as someone who wants EG to do well.
Yeah, and I think I've learned 2 things here. One, excited to see OS continue to develop talent and looking at a guy like Kevy. And the other is Jad is responsible for all the wins today because he's picking apart OS one step at a time.
With great power comes great responsibility.
I want to use that as a great pivot to talk about these 2 behind us. Well, because while there have been many stand-up players coming out from Oceania, we have to talk a little bit about Inspired and Impact, because what we have been seeing is that even in the losses from Evil Geniuses, these 2 have been performing extremely well. They really have been the solid backbone of the team, and even though, as we've already mentioned, like Danny and Jojo are very exciting to talk about, they wouldn't be successful without these.
I mean, this is also something we ended up talking about a lot on LCS. It's so shiny to talk about Danny and Jojo, and Danny has amazing mechanics, JoJo's just amazing on talent, but they wouldn't be able to find success if they didn't have the correct roster construction of having these super experienced, super talented players around them. And I think, especially with what we've seen in the first 2 games or 3 games from EG, it has been the more experienced players that are showing up, and Danny and JoJo are still not playing at what I think their level is.
Yeah, and need to see that development, need to see that rise if they want to compete, especially towards that final day where they're going to be playing so many games in the context of their group. But however, it is now time for our MasterCard fan predictions for Order versus EG. Make sure to give us your votes on Twitter at MasterCardNexus for each day. Currently, 71% for EG, 29% for Order.
I think that's fair.
I like that 29%.
Yeah, 70-30.
That's
yeah,
good.
That's a surprisingly large amount of belief in Order.
They have amazing social media support. Like,
that is fair.
In terms of a fan base that will support a region no matter what, I got to give it to O's.
Let's get that Twitch chat bias going too, because I know most of North America is asleep
koalas.
right now. Raise the koalas. Os is wide awake. It's like a very good hour for them. So yeah, now that we're all properly informed and excited, let's hand it over to Goldberg and Medic for the cast.
Thank you very much, Dracos. Great to be here for MSI Day 3. And I will say, the vote is rigged, man. We have to have a recap at some point. Because OS, it's like 6 p.m. there. It's 6 p.m. or like 8 p.m., depending on where you are in the world, right? On the OS area. Yeah. And in NA, it's like 2 a.m. And although we're all gamers and we like staying up late at night, I think it's a little unfair on EG, even though they got 70% of the vote.
How can you be like, it's unfair? How large do you want it to be? No, Medic, that's not good enough. And, you know, today, we're watching 2 games of Order back-to-back.
There we are.
Today's, I'm revoking my my EU citizenship.
You didn't have one already? You're a Dane. We kind of...
I could get into this country with the EU citizenship.
True.
Do not chat to me about this. I'm going for OS today. You know, we see them 2 times a day, and I've been reading some feedback as well on the internet. We're not really giving them as much love as we should. So I brought in my notes today, fun facts about Australia, so we can educate not only us, Medic, but the viewers as well about the OS region to give it some more love on the broadcast.
And here's the great thing. If EG are smashing, we have a little OS tidbit. If OS are smashing, we have a little OS tidbit as well. It works both ways.
That's the thing. So, you know, we're going to experience this region a lot today. And I'm curious about the bans as well, because so far what we've really seen against people playing against Order, it's been the AP junglers. It's been the likes of Diana. It's been the likes of Evelyn as well. So coming into this tournament, I actually thought that Kevin would be way more on the likes of Carthus as well. They would still continue to play around him. You saw the jungle proximity stats as well amongst the analyst desk. They were around 44%, and it was more about getting, you know, the gold for himself, the XP advantage for himself, getting in there and take the advantage against the enemy jungler, and we've not really been able to see that yet.
Not as of yet, but perhaps today is the day that Order's fortunes shift towards the good. A big match for both these teams, of course. EG 1 and 2, having beaten Order once. Order still looking for their first win in this group, and with G2 kind of a cut above at the moment, the expectation is these two will be battling out for that second spot. So let's run through the bans. LeBlanc, Wukong, Tristana removed by Order, Lucian, Diana, and Ari removed by EG, and immediately Kisei is going to be on that Twisted Fate in the mid lane.
Yeah, so that's something that back in the LCO as well, they had a lot of success with. Usually Kisei would be on a facilitator instead. You know, the Cillian, the TF, or even when he was playing the other champions, would go down in CS, would help the other team skirmish around the map. So being on a champion like TF, it's very much on par with what Order likes to do. My main concern is that Silas had buff into this patch, and Silas already did very well into the Twisted Fate. If JoJo wants to play for lane as well, you know, he's played TF before. You can just steal the ult, and he can kind of do the same as the Fnatic, and actually have stronger skirmishing in team fights too. So I think that might be something that they need to look out for. But so far, they've secured Danny the Ezreal against which he played yesterday, died in lane, but, you know, maybe a redemption day for EG today.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a struggle for him, and immediately Gangplank locked in here for Impact on the top lane. BioPanther has been one of the shining lights for Order so far. His Poppy yesterday looked very clean, perhaps looking for some lane dominance here from Impact.
So Impact already on the Gwen has looked very scary, and I thought to myself, you know, people can't keep giving him a Gwen because he kept taking control, and he was so close as well, even against G2, at taking that game from them at the same time. But this time around, they just straight up prioritized the Gangplank. And personally, Medic, I thought Gangplank was in a great spot. Then I saw the buffs to him. I was like, this is going to be 100% pig ban. Haven't seen all too much of him. I actually expected more like this as we see from EG, where it's just getting slammed on like R2.
And so often we talk about Gangplank and his slew of builds over the years. We've seen Alfari go for like an off-tank, weird, like odd build at times.
None of that.
Hopefully none of that. I want to see pure damage coming out from this Gangplank. I want to see him bursting people with his triple barrel combo. And we'll see if Impact can bring that to the fore in this game. Once again, though, Corporal will be diving down under with the Nautilus. They actually have a statue in near the Great Barrier Reef of Nautilus. It was part of their push, a charity push a few years ago.
I think I have a fun fact.
Do you have a fun fact about it?
I think I have a fun fact, but not about that specifically. Oh yeah, the world's largest reef ecosystem is the Great Barrier Reef.
That's true. So Corporal paying homage, perhaps, to that reef with the Nautilus pick. Silas there, though, you mentioned it, Goldboard locked in for Jojo in the mid lane. He'll be able to track this Twisted Fate and keep up with him in terms of ultimates.
Yeah, we were speaking about redemption as well, coming through from Danny Zesriel. If anyone is going to need redemption, it is Corporal on this Nautilus as well. They talked about it on the analyst desk, and with good sense as well. Banning out the supports are great here, although I do expect from the side of EG, they'll be blind picking their jungler here instead, or it's not really blind picking, they know Viego's there, and then potentially just save up their support for when you see the entirety of the composition, knowing what AD carry you are playing into. So far from EG side, they just go with the strat, well, we blind play Gangplank, let's try and take away some of the champions that could be annoying in laning phase.
Definitely makes sense. BioPanther has more towards tanks in the top lane, looking more to survive the lane rather than dominate, and perhaps that's why we see the Gangplank, who scales very well as the game goes on, especially if he is left on his lonesome. Renata removed here by order, perhaps look towards another support band. There's the Leona taken away from Vulcan.
Leona's actually quite interesting. I do like the Nautilus matchup into Leona. You can actually hook her out of her Zenith blade, so usually something we'd like to see as well. From the side of EG, they're just going to go for that support immediately. Now that can give you some leading room to actually play for carry down towards the bot side. I'm just going to say it, Puma in LCO has been known for his Vayne too, and when I see a TF, I think to myself, you know what, you need to facilitate a lane. So either that's going to be the top side, knowing you can play a counter pick into the Gangplank, or it needs to towards the bot side, where, you know, Vayne gets free scaling into Ezreal. It's a great pick into the Nautilus, the Alistar as well, due to her true damage. So let's see what they round out the composition with, and there you have it. Have I done my prep, or have I done my prep?
That was actually pretty pog. Like, that is impressive, Goldborg.
Thank you very much.
Lots of kudos to you there. The Vayne locked in for order, as you say, one of Puma's signature picks in the LCO. And now they're looking towards their top lane. Will BioPanther once again be on a tank? Expectations are he will be on at least something pseudo-tanky for this team, with how squishy Nautilus can be. And with the Vayne down towards the bottom side, something like an Urgot that can survive the lane, that can still have lane pressure, makes a lot of sense.
I wonder if Order has been scrimming Detonation Focus Me, because they're usually the only team to bring out this Urgot for Ebioba towards that top side. This time around, it's going to be BioPanther. And I can't say I hate it initially, just due to the fact that, you know, you have some damage in yourself, you can still be a frontliner. I think more specifically, when you have a Vayne, you need a straight up tank. But as you said yourself, BioPanther has done well, and maybe this is something that can give them the agency to snowball and give some more leeway for TF as well to have more lanes to play for.
Because an issue, of course, for the Vayne is if this Gangplank gets ahead, you are a short-ranged AD carry into some barrels. And if those barrels are critting for 1,000 damage, you're not in the best of shapes before the fight even begins. So having something that can harass a little bit on the top side of the map does make sense for Order. We'll see where they want to use this Twisted Fate in the early game, because it does feel like they need to find some early game advantages before EG are fully able to take over a match.
That's the thing, like, yes, they have late game in the Vayne, right? But if champions like they have on EG takes over, having to kite around in a Gangplank ultimate, having to deal with a Jarvan and a Silas diving onto you is going to be really difficult, because you can steal away the Urgot ultimate, you can steal away the Nautilus ultimate for that setup on the Vayne too. So the early game from the side of Order, it needs to be clean. By the way, did you know that Tasmania has the cleanest air in the world?
Well, hopefully they can copy Tasmania and be as clean as the air down there. I will say, Goldborg, I like the fun facts. Let's try and be more subtle with our segues into them in the future, you know?
Sure.
I believe in you. I think you can do it, man. I think these are gonna really educate and inform this early morning here in Europe.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I definitely need to get better at shoving now there. I have like 20 facts I think we can bring out towards the broadcast. I thought like 10 per game would be real nice to have, just, you know, to give some love to OC.
I mean, it depends how long the game is as well, you know, because if it's like a 20-minute game, that's one every 2 minutes. If it's as long as
EG versus G2, we got loads of time.
That is true. That is true. We are getting ready to get onto the Rift. Order taking on Evil Geniuses, the LCO versus the LCS, in a battle to see if Order can pick up their first win of this group. EG making a beeline for the top lane. looking to get through these bushes, and they do have one sweep up. BioPanther will spot Impact and immediately pings him out and backs away. EG might look for a late invade here. No ward down for BioPanther does mean that they have an avenue to approach this blue side jungle.
And let's see what the response will be, because if BioPanther spots multiple members up here, the other half of the map with Kuma could have got in and gotten some early vision on towards the blue buff, just to get that jungle tracking going. Jungle tracking against Jarvan, it's so pivotal. He's one of these champions that needs to make the first 2 clears work, because if you don't find a pick, if you don't get a lane ahead, in the end, you just kind of become a bot who dives in teamfights only to die. It's why we see so many Jarvans go Sonya's Hourglass just to stay longer for 2 more seconds. But at times, that doesn't even really matter, and they still blow up afterwards. So I think for Inspired, having to play for the lanes here is going to be pivotal. And, you know, it's completely night and day from what we saw earlier, where he was on the card. There was the team having to play around him. And that's great if you're EU. That's the way we usually saw it. But in North America, Inspired has been all about playing for the lanes, and for Danny specifically, getting him ahead is key for EG quite often.
That is the big shift that Inspired made from Europe to NA. Moving away from that more selfish jungle style. And of course, the meta shifted around him as well. We've seen a lot less selfishness in the jungle this year and a lot more emphasis on those early ganks. Jarvan, of course, a champion that can look for those early ganks so well. And I wouldn't actually be surprised if we even see a level 2 gank down towards that bottom side.
Yeah.
Vayne, very easy to gank early on. You burn her flash and you have an Ezreal lane. Ezreal can stand back and farm. Vulcans unleashed on the map to go everywhere on this Alistar.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And it's something that some teams actually have been... Okay, I say some teams, like you got to take into account, I came from European Masters, so maybe a little lower level than we have here at MSI.
I mean, Reckless played there. He's been in a World's Final.
So maybe
it's the same thing, right?
So maybe a little lower level than what we get here at MSI. And what they would do is that they would forget the fact that, you know, Jarvan needs to get these clears going, and they would sometimes forget that, you know, dropping a ward early in the river just to keep that tracking going when he's skipping camps. Because sometimes what we'll see him do is just take red buff, take Raptors, go down to bot immediately just to, you know, surprise them before the third wave crashes. So it's going to be interesting to see how the jungle tracking will go in the early game from the side of Order. They got a lot of good defensive wards in their own jungle, but they weren't too aggressive. So that means, like, knowing precisely where Inspired is might be a little difficult, and that may be something they can not per se abuse, but just play to the normal Jarvan win condition.
Yeah, we'll watch to see how that early jungle pathing goes. We do have a peripheral issue on Order right now, which is why we're waiting to get back on into the game, and it wouldn't be day 3 of an MSI without a little bit of technical difficulties. Had many a pause over the years here, and you know, being in the LEC studio as well, there's a history of pauses, so it feels quite at home right now.
Fnatic's not even playing, but yeah,
it's true.
Pauses are coming through, and I honestly, I feel like we haven't had too many at the events so far.
Yeah, true. This MSI has been great.
Honestly, it used to be way worse when we got into location. Immediately, you know, new tech issues, new players finally going to the stage would take a little longer. This time around, haven't really been the case, but...
Yeah, and there's always the things you can't account for, you know, like peripheral issues. Sometimes you plug in your mouse and it's just not doing what it usually does.
It reminds me, there was a specific player, it might have been... I was about to say Smithy, but no, I think it was like Special back in the day, who had whatever peripheral he did, and the driver software wasn't properly installed. So every time he went on stage, he played with a completely DPI that he would normally play on.
Really?
Yeah, so if he was slumping, maybe that was why. I can't remember if that was the player specifically, but we've had issues like that in the past.
Yeah, and the Kerp, of course, had his trackball mouse where he had to get it out and blow on it a few times.
That is crazy.
That's the good old days.
You know, there's like people who plays on, you know, laptops and the little, I don't know what it's called, a trackpad. Yeah, who gets like mass and shell. I don't get it, and I don't understand how their wrist functions.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like that's the thing. Like,
I realized I did a movement there. No one can see that. They're looking at the players.
The sound.
They did hear the sound. That's true.
So if you kind of have a good imagination, maybe you understood what Medic was trying to do there.
And you often have to have a good imagination to understand my humor.
I feel like that. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely difficult for me in the beginning, and I'm still learning it. But I feel like we're getting there.
Yeah, we're slowly developing. You know, it's the way that all good caster duos do over the years. As we, you know, continue to wait for this peripheral issue to be sorted, I want to talk a little bit about the group as a whole, Gorbal, because currently G2 do look a cut above. Yesterday, obviously, against EG, that game was relatively close because of the Baron play from G2 and the fact that EG jumped on that and were able to get some kills back. But looking at it, I wouldn't be surprised if we see EG continuing to challenge G2 and like getting closer to them as the series goes on, as the group goes on, but also Order leveling up over the next few days, just because the level of practice and experience you get playing on this sort of stage is so different to what you'd have in the LCO or even the LEC in the LCS.
I mean, it's bound to happen. I genuinely feel like G2, they will drop a game. Like, there is no way they go undefeated with the kind of style they play. They're so close yesterday as well. We've seen the Misfits, we've seen the Vitalities, how close that was as well. It will happen. And honestly, I'd be down if it was Order that made it. You know, I'd love to see them come through and fight a little. I feel like we've seen the adaptations as well. This is probably the most Order draft I've seen at the tournament so far. This is what was most reminiscent of what I saw at LCO. And I'm hoping that they will continue with what their own style is, because OC had a unique style. It's very skirmish heavy. It is kind of reminiscent of what we see from G2 as well, but they do it in their own way as well, where they're like, we don't always need lane power to go in for a skirmish. If we have a CC on our kit like the TF, like the Nautilus, we can make it work. And that's the beauty of some of this gameplay as well. Just throwing yourself at them, hoping it works sometimes. It's the best thing you can do.
Early on, we see trading in the mid lane. Jojopun obviously on the melee into ranged matchups, always going to get shoved in early doors. TF with the red card as well has pretty good wave push in the early levels. Kevy is going to be spotted on a ward as he's on his Razor Beaks. Jojopun looking for the engage. He gets us a kiss. They flash away from the Order mid laner to escape.
And that's such a dangerous matchup as well. It's why I was a little hesitant when I saw the TF immediately. I was like, you know, Silas is a champion. He does quite well into this matchup. Luckily, Wave isn't all too bad. If Jojo were able to retain a freeze in the mid lane, Kisei would have been in much more difficulties, but it is going to be slow pushing. He might not even have to waste the teleport coming through, so still calm laning phase, but he doesn't have a flash now, and he's against the Jarvan. Inspired will for sure look at this as an attack point.
Inspired currently looking up towards the top side. Biopanther half HP. Ward goes down. Inspired waiting around the corner. Not spotted by that ward, but with Jojopun missing from the mid lane, Biopanther has to sack the wave. And he's losing quite a lot. That's 2 waves with a cannon minion there as well. He is quite far behind. Apologies that the overlay at the bottom. Oh, the TP coming in. Biopanther does still have flash. Gets knocked up immediately. The chaser is on a little shield as he locks down one under tower. Inspired tanks it well though, and evil geniuses take first blood.
Excellent bait from EG there. You could tell Biopanther, he knew someone was around. He thought to himself, when my recall has channeled, surely Jojo's recall has channeled as well. But they decided to stay around. For that cost, they will be losing a little bit in the mid lane, but what's that? Jojo with a teleport, only losing 2 CS.
And because Kisei got forced away, burnt his flash, then had to burn his teleport back into the lane, you know that he can't react to the tower dive, having no teleport of his own. Great stuff early on here by EG, 600 gold ahead, only 4 minutes in, and look at that CS difference in the top lane. Impact already has a sheep.
It sucks as well for Biopanther. He's done so well so far in the tournament, but 3 members coming up here. Jungler on the opposite side of the map, full clearing, no one to help me. I mean, he's just left out to dry, and there's not much you can do in that situation.
Very difficult for the Order top laner to react, and it is one of the issues when you aren't that tanky in the top lane. Vulcan here looking for something, but Danny able to force Corporal and Puma away from that bottom side. And is one of the strengths, obviously, of Ezreal is you're a little bit safer in that bottom lane. You can play it a little bit longer range. It gives Vulcan that time to roam around. You can see Danny hasn't used his biscuits yet because of how safe he is in that bottom side of the map.
Jojo's so active on the map as well. Every time he gets priority, he just keeps moving down. This time around, it's a Crash Wave on the bottom side. Don't know if they can gank it as 3, but now there's 4. Let's see how it pans out.
Flash from Vulcan, misses the knock-up. Ignite going down, Puma there. Jojopun's gonna get locked down for a second. He's on the chase, and onto Puma. Heal still available, so it's Flash. The heal comes out, and the flash from Corporal will get him to safety. Kevy's on the chase. Kisei did start to roam from the mid lane, but not yet level 6. Kevy knows that Inspired's there. Now Inspired with a flash knock-up. And Order thought they were safe to come back, but EG were waiting in the wings.
Order just stays around for too long. You could just have Kisei in the mid lane, farm up plates, farm up waves a little bit, wait for that level 6 to come through, and that's when you start being proactive. A lot of these champion only spike when they hit their 6. You have Urgot, you have Vayne. It takes time for them to get active, and you need to be able to respond to the early game coming through from EG. But of course, EG knows this as well, and that's why they keep the aggression going.
I wonder if they were trying to get Kisei to that level 6. He did shove in a wave, now is 6, but perhaps didn't have it in time to react to that bot lane play. No summoners, well, no heal on Puma now. Makes it very difficult for him to survive this lane. And even though we saw Vulcan miss the flash pulverize, or the Q flash on the Alistar, we're still able to find the chase because of Jojo roaming once again. EG in commanding position. Corporal here perhaps didn't spot that ward. It is in a little bit of a tricky situation. Sometimes just around the corner at that red buff isn't spotted as you walk in normally. Kevy and Corporal spotted. The sweeper comes out late. Vulcan able to hex flash across the wall. And all EG here are doing is getting information about the fact that this Nautilus and Viego are roaming together. They're not looking for a play themselves.
But as ordered, this is also where you have to get a little aggressive. You finally hit level 6 on the Twisted Fate. You need to kind of use what you say Kevy has been gaining right now, which is a little bit of a CS lead, which is a little bit of an XP lead as well. Yes, they're both level 5, but Kevy will still hit level 6 first when he finally comes down to it. And if you can skirmish around that and start finding a few picks to get back into it, it'll be great. Problem for that is that if Jojo is always around Kisei now and he just steals the ultimate too, he can always follow up. And Jojo in the mid lane currently has the advantage in terms of itemization.
Impact here walking in, looking for any awareness of where Kevy is. You can see Kisei just hiding outside of vision. Often you see this on Twisted Fate. You don't actually have to move up the river. All you have to do is be away from EG's vision, and then they have to respect the fact that Destiny can come out.
It's how it works, right? Pro players won't always use wards for intel. They'll use the communication. So if it's like, oh, I saw him hover to the left side, you don't have vision, watch out. The other lane will be will have to respect that.
And of course, this control ward gives vision on the fact that Corporal is pathing down towards that bottom lane, but also gives awareness that Kevy is not there right now, and Inspired knows where Kevy is. Misses the EQ. Kisei coming forward as well, but the chase is on, and the Heartbreaker will stop Kevy's heart in its tracks. Jojo Pun, 3-0.
And that's the issue. If you skirmish around Jojo Pyun, that's where the issues can start coming through from the side of Order. But Inspired, look at how proactive he is. He just spots him with the sweeper, goes in immediately, follow up immediately from Jojo Pyun as well. And he just speaks to the level of 2v2 that's currently coming through here from the EG mid-jungle duo. Not something we would usually see, but definitely feels like it's leveling up in the tournament.
I think Jojo has been a little quieter than perhaps some people expected coming onto the MSI stage. Hasn't had those pop-off performances that perhaps we saw in the LCS, but this game shows just why there is so much hype around this guy. Yes, he is only beating Order. You know, Order is not T1, is not RNG, but it still shows when he gets his teeth into a game, when he gets his hands around his enemy's neck, he is very good at strangling Mount match.
100%. And I feel like as well, just the personality around this guy, it's so clear why he's become a fan favorite for a lot of the NA fans too. And I know a lot of people has been a little triggered as well of the tweets coming through, but honestly,
I love the banter, man.
I'd rather have what Jojo brings than just have someone who just sits back and is quiet, because even if you can't deliver it, it's also motivation to be like, but I need to come back next year, I need to be stronger. This is the man's first international, okay? He's just getting here, the same for Danny. And while EG right now, in the grand scheme of things, are not doing too well in the group, they need to amp up, they need to get accustomed with the environment, and hopefully this can be a stepping stone moving forward as well, trying to take down other teams like G2.
Now we see EG setting up towards the top side of the map. Jojo and Vulcan here again. 2 away, depth charge gonna hit, stolen away by Jojo. The chase is on, and Jojo just solos him out. Destiny coming in, Vulcan's hit for the chase as well, but the fear beyond depth will pull Jojo back into the gaping maw of Biopanther. Perhaps EG have overstayed. Heartbreak in by Kevy, stolen away, but he can't get the reset. Inspired dives in with the Cataclysm, and it's another quick kill to Order. EG a little too greedy, a little too deep. Puma on the chase, goes in with the final hour. Danny able to jump away. Puma can't get a condemn angle. And so because Danny held the middle of that wave, the middle of that lane, there was no option for the condemn against the wall.
Yeah, but as you said yourself, a little over-aggressive from the side of EG, and 3 kills going over to Order there. Never something you want to complain about. We needed some stabilization to come through from them. Picking up those 3 kills there, definitely something you're looking for, but still, there is a goal discrepancy. But, albeit, not as large as it was before.
Jojo just a little bit over-eager on the chase, perhaps not respecting the Destiny coming out from Kisei. Vulcan once again roaming around, and this is what we talked about in draft, the fact that Vulcan can be so active on the map, and Danny, like, you can farm with Q. Yeah, you give up perhaps 5 minions here, at most, right, if you are totally zoned away from the wave, but you're in a CS lead, your support is everywhere on the map, is now level 6, and the impact, no pun intended, that Vulcan and Inspired can have is demonstrated right on your screen right now. It's serendipitous how well it was set up as Kevy falls to Vulcan and Inspired in the jungle.
The link up from EG in this game has been phenomenal, and they do it every time that Order is going through with reset timings, right? Biopanther was back as well, teleported up towards the top side. Reset from Kisei as well. There's literally no one who can help the jungle of Kevy. Once Jojo Pyun, Inspired, and Vulcan, they start linking up like we see in the jungle here. And the skirmishing so far in the early game has been absolutely phenomenal from EG. We set it out as a win condition. They need to do well in the early game. They need to make sure that there's no free scaling from Order, and so far, they've succeeded at that.
Oh, Corporal spotted as he tries to get down towards the bottom lane, but I totally agree with you, Gorborg. Just evil geniuses finding every advantage they can on the map, and Danny, like, he knows he can just back away. He knows this wave's going under tower. there's no way for me to farm. I can go pick up my first item. He's in a very strong position. Lane we haven't really talked about that much. That has, you know, developed quite a lead as well. Is impacting the top lane on this Gangplank. 26 CS up. Trinity Force already complete, and BioPanther really struggling to find any purchase on this matchup.
Yeah, Impact for me was a talking point I wanted to dive into once we reached around the 20-minute mark. Specifically because, yes, he's very far ahead currently, but it's still going to be him alone on the top side for a good amount of time, and that's due to the fact that they keep playing around Jojo and the skirmishing we can have, but I'm going to hold it for a second. Rift Hell has been started up here. You can see Puma making his way up in the minimap as well. This could become a 5 versus 4 with Danny in the bot side.
Evil Geniuses should respect the fact they do not know where Puma is. Inspired, looking to perhaps see if he can steal or reset it. Flash hook, pulls him out of the EQ combo. The root comes down as well as Kissy has a gold card locked in. The rest of Order looking for that resetting Rift Hell, but the Rift Hell's on EG's side today. Order can go back towards it. Inspired had to burn his flash. Order should be able to get the Rift Held in the end.
Yeah, but the problem is that Danny currently in the bot side is just completely going off of that bot side currently still.
It's just so close.
I'm going to hold it up for a second.
I can see the hairs on those minions' heads.
I wanted you to pay attention to it, but there you have it. 3 plays going over. And this has actually been something EG was very good at doing in the regular season. I'll get back to that as Puma maybe on the side of aggression here.
And this is one of the weaknesses of moving your AD carry up. Vulcan diving in, flash away from Puma. Destiny coming in from Jojo, and he's underneath the tower. Vulcan tanking it for as long as possible, but they don't even need the tower to find the kill. Jojo dies, Ghost out from Kiss.
No!
Stopwatch! Well,
stop, and everyone look away. That didn't happen.
Yeah.
Stop the time.
But he did. Stop the time.
Stop. Oh, my. What did he want to press? He wanted to press the refillable, I guess.
Yep. Corrupting Potion, probably.
Oh, yeah, that's what...
Time Warp Tonic would give him a bit of extra movement speed if he is running that.
Yeah. And he probably has seen it as on Seal Spellbook. That was a bit of a blunder from the team down under, but they will still get the second Drake coming through here. So the Drake stacking is still going in their favor, but can't help but feeling like that should have been a way better skirmish.
They still get a kill, as you say. Jojo still died. He went a little bit too deep. They could have found more of a chase. That tower's still standing, meant that Danny and Vulcan didn't have the easiest of escape routes. Though it did still both have their flashes, so perhaps EG would have been able to escape without any further punishment. Jojo just a little bit too deep. You've seen that a couple of times. It is one of the costs of the aggressive play style that sometimes you're a little bit too aggressive and you can be caught out like that.
And now we can talk a little bit about Impact. He's currently sitting at 6k, highest amount of gold on the map.
Gold boots here. Destiny not available for Kissing. Jungle camp stolen away. Inspired gets it. Jojo pushing in as well. And as you say, yeah, Impact in such a strong position. Cannon Barrage very much available. Level 11 as well.
And specifically, when you remember that, it was BioPanther who picked specifically this Urgot into the Gangplank. Has not really been able to leverage on that pick, but Kevin now trying to get aggressive. Vulcan still around in the area, and just the threat of that support still being there makes Order back off, and EG, they get all 3 jungle cams in the blue side.
You see BioPanther though, like, please stay up here. I don't want to be dived again.
I don't want to be alone, please.
You can't keep losing this amount of waves against a Gangplank. This forces you so far away. And one thing that EG have done really well, if you could bring up the minimap for a Skullborg, is they leave vision behind when they look for these sorts of plays. As much as Order try and clear it out, you can see at the red buff there's 2 wards. There's a control ward. Sorry, the blue buff there's 2 wards. There's a control ward by where the red buff is. They have just this little bit more extra vision. And what it really does is allows them more leeway when they look for these cross-map plays, when they look to try and push in towards the Order jungle, because they have so much more awareness. See, pings immediately on Kisei as he roamed around from the mid lane. They now know he is in range for the Destiny, and they can play accordingly.
But it also sets up the conversation that is, well, it's due to the fact that EG kind of just has prio in every lane here in the early game. If BioPanther was ahead on the Urgot and was the one pushing in the towers, EG wouldn't be able to have this amount of vision in the blue side jungle. And it's so annoying to see that they also are allowed to get themselves the same kind of vision on the bot side. It just makes the game incredibly difficult for Kevy to play because they have no way of responding. There's no way for them to attack in the early game, and they're just kind of forced to sit back and just take whatever EG throws at them. And that has now resulted in EG getting a 4k gold lead. And they can still continue with this. Bot lane has just been taken. Top lane sure to fall afterwards. You can rotate your bot lane into the mid game. You just move Jojo up to it. Well, it just falls before they move up there. And just speaks of how much of the map suddenly EG can take control over.
And they can get this mid lane tower down as well. It really stops Twisted Fate from being able to have the impact he would like in the side lanes. You can track him a lot better. For the moment, EG in dominant form, in dominant position in this matchup. Now, Kevy, look to see perhaps if we can get up towards that top side of the map. The EG group up as 4 people in the mid lane. Wave pushed in the bottom lane. Jojo Pyun doesn't have TP. I wonder if he's got the Destiny as his stolen ultimate, because he wouldn't be able to join this immediately. Hook comes out, but the chase is on. Destiny comes in from Kisse as they look for one, but already Corporal is down. The chase is on. Inspired forced away. Cannon Barrage as well, doing so much work. Kisse pops a stopwatch. Impact there. The Bower's not quite timed right, but EG still able to find one and back away.
And that's actions of desperations coming through from Corporal there. Your bot laner was down in the bot side, funnily enough, clearing up the waves. Puma still doesn't have his mythic item. Fighting right here. Absolutely insane. Oh, Condemn misses. And he just gets chained up by the Everfrost.
Easy enough stop there. TP coming in though. Kisse's still looking for this chase. As that gold card locked in, Jojo Pyun diving forward, Everfrost coming out as well. Destiny stolen away. Down towards the bottom side. Kevy chased out by Danny and Inspired, and that should be an easy enough kill for EG. Gold card once again. Stopwatch popped by Jojo Pyun, trying to survive for as long as possible. The counter Destiny. Jojo Pyun looking for the chase. Puma with a good condemn, but the chase is on down towards the bottom side. Kisse will be forced off. He's got nowhere to go. True Shot Barrage is true to its name, finds its mark, and 2 more kills over to Evil Geniuses.
And just like that, the game has completely fallen apart from Order. You lose all the control you had of the map. You can't even contest for your third Drake, now putting you on Soul Point instead. That'll be EG taking that over, and EG just completely running amok on the map here. Even for the chasers up here into top side, where you would think Jojo Pyun was about to go down, they're still not able to get it in order, and the rest of EG, they just collapse and they get the kill. Everything on the map, complete control of EG. Every auto turret has fallen, and I really see no way from Order right now to find a solid way back into the game. It'll have to come a mistake from EG.
See here, Puma looking for that condemn, just doesn't line it up right. You need a lesson in geometry before you're allowed to play Vayne, apparently, alongside Vel'Koz. And then the investment from Order, they're so desperate to find something that they just overforce.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even towards the bot side or in the river of the map, Impact and Danny, they're the one, finding the flank before the rest of Order can actually come up here as well. And Jojo with the mobility just creates so much space. All of a sudden they get split apart. Even if they didn't, they probably still would have died. And it's just disaster for Order. But for EG, hope and momentum you've definitely needed at the tournament. Being able to take such a reliant victory in the early game, something that they so far had struggled a little bit with, is a great side if you're an NA fan.
Also gets them to a 2-0 head-to-head versus Order, meaning Order would have to reverse sweep them in the next 2 matchups to be able to make it out of that group. Puts EG in a very strong position in terms of qualifying to the Rumble stage. Something that I think most people expected from them coming into MSI. I think even after the first couple of days, it was still expected as BioPanther looks for a kill here. Good block by Inspire. BioPanther diving in. There's no one to save him, no one to help him, and Vulcan with the Unbreakable Wheel can tank for days. You're not getting through that cow in the end. Kevy is able to slice him up and get some roast beef for himself. Impact forced to flash away. Kevy dies as well, and Kisse in a 1v4 has nowhere to go. Evil Geniuses once again clean up the kills in the river.
They're just so far ahead right now. They have the gold advantage, and despite that, incredibly close skirmish between BioPanther and Impact. In the end, though, Inspired is there to block up the ultimate. There's just no way for BioPanther to still continue. He flashes for it, despite that. But once again, desperation for Order, and from the side of EG, they can just continue taking away camps, taking away towers, taking away kills, taking away whatever there is to take on the map.
And it's a really well-played mid-game from EG as well. You saw a couple of minutes ago, 4,000 gold lead. Now it's ballooned up to 8,000. They're not giving Order any opportunities to get back into the game. Things like this, of course, the 1v1 can sometimes swing a little bit, but EG are there, ready to react, playing around the Riptail, playing around those neutrals, and they force Order into compromising situations.
If we're supposed to give some positivity for the side of Order, there is that BioPanther actually knows, and this is going to sound weird, but the Urgot combos, where you auto attack cancel with press the attack, you get your W through, can wind in one auto attack, start the W again, wide in one auto attack, and it's a way to give just a little bit more damage in the 1v1 setting. That's why he did so much damage to the Gangplank.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
it's really helping him here, isn't it? 1, 2, and 2 against a 1-0-5 gang. Oh, man. Those combos, though.
Shut up. He was a level down, and okay, I'm just saying, it's something that a lot of people don't know about Urgot.
Yeah, and I think
you don't see him enough. Listen, I'm just trying to give them a bit here, okay, Medic? I'm really trying my hardest, because EG, they are in complete control of this game. And I want to give Order some more. Seems like ED wants to give them a little bit more as well, although that's not very positive.
BioPanther, you can get out to combo. He's comboing his recall button. Goldbog. Oh, he knows that one so well. Question mark ping comes out as they manage to take down Corporal.
Oh my god, it's a recall combo.
Escape. Oh, he right-clicked and then pressed B.
That's more advanced than your gameplay, Medic.
Very true, very true. And I will say, Order have had some shining lights across the last couple of days. Like, this is not mocking Order, this is mocking the game state. Right now,
yeah, for sure.
They are so far behind that there's really nothing they can do to get back into it unless EG make mistakes. And right now, EG aren't looking like they're making too many mistakes. Fear Beyond Death, not there in time because they forced away. Destiny came in. Cannon Barrage, though, forces him down to half HP.
The thing is as well, even when EG is making a mistake, the incredible gold lead is making up for it, and they still come out ahead.
Oh, Biopanther. Oh! Yeah, that's a battle. That's what I like to see. A pirate's life for me is Impact. Battle combos
not
in
much
the
of a battle,
Cataclysm.
he was stuck in a Cataclysm. It was more like waiting to die.
It's like shooting fish in a barrel.
It was. Like shooting dismantled old warrior zombie in mountain Cataclysm. Yes. Down towards the top side, Inhibitor will be falling now. Baron buff still active. 5 versus 4 situation, just playing on one lane. Should be able to pick this one up, just complete with resets and start playing on 2 lanes from the side of EG.
Jojo been looking for Corporal here, Everfrost just short. Mid lane tier 2 still stands, so EG can't just do that usual, you know, lane, top lane into mid lane push for the Inhibitors, but with Baron on their side for another 2 minutes and with a 10 kill lead and a 11,000 gold lead, I think they're in a pretty good spot to close this one out.
They have Rift Herald. We might even be seeing a dancing Shelly towards this game here. EG commanding in their opening game against Order here in day 3. And it's a good sight to see once again. I think this might be the most dominant game we've seen from the side of EG, even against their second round here with Order. Impact coming through. He's against 3 down here. I don't think he minds. He's level 15 on the gangplank. He's got 3 items.
The thing is as well, Order don't know. Right? They don't know where the rest of EG are. They don't know if that TP was lined up with Inspired stepping into the bush, so they have to back away. They got a couple of control wards in, but Danny's going to clear that out. And now, once again, vision entirely denied from Order. Shelly charges in. Tier 2 in the bottom lane, currently their target, but Evil Genius is probably not going to start stopping the march to glory with that tier 2. Shelly charges in once again. The tower falls to a single E-auto attack from Danny. True Shot Barrage goes over onto Kevy, and EG continue to march towards a victory. Might push in here. No wave in the top lane means no super minion for them yet. It's about 10 seconds away. Nexus tower chipped away at, but EG don't really have the minions to back them up for this final push.
I mean, it's a luxury for EG to do this right here. Normally, we'd just back, go mid lane, take care of that mid lane inhibitor. You have 3 super minions pushing in. They don't care. They know how far ahead they are. Now supers are coming in on the top side. Normal minions on the bot side. They might just be looking for the end here.
Hook's gonna connect, but only onto Impact, knocked up already. Corporal's down, Jojo on a killing spree as Puma locked up in the Cataclysm. The chase continues, and so much damage coming out from Impact on that backline. Evil Geniuses kill them on the fountain. What was meant to bring life instead is only death for Order. Evil Geniuses, in dominant fashion, will pick up their second win of MSI.
Finally coming through from EG and looking good. Yep. You gotta give it to them against Order here. Cleaner and more precise gameplay in the early game. They had a win condition, they played towards it, they executed on it, and they won. Yep. It's just that simple for them. It looked like having, once again, Inspired to be the facilitator in the early game, having him to play around with, having the prio from Jojo Pune in the mid lane on this silence was a monstrous performance that allowed them to take over the entirety of the map. When it was Order who wanted to do that on the TF.
Exactly. Order really struggled to ever find any purchase on the game. And as you mentioned, Jojo Pune, like, that guy was a beast in the early game. His ability to roam, he was always there. Obviously, teamed up with Inspired, teamed up with Vulcan. That sort of triumvirate, that triple threat was everywhere on the map. Jojo getting prio, being able to move around, really made Order's life so difficult. And Order, you looked at the destinies, there was 1 or 2 that found them a kill, but the rest of the time it was just trying to react to the beat of EG's drum.
Yeah, it just felt like it was a little disjointed Order. You know, the jungle pathing was down towards the bot side. That left Biopanther out to dry. When you finally started skirmishing, it wasn't in the enemy's jungle because you didn't have the priority to allow that either. And even if you did, well, Jojo was on the Silas, always ready to hijack the TF ultimate and then just take over the game as well. So I just felt like from the beginning to the end, EG just completely dominant in this game, and, you know, Order never really got a footing in it.
We have to see if Order can bounce back in game 2. We're going to step away for a moment, but as we do, take a listen in on the comms from yesterday's match between G2 and EG in the sounds of the game presented by Bose. It's a fun one.
Oh, is it now?
As do. Okay, let's walk up. We win this. We win this. Yeah, I have TP. Wait, take the fight. Take any fight. Take any fight.
Where do you want to TP?
Come. Yeah, I'm TP behind, okay? Okay, you guys got it. Nice. Looking better after. Look at Nash. Get Nash. Chill. Yeah, I'm getting mid-wave. I'm really trolling. What the I'm getting mid-wave.
Yeah.
I'm breaking mid-wave now. Yeah, we win.
I think if you guys are ready, we can easily fight.
I think so.
Like, I want to go on Zoe or Ezreal.
Sure, Zoe.
Look at Zoe.
Ezreal's best for sure, yeah.
I'm okay.
Yeah, Ezreal is most of Ezreal.
Look at Ezreal.
Ah, it's really good. Oh, I got cancelled. Or maybe kill him.
Jaron ulti.
Kill Jarvan if you can.
Zoe. Rakan 1 HP.
I'm one-shotting Gwen. Can we loop Gwen? Yeah, she's dead.
I'm smurfing, guys.
Okay, go in, no? We can end.
Go bot. I will clear mid-way first.
Yeah, you can again. We have good time. It should be over. Did we have to make this game so difficult?
No, we didn't.
It's more fun, no?
Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it go on.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
Behind 14 epic days of epicness. Behind 61 million hours of dropped jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every zero-ping moment at League of Legends MSI 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
Yeah, I can't change the culture. I see the hate, so say what you say, cause I gotta watch for the vultures. Why I'm too nice, you see the ice, plus I'm only getting colder. You just tryna flex like you got next, really you know that it's over. Yeah, hey, I don't need no co-star, been gone like so far. Plus I'm catching all the rays from the sun, give me power like I'm solar. You cannot catch the drip, yeah, that is unless you a coaster. And we up, yeah, way up, yeah, they gon' put this on a poster. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Walk tall, see the car, doing nothing small, I'ma be the greatest. Good luck keeping up everything I can, you know what the name is. Plus I've been through the training, straight shot how I'm aiming. Never stop, try to put me in a box, boy, you can never frame this. I am what you might be, too fast and I'm too strong. I might juke y'all like I'm lightning, spook y'all like I'm frightening. Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it go on.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. In the words of a very wise pastry, Order have found themselves up Chocolate Creek without a popsicle stick. Shrek 2.
Yeah.
We're doing movie quotes today. Eventually we'll get to higher end cinema, but I'm taking us down a notch, you know? Marvel.
Hey, Shrek 2 was a masterpiece, okay?
That's right, it was. Favorite film, unironically. This
Things I was happy about. Things I was happy
Yes.
about in the draft was seeing GP. It's actually a champ that's been banned in almost 90% of the games so far at MSI, and has gone through a few drafts. But Impact is like a classic GP player. Because of his prio, they were able to set up that first dive. I thought Jojo Silas, a champion he's really known for, especially in Academy before even coming to LCS, had a pop-off moment. And this was a really nice, solid, like re-establishing win for EG.
Yeah, and while I don't know if they're going to get the GP again, I love it because it builds on what we talked about earlier, where you have these rocks in Impact and Inspired, Vulcan often inserted into that as well, guys who can really perform. And GP is like the quintessential, you want your top laner to take no resources, but maybe ultimately carry the game. Like, that is GP in a nutshell. It felt like just a solid choice.
I will say we've been seeing a little bit more Impact focus so far this tournament. I'm not going to say that based on the number of games that we have, the EG's sudden approach to the game is make sure that Impact gets ahead, but they have been giving him a lot of counter picks. This game in particular was a very direct focus, and I wonder if that is just more of a shift towards, well, we have a lot of faith in his experience being able to perform internationally, or whether it's just, this is the draft that we had, we don't want to play towards an Ezreal. It's hard to say whether it's one or the other, but I'm curious as to how that evolves throughout the time.
Well, and seeing that flexibility, I think, is a good thing, because we got very used to seeing the get Danny to 3 items Danny show, especially in the final rounds of playoffs. And it's good to be able to not have to play that way, to allow your support to roam more, to get more out of lane and not just have it be about funneling plates into a Jinx, especially when we're just not seeing that champion whatsoever, a positive thing overall. But Jojo roaming a lot in this game, I think certainly a solid performance from him. And as highlighted previously, really playing around that top side.
Yeah, he burned the TF flash at level 2, which then made TF have to play scared, which gave him the ability to make that roam top. Also was able to get him this roam bottom, where even though Vulcan did miss the Q, it's not about how much he lost, it's about how much he has left. Tony Stark, Avengers, Endgame. They stick around and are able to get the next kill.
Yeah, that really summarizes what we saw there from EG, especially when they went for the re-engage as well. They had a lot left in the tank, and they were able to find themselves an effective play, and overall just a very convincing win from EG.
Yeah, and have to see what the progression looks like, because just because something works doesn't mean it can't be improved. Shuri, Black Panther. For more on EG's win, Yinsu was joined by Inspired in the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Dracos. I've got Inspired here with me now. Hi, Inspired. Congratulations on picking up your second win. You were involved with a lot of the action that was happening today. Talk me through what the game plan was for you guys going into today's matchup.
I mean, we didn't really expect them to do the draft that we did, so we kind of prepared for a different scenario, and this draft was a bit of a freestyle. But then during the game, I think Jojo was just outperforming enemy mid laner, so he managed to like push him out of the lane and just roam with me around the map, so we could get a big lead already in early game. So that's why the game went very smoothly.
Well, you say you guys didn't really expect their draft today. How did you guys kind of alter your game plan then after seeing the picks that they came out with?
I mean, we are pro players, right? So even if something happens that we don't expect, or champs that we didn't expect we're going to play, we will adapt, because we can play almost like every champ in the game. We just didn't expect that these certain ones we will be playing today. And we knew that we are like stronger in the team fights around mid, because we have Sylas and Jarvan, which is like very strong early duo. And we just played well around it and snowballed the game from that.
Well, now you guys have taken 2 wins off of Order, but G2 is still proved to be a little bit more challenging for you. Why do you feel like you guys haven't been able to get the results you want against G2?
I think our games against G2 kind of exploded in the early game. I think first game when we drafted Samira Nautilus lane and we got invaded and Samira had to start W is pretty bad for Samira lane because she can't pressure until level 3. So this like stops our early game fighting potential. And in game 2, I think the game just exploded with them killing our bot early game and then roaming around the map. So I'm still very confident if we are gonna play against G2 again. I think if the game will be going according to our plan, we will be able to win against them.
Of course, for you, you're familiar with G2, but not this iteration of G2. Now you've played against some of their new players. What do you make of this roster?
I think it's same G2 as it was before, Caps and 4 other players. And that's how I see G2 still. I think Caps is their best player, and if he is not in a good form, I think they can't really win. But recently he has been playing very, very well. That's why G2 has a lot of success.
And lastly, this is your first international tournament with a North American team. How would you compare your experience to the last time you were at Worlds with Rogue?
I mean, I don't really know. Feels very similar, I guess. It's just a group stage right now, and then I don't know. It just feels like international tournament. Doesn't really feel the difference if I'm playing with NA team or EU team. I'm just trying to play as well as I can and hopefully win as many games as possible.
Well, thank you very much, Inspired, for joining me, and we'll see you here in a couple of days.
Thank you.
Now, Order, they faced EG already, but they got to go up against the G2 next. And here is Vedius talking about G2's draft.
Thank you very much, Insu. Yes, I did want to take this time to talk a little bit about G2, because with their 3-0 start to the tournament, I wanted to take a moment to look at their recent drafting approaches from playoffs up until now. One thing we've started to see from G2 in recent months is their flexibility in draft and smart preparation, often capitalizing on their opposition's typical champion pools and using their flexibility to punish it. A great example of this was in their series versus Misfits. This is their Game 3 draft, but before I get to that, in Game 1, G2 prioritized LeBlanc. Misfits countered with a Vex, but that wasn't enough to stop Caps. So in Game 2, Misfits picked LeBlanc away from G2, and they answered with Lissandra, once again limiting VTO's impact. And then we have this game, with LeBlanc gone entirely. G2 hold their mid laner until the second half and counter VTO Silas with a Cassio pick. They recognized VTO as the biggest problem in Misfits and constantly found ways in the draft to give Caps the advantage over him to limit his impact in the game. Against Fnatic, they actually did the same thing, but against Upset, removing champions that allowed him to dominate lane, prioritizing an AD often in the draft, and saving their support for the second phase to counter-pick. You can see here an early prioritization on the Aphelios, the Renata coming out later once they had already seen the support locked in. While bot and mid were important in these series, they're not the only strong pieces of this G2 draft puzzle. Throughout the LEC, Broken Blade and Targamas played 16 unique champions. And that brings us to MSI, where many of you are now familiar with their first draft against EG. The Anivia champion, being used as a counter not only to the Rise, but also to a lot of what EG's draft wants to do entirely. We see a return to the carry top laners for Broken Blade when he'd pretty much only been playing Ornn throughout playoffs, and Targamas picking up his fabled Pyke very early on in the draft. The point I want to get across is that G2 have shown on multiple occasions that they can read the strengths and limitations of their opposition and set themselves up well in the draft. On top of that, they have deep enough champion pools to be flexible on the fly, along with being good enough to actually execute on these comps. Now, are G2 flawless? No. But this level of prep is exciting to see if you're an EU fan, because it's very reminiscent of the 2019 style of international success.
Yeah, and I think in 2019, it was, that was really nice videos, thanks. The flex picks were something that a lot of teams thought it would be wasted practice. If you go back to like 2018, it's like, oh yeah, one player plays Aurelia. We don't need both players to play Aurelia. One player plays Pyke. We don't need 4 players to play Pyke, because you're only ever going to have one of them doing it per game. But it gave their drafts so much flexibility when they could just pick one champion, and it felt like the other team had to blind pick absolutely everything because they put in the hours for champion mastery. And like the Anivia draft you just showed, what I think was super unique about that is so much drafting is see a champion, go to the other side, ask your laner which champion they want to play against that laner, and you just pick it right then. But G2 has this nice balance of blind pickable champions that they're comfortable with, like Pyke, and then they save their mid lane counter until the 4-5. So it could not only be a lane counter pick, it could also be what I call a glue pick for the overall team comp that worked thematically against every champion. And the more they can find drafts like that, the more they're just going to be starting with a huge advantage.
I've been very impressed by the depth of the pool, because those flex picks made drafting much, much easier. And now it feels like, whereas earlier you highlighted 2019, it was a lot about individual players playing a ton of different picks. There's still that aspect, but there's also the coaching staff behind the scenes of the players as well, being ready to prep a lot more picks. Because it's not just as simple as pick Pyke, we'll decide where he goes later. It's pick Pyke, Targamas puts himself at a disadvantage so someone else can shine, and they're willing to make that sacrifice. They're willing to adjust which player is going to take the blind picks, which player is going to take the counter picks, and that level of flexibility is great to watch. Now, of course, that is also pretty big fan of G2 in the scheme of things. No bias there. So that's enough from us. Let's hand it over to the casters to get us into game 2.
Thank you very much, Dracos. I do think Vedi doing a monologue for G2 is either exceptionally biased or he's trying to cast them. It's one of the two.
Vedi seems a little sus to me there, going through just talking about EU. How can you do that?
What we'll find out is the first word of each sentence was "it starts with success" somehow. Like that, he's managed to get that in there as like a secret message to everyone. That it's never going to give you up.
But I mean,
yeah,
hopefully G2 will be able to still bring out a strong performance. I think for Order, they've had it cut out for them in there. They're going to have a tough challenge because what they really struggled with in the first game here was the link-off between EG, of the members of Jojopian, Inspired, and Vulcan. Well, that has kind of been what G2 has, not perfected, so to say, but it's their stylistic as well. It's having Yankers, Caps, and Targamas moving around, and we've even seen different styles as well now with Caps on of course, the Galio as well, being facilitating on the map. And I think it comes down to what Vedi said as well. This team is incredibly good at adapting. This team is really difficult prepping for, to the point where I think Order, they just need to come through with what they succeed with. They're in red side now. They won't have the same counter picks coming into the picks as they just had in this game against EG earlier. So hopefully they can stabilize more in the laning phase and at least have a lane to play for, because that was something that lost them the entire control of the map when they had none to play for.
So we'll keep our eyes on which lanes have priority as we get through this. As you say, Order on the red side does give them that final pick, that R5. Last time we saw the Urgot as a possible counter up towards the top side against that Gangplank. But with Karthus, Diana, and Karma banned away, Lucian and Ari on the other side, I wonder if we'll see something like the Wukong or the LeBlanc removed here by Order.
This is the first time that Kevy has been allowed to play Evelynn. The Evelynn has been perma-banned against him so far, and we might finally see him bring it out. It's something that between the LCO playoffs, between MSI, the games we've had so far, it's just been picked all the time by him. So I'd love to see that. But the Wukong you so mentioned, Medic, has been picked up. It's a flex pick. It's been strong in the jungle as well. It's been a little bit ahead of a miss performance so far at MSI, but at its best, it's definitely looked very strong.
I will say Evelynn was up in the last game and wasn't picked by Order, so we'll see.
Last game was Diana Evelynn on the last 2 bunts, wasn't it?
It was Diana Lucian.
Oh, no, we haven't.
Yeah, that's okay. So we'll see if it's locked in here. Obviously, Evelynn quite situational. The Wukong, as you say, can be flexed towards the support. We saw T1 do that yesterday. We've seen Mad Lions do it last year against Supermassive in Worlds Play-ins when they then lost. And it was a sad moment for all EU fans. But Targamas has an incredible champion. Okay. It's as wide as an ocean. He played almost a unique champion for the first, I think, 14 games of the LEC regular season until he had to start roaming back on towards some of the ones he'd played before.
Run it back, Corporal. You're getting that Nautilus again. It's bound to work at some point, and let's see if this is going to be the one. So they've definitely adapted on the AD situation instead. Beforehand, they had the carry down towards the bot side where they came through with the Vayne. Now they're coming through with Jhin. And the difference in Jhin and Vayne is that Vayne is a hybrid carry that you play for in the late game, and Jhin in the late game is a facilitator. You use him in the backline to set up the other carries from the solo lanes with your long range, with your ultimate, with your root, with whatever you can bring out, and then your finisher and executor on the 4th shot, of course. Ooh. So that kind of speaks to me that from the side of Order, they want to play for that top side. They're probably looking to give Biopanda a solid matchup and have him be a potential carry in the later stages of the game.
Obviously, with the final pick on red side, you do have that option for the counter pick. Wukong here, maybe locked into the jungle. I could, of course, go still to top lane, but with Renata and Zeri locked towards that bottom side for G2, I really don't expect us to see a Wukong support. The Evelynn immediately locked in. As you said, Gorborg, an option here for Kevy, and he's decided it is time to bring out the Eve.
So let's see what's all the hype is about, because once again, something that was heavily prioritized from the side of Order during the LCO playoffs and regular season. Haven't really seen it, though, in the finals, as it was perma-banned against him in the LCO. So this is going to be the time to shine from Kevy. It's going to be where we finally see the resources being handed into him. But it's also a little bit difficult because you don't have this facilitation of your laners in the early game. Once again, he needs to be played for. He needs to hit level 6. And once you hit level 6 on the Evelynn, that's where you can start getting active on the map. Of course, you only get the stealth when you hit level 6, and it's where you get the execute on the ultimate. So something Order need to stabilize towards.
Of course, Wukong does have the option of jumping over walls now with his decoy, so he can get into that enemy jungle, can try and harass, can try and get pressure for G2. I will say, alongside that, Evelynn does pigeonhole your solo lanes a little bit. You usually want some physical damage, some AD from either mid or top lane, things like the Aatrox, which has been banned away, Gangplank still an option, Jace as well. something that we often see to try and give you a little bit of that physical damage.
Oh yeah, and it's so difficult as well because either you blind pick an AD mid laner, which is usually not ever the best choice, or you'd have to go for the likes of Gangplank on the top side instead, call that your blind pick, and then just have a counter pick for Kissy in the mid lane afterwards.
Other option is you go for something like a tank now on 4, and then you save an AD top 4, AD mid laner for last. We'll see what Order decide to do. Ryze Gwen banned away by them. Got Aatrox banned away by G2. They expect AD topside. They are leaving the Jace as an option. They're like, hey, you want to take Jace? Broken Blade can play into Jace. And now Order have that difficult decision to make.
Jace, of course, not as blind pickable as it's been in the past with the nerfs coming through. Yep. Usually he was a range carry with base melee stats, and now they finally became range stats instead. So he's a little squishier. But there we have it. Just blind pick on the top side with an AD champion. It was not the Gangplank, as I theorized. I thought that would have been safer. But coming in with a blind Tryndamere can be dangerous. Although, of course, if he goes Ghost into correct matchup, can just run you down. Now it's a little bit interesting. There is some skill in the matchup. Now has the agency of being the range champion in the big early game, having the Q to slow him down. But if you make one too fast step forward and Tryndamere starts running you down, might be a little bit of a difficult situation.
It's hard as well for Tryndamere if he ever does end up joining team fights later on to play into Renata, because Renata has the handshake, just cue you and throw you away, but also that hostile takeover just to be like, hey, you're running at me, now go attack your teammates instead. Of course, Tryndamere not often seen in team fights, often wants to just be in a side lane, but if Order do end up grouping up as 5, it becomes a little bit more difficult for BioPanther to play that lane. LeBlanc here locked in for Caps. An aggressive mid laner teams up so well with the Wukong when you're looking at the jungle mid 2v2, and now Order have to look towards their mid lane. Currently hovering over the Pike and the Nasus before, kind of an honorific there to Targamas, but Zed, it is AD in the mid lane, it's Zed into LeBlanc.
It's been a while.
Let's go.
So this is definitely something where that speaks side lanes, okay? You have Tryndamere, you have Zed, you have an Evelynn in the jungle that can shadow you, of course, very hard to spot out on that vision, unless you have the jungle lit up by pink wards. So from the side of Order, what we like to see here is once again, them getting ahead, at least in these champions, to the point where you can split push or at least open up the map in a 1-3-1 setting more comfortably. Because if they start taking over from the side of G2, if they start the Drake stacking in the early game, and all of a sudden at 24 minutes, you have to fight for Soul, and then G2 is heavily favored. So it's about for Order once again to stabilize, to find someone to play for, to find a lead, to gain pressure on the map. Because if you do not have pressure in these picks now, G2 will just take it over from an objective point of view with their strong team fighting champions in the Wukong, in the Na, Renata Ultimate, you name it.
Yeah, it's such a good team fighting composition from G2, but I love the discordance between these two compositions. They want to do entirely different things, as you say, Gulbug. Team fighting on G2 side lane on Order's side. The question is, can Order get into a position where they can get ahead in those side lanes? We actually saw a similar composition. I'm trying to remember who it was from, with the Evelynn, Tryndamere, and Zed alongside an Ashe. And the Ashe gave you a little bit more pick potential in the side lane. That composition did lose, but that's the idea.
Setting them up for failure. I like it, Medic.
I'm not saying they changed the Ashe for a Jhin. Maybe it will work this time.
Yeah, and I think as well from the side of Jhin, like usually what you like to have when you have in 1-3-1 setting like this is good wave clear in the mid lane. Jhin does have wave clear, but it relies on him stepping a little far up, heading that Q, getting the E down, and then the W, of course. And he is very immobile. Doesn't have a spell shoot like, for example, Sivir would in that case with the wave clear coming through. But once again, it is a facilitating pick, which fits the stylistic of running in with champions like Tryndamere, like Zed, and like Evelynn.
For the moment, both teams just setting up lines of scrimmage here. No one really going to be able to make too many forays into the enemy side of the map. Caps, of course, could go Distortion first on the LeBlanc, jump over, see that Kevy's there, but not going to do anything as of yet. And the balance between these jungle mids, I think, is going to be a really interesting sight to behold in the early game here, Goldbook.
Yeah, so, Medic, I'm going to let you in on a little family business as well here at the same time. So, my little brother, funnily enough, was a Grandmaster Evelynn OTP at some point as well. So I got, of course, some little interest in how he shut down this pick, what he absolutely hates as well. And what he would always cry about from the room next door is that when he's getting counter jungle pre-6, when the enemy laners have prio, they come in and disrupt your pathing. You don't have a lot to get away with. Quite often you'll have to expand the flash. And if those enemy laners have CC, like Caps LeBlanc will have, if he gets prio, we might see Kevy having a little bit of a hard time as well.
So let's watch how the priority in those lanes goes. When we talk about prio, obviously, the idea is, can you push the lane faster than your opponent can?
Yes.
Can you clear the minion wave quicker than your opponents? If you can, you can gain prio, because you have control over how quickly the minion wave pushes in, how often you want to roam around from your lane without losing minions. So that's what we're looking for. We'll see if G2 are able to gain control here. Of course, Flack and Targamas on the lane first means that they get the push early on, and Puma and Corporal have to back away because they know, well, we can't clear the minions quickly enough to hit that level 2.
And honestly, this is the freest lane ever as well for the G2 bot lane. If I'm Renata here into Nautilus, I absolutely love it. If I'm Flacket as well, absolutely love it. Every time Nautilus procs that shield, well, the passive of Sari just lets us steal it away, get some extra movement speed. And the thing is as well, in the beginning, people were like, well, Renata, she's so squishy. All these engaged supports are just going to engage on her and they'll die. But look at this. Targamas can step up like this because you just go a pseudo tank build instead. You optimize in for the Guardian instead. You get those tanky stats and you get the shield when you finally throw out your E. If Nautilus engages, you're just going to get slowed. You're going to get a handshake through and you're just going to die. So it's incredibly difficult. And what was that? Evelyn counter jungling? Well, Jankos, he's on it immediately.
You can see push in the mid lane, push in the top lane here for G2. Jankos goes all the way around. Kevi trying to loop his way around as well. But Caps has flash, has distortion. Kevi only has one flash of his own. Jankos over the wall with the chase. Kevi will flash away. The chains were held by Caps. He connects underneath the tower. Kevi's trying to survive, but you just can't survive the dive. G2 first blood.
And that is the most difficult part of an Evelyn. It's that first clear. If you can go disrupted through that, you can get the XP going on the cabs. You can get level 6 and second and third clear. It's great, but quite often, and more than not, this will happen. And that's why I said, when you see an Evelyn, it is so important that you have a prior lane. Unfortunately, it's not been the case so far. And even now, Kise is still struggling against Caps here.
Kise does have 3 of those health potions, has popped one of them already. 2 left. The corrupting potion on the side of Caps means that he'll be able to sustain up that mana as well. Of course, on Zed, you don't need mana, so you can go longsword pots to try and give yourself a little bit more sustain in the lane. But early doors here, G2 out to a strong lead. Both buffs stolen away from Kevi, one by killing him, and one by just killing the Cap.
And crucially, by set and LeBlanc, it is also first when you hit level 6 on the set that you finally start finding some kill pressure. Most of the first levels, especially on level 3, is more about poking them at the same time when you CS, because it's very difficult for you to step up on towards the wave, kind of like we're seeing it here. Okay, Kise getting a little aggressive, still has the ignite, can flash forward if he wants to.
That's really well played there by Kise to be able to get that extra damage down, hitting more of the shurikens onto Caps. Caps, through his corrupting potions, now has 1 total biscuit of rejuvenation. Kise out of potions himself. In the early game, it's been a little bit difficult for Order, mostly because Kevi was pushed behind, scared a little bit in his own jungle. And don't forget, you guys can grab your exclusive Scare Prize Prime Gaming emote, so you can strut when you flash in and turn a fight, as BioPanther looks to do that in the top lane. Broken Blade getting chased down. Ghost has been popped. No crit there on the Order means that BioPanther won't be able to get enough damage down. Get that Scare Prize. Maybe when you are scared.
Broken Blade certainly not scared in that scenario just yet. No level 6 coming through from BioPanther either. And it kind of just goes back to what we talked about the matchup. If you step too far forward on Gnar, Ghost will be popped, you will get run down. So it's really important that you have the positioning in a respectable manner against the Tryndamere. But obviously BioPanther still not level 6, cannot continue under the turret. But maybe a little foresight for what's to come.
Yeah, and the question really is like BioPanther popped Ghost, Broken Blade had to use TP to get back into the lane. That Ghost is on a much shorter cooldown. So if BioPanther can do that again and force Broken Blade away when there's a wave pushing in, that makes it much more difficult for Broken Blade to keep up on experience, keep up on levels, and keep up on gold against BioPanther. And if BioPanther can get enough of a lead in that side lane, perhaps he can start being that win condition for Order.
So what we see here is that Kevi, he was holding around Kise, trying to be out of vision, but still in minion range, so he could get the XP, wait for the minions to come through, and gets a little bit of that in, because he knows he's already behind, right? Yep. And so Kise, he has to be in a situation where he has to share his own XP. He does get level 6 before Caps, so it's not the end of the world for the mid laner, but it just speaks to how far behind the Evelyn was put a little bit in the early game, how important it is that she hits this level 6. Jankos now on the top side, finds a pink ward, doesn't have intel on Kevi on the Crocs, but will get in a bit.
BioPanther forced away. Interestingly, Kise actually has the faster reaction to this. Caps had to catch the mid lane and Kise just recalled, so he can be here first. Caps is clearing out that wave. Kevi's still only level 5, so is Jankos. Broken Blade with a wave underneath the tower means that BioPanther has to answer himself. And in the end, it will just be a couple of those small minions stolen away by Jankos. But yeah, once again, Kevi trying to get the experience, exactly what you mentioned here, Goldbull.
Yeah, and you can see it's coming through. This time around, the recall not going to be able to reach a lot of the range, but he's just there to set
There's no camps for him either, man. That is pain as a jungler.
Wukong's here.
Kisei goes in with a Death Mark. Cap's going to jump away. Death Mark proccing, Ignite ticking as well. Jankos looking for the damage, but no flash burn on Kisei means that he's going to be able to escape. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, a 2v2 kill, and exactly as you say, how on earth did that happen? Puma still has flash, Corporal still has flash, and Targamas doesn't have a life anymore.
Order strikes back, and I was just saying, this matchup, it's so free to play for the Renata. I love playing this myself as well, but coming through into a Nautilus, I can't believe it. They must have been caught on an overextension. Yank is getting aggressive.
Gets the steal away on the blue buff, goes back in. Cyclone is by himself for the moment. Look at that double knock-up smite from Kevy. The damage from Jankos flashing. And that's the kill over the G2. Corporal now forced away. The chain's going in. He does still have that flash, remember. Flash in by Jankos, flash away by Corporal. Ignite ticking, but Corporal should survive that. Caps could look for the jump across the wall here.
I get baited. Puma is around. W has been
doesn't have vision, remember. The shield, that's enough. Caps with the kill.
Oh my god, I can't believe they're allowed to do that there. For sure thought Order was setting up a trap there, expecting the Caps would jump over, but they just weren't ready with the anchor either. And just like that, he picks up a 3 kill in the mid lane. Oh, in the bot lane, rather.
And it's strange. I'd love to
see
at
that
some
replay.
point see the bot lane replay as well. Yeah, because Order must have played this very well. Targamas behind the minions. Corporal stepping forward. Must just get hooked.
It's just
the Guardian's propped. He doesn't have the extra tankiness.
Exactly. He just gets blown up immediately. Ignite. The CC change comes through. They try to get out of it with a flash afterwards. Just not enough. And that's even with a level advantage on Flacket as well. So just a little over aggression. And then no support is here. So there should be a members advantage from Order. But Jankos hits level 6 because of the smite on the blue buff. Flacket is around the wall, dashes over it on Seri, and then just flashes into GQ. And just like that, G2, they continue relentlessly with their skirmishing and the counter jungling.
That's the thing, it's not just the kills, it's the jungle getting taken away from you. Kevy now has hit level 6, but Jankos already level 7. Corporal trying to react towards this top side, but G2 are on their way. Broken Blade and Jankos force Corporal underneath the tower. Caps and Targamas here to join the fray. Cap steps in, and Corporal, there's nowhere safe on this Nautilus, sent to the depths below. Caps once again looking for the chase here. Biopanther does have flash and will use it to escape the chains.
And it just speaks to the pressure. He had ult as well, but just getting rooted off the support of it. Just wanted him to flash out of it immediately. Kissing now on Jankos instead.
Targamas here, still only level 5. Caps flashes the wall. Kisei has to flash himself. Knew that the W was on cooldown. Didn't have a shadow form for Kisei to escape with. Broken Blade looking for the Gnar towards the top side. Forces Biopanther away across the wall. But once again, it's not always about the kills. Sometimes it's just about stealing away the cams. But G2 are looking for the kills too. Jankos hooked up. The Cyclone coming in.
Can he get the kill?
Jankos brought back. Kisei ticking. Not enough. Not in time. Kill goes over to Corporal in the end. And it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, just 1 second short of getting that reset to come through on the bailout. And Jankos would have lived. This time around, though, not the possibility, and they traded 1-for-1 at least, so Jankos does go down. Not a shutdown, though. So 1-1-4 still coming through, and, you know, this damage coming through. Divine Sunder already completed. You take a look at Kevy right now. He's sitting on 2 amplifying tomes. The difference in the 2 junglers right now, I mean, it's the Grand Canyon.
And the issue, of course, for Order is that Corporal has picked up both these kills as well through no fault of his own. Like, you can't expect in this sort of a messy play for Corporal to be able to hold off those auto attacks. You just want the kills. But when your support is picking up these kills and your jungler is being set behind, it makes it so much harder for you to get back in the game.
Yeah, a little greedy of Corporal trying to stick around, though, for the pink ward instead. And while he survives under the turret, well, it's just going to be the second time in a round where Caps just come through. Dashes in, dashes out, get a 3 kill. And then they just continue with the aggression, right? They're so far ahead. Yes, Kisei is pushing in the mid lane. Yes, they're losing a few plates. But in the bot side of the map, you also have Flacket, who's getting some of his wallet as well. And this is where it becomes a little messy, though.
Kisei comes in on the Zed. It wasn't there. Was clearing out the mid lane originally. The flash for flash, and then the fight continues. Broken Blade towards the top side here. Just totally whips on the Gnar, I think, on Biopanther.
Unfortunate circumstances. Either way, he's able to continue the pry on the top side, but we know what happens in this fight. Bailout doesn't come through, traded 1-for-1, and yeah, there you have it.
Yep. Kevy here spotted out on a ward as he roams up towards his jungle. G2, 4,000 gold ahead. In Order, with these side lanes that they needed to get in a good position, are struggling a little bit. Biopanther just gets over 70 CS, whereas Broken Blade is about 20 ahead. Mid lane, Caps has 2 kills to none on the side of Kisei, and even in the bot lane, there's a 30 CS lead for Flathead, even though they ended up dying in that 2v2. Corporal with a Hex Flash inside the bush. But Flacker in a very strong position currently on this area.
Yeah, you just don't win the matchup here. When Tarkman's at his level 6, you have the hostile takeover, you have Flacker as well, level 8, while Puma, before that happened, was level 7 as well. So you just want to stabilize once again, and it's not going to be about the bot lane. It's going to be about trying to find leads on the solo lane. That's what Order tried to do. That's why they moved Corporal up, although G2 were just ready for the rotations all the time.
Yankel's looking for a bit of trade damage there. He saw that Kissa used his W, that shadow forwards, and knew that he would be able to get a little bit of damage in, but of course doesn't really want to take a full-on trade versus Kissa, even though he only has the serrated Dirk right now.
And Jankos does have that Rift Herald in hand. There's 3 plates on the top side, and what do you know? He is making his way up there as well. Drake is up. Have not been taken yet, so if Order needs to have some sort of cross map to come through, it could be an objective you could look for at this moment, but I think this top lane is going to be gone.
Caps diving back forward. Kisse doesn't use the chains. Did use the Everfrost earlier. Goes back. There's the chains. Caps with the fancy feet dives back in. Kisse thought he was safe, but there's no escaping Caps on the form he's in at the moment. 3-0 now on that LeBlanc. Meanwhile, in the top lane, BioPanther forced away. You can see Corporal trying to react to this. The Dragon's gone down towards the bottom side, but that means that Kevy is known to be on the bottom side of the map. And as you say, Jankos Broken Blade, Divine Sundra in hand, will clear out 2 towers in the top lane.
It's just a massive gold lead. 12 minutes into the game. Plating is not even done. You already have the only top lane inhibitor left standing in that lane. You can start playing around the mid lanes now. Broken Blade, he's going to have so much time on the map before he needs to respond to the wave being pushed in on the top side, because the lane is so long now. It's going to take a while before it starts hitting the tower. So I'm expecting G2 to stay group, try to get more on the map, while the members of Order is going to see how much they can get, and that will probably mean that they'll be out-rotated a little bit, because G2 currently on the map just have more leeway.
And just more in terms of their wallets as well. Their back pockets bulging at the moment, while Order are scrounging around for scraps, it seems. They do have a Gale Force finished on Puma. No Umbral Glaive first on the Jhin, something we have been seeing. But the thing with Umbral Glaive is it's great to clear out vision, but to clear out vision, you have to be able to get to vision. And right now, Order just don't have enough control of the map to ever be able to approach and clear out these objectives.
And now you can see they're just setting up on that bot side. Once again, the rotation's coming through. Broken Blade is in the mid lane. The other members down towards the bot side, and it just creates a man advantage.
That's disgusting. Invisible. Jankos gets in. Corporal force low once again. Flash forward from Jankos for the kill. But you just can't see it. Hear no evil, see no evil, do no evil, it seems, for Jankos on this Monkey King. Puma pops the cleanse, pops the ultimate, but Caps able to sidestep the first 2. Third one goes wide as well, and Caps walks away. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Broken Blade being dived, building up that Mega Gnar, not quite there yet. Flashes into the charm, and Order execute a clean dive in the top lane.
Yeah, so at least there is a response from the side of Order, but even then, the resources you had to expand to get through that was quite a lot, with the mid lane as well just being pushed in. You don't really get the other way. But what I really liked from the G2 rotations was the fact that, once again, Broken Blade, I'm just going to hold it.
I think Jankos dies here. A lot of damage coming out from Kisse. Already has the Eclipse. Jankos might be brought back with the bailout, but Kisse, of course, can just jump all the way back to his original shadow. Great stuff there by Kisse. Caught Jankos moving up towards the Rift Herald.
Especially when you consider how far behind they are in gold currently. And it just is a great response back into it. Members have reset now, though. Anchor luckily collects on the tower.
Yep. Power of the dredge line means that Corporal is able to get away from that handshake. And for the moment, Order in a very strong... Order in a very difficult position to get back into this game. G2 still 6,000 gold ahead. They've taken down the tier 1 in the bottom lane, tier 1 and the 2 in the top lane, and now they'll be looking towards mid.
Yeah, and the thing is, you're going to have second Rift Herald spawning up in just a few minutes as well again. When that happens, you're just going to be taking care of that mid lane turret in one charge. So G2, they don't have to invest too many resources trying to take the mid lane turret down naturally, because they know they can just skirmish around it. So what you can just do is just like open the map up, play towards the side lane. Once you have priority in one of these side lanes, start counter jungling again. Start creating the skirmishes where you have the first move. It's what we've seen them succeed with so far, and will continue to succeed.
And so then what do Order do to react? Because right now you can see Kevy and Corporal are kind of shadowing each other down towards that bottom side. Kisei's trying to push forward, but he's been narred into the wall. We don't really have a moment to talk about what Order could do in a side lane, because Broken Blade just gets a 1v1 kill against Kisei there. As I thought Kevy was looking to set something up. G2 trying to react now as Kevy and Corporal might be a little bit overextended.
That's even the problem, right? Because yes, you can try and look for a pick down towards the bottom lane, as we see here, but even then the problem is that G2, with the man advantage in the mid lane, will have the response quite quickly. So yes, you traded maybe one kill, but then as soon as that kill has come through, the rest of G2 will be on top of you, and probably 2 members will die. So even the moves you make here, where you try to get aggressive, is not going to work for you. So once again, what you need is some stabilization, maybe level 11 on Kevy as well. When you start being able to trade, wait for G2 to make a mistake, start setting up. Vision control against an Evelynn is quite difficult because you need pink wards instead of normal wards, and that gives you some extra breathing room from the side of Order.
It's one of the difficulties when you have a composition that thrives in a side lane and you fall behind in the early game, so you can't win your 1v1s is, well, we're not winning the 1v1s in the side lane, so we kind of just have to catch the waves as they're pushed towards us. We can't really take a team fight because we don't have a team fight in composition and we're behind. The only good sign for Order is that they got that first dragon. G2 haven't been stacking up Drakes, so we're on for a very late soul if G2 go for it, but with the engaged potential from a Wukong and from a Gnar, G2 can just force plays like this.
And there we have it. They got the priority down towards the bot side. They move Broken Blade up towards the mid lane. They take care of it. Order now trying to look for some cross map. Herald in less than 1 minute. If they can get this kill, maybe they can trade for more objectives afterwards.
Caps has a stopwatch, jumps forward, Everfrost for the root, clears out the wave as well, and Kevy just tanks the tower as the TP comes in. It is a TP burnt for nothing on the side of Order, just a little bit of their time. So they will come out with a summoner spell advantage there. Yeah, that was what they could get, but now they're going to be late on a setup for the potential Herald. Broken Blade will be on the top side. G2 knows most of the members of Order are on the top side as well, so they can just have Jankos solo up the Drake. So now, crossmap won't really come through to what we had hoped for. Corporal, no flash, so it's going to be difficult connecting on the hook. Could go for a short hook into the depth charge. Decides against it. Dragon taken by Jankos. That's their first of the game, and it will be a Mountain Soul for us. With a 7,000 gold lead, G2 still looking very much in control of this game. 2 items now complete as well on Flakked. That Phantom Dancer coming in second.
So at least there is decent vision control from the side of Order on the top side, but with the resets now coming through from G2, they will just be able to move their members up there. They will just be able to clear it because it'll be very difficult for Order to fight it. What you could have done in this scenario is that, oh, we know we have some top side priority. We can try and cheese them. We know we have the vision control, but Order is down towards the bot side, so that's not going to happen.
Order might look for something here. The wave coming in. Lightning, it's time to hook onto the tower. They're looking to get him down before the Mega Gnar comes in. A good play by Order. As Corporal tanks the tower, Kevy takes the kill.
And this is great because G2 is in a position where they're not really set up. They're on a reset timer instead. So Order, they find the window, but what it's going to cost them then is then, oh, all the members on the bot side, time to set up for that Rift Herald, time to set up for top side instead. But Order, they're getting what they can in this game, right?
That's
they're getting kills, right? They're getting turrets. You can't really ask for much more in a situation like this.
When you're behind like this, every time you can get anything, even if you're trading slightly down, is still beneficial for you. Like if you trade 200 gold down on this play, it's fine. You still got a bunch of gold in your back pockets, and you can start to get towards those items. We see mythics across the board for them now, apart from Corporal, who is still building towards that locket. G2 starting up the Rift Herald. Order maybe looking for a reaction here, but with Kissake down towards the bottom side, of course, running the Ignite instead of the TP, and Cap up here. Order decide against fighting the second Rift Herald.
I was going to say, it'd be very bold if they all of a sudden decided to fight that, but what they can do here is that, once again, they know majority of the members on the top side. You can try and move some members down towards the bot side, see if you want to skirmish together. Once again with the Evelynn, if there's no pink vault spotting him, you may be looking for a pick, and it looks like that pick is going to be Broken Blade.
Deathmark, Broken Blade trying to get away here, wants to build up that Mega Gnar, now has a minion wave to do it. The rest of G2 on the reaction, and Order calling the retreats. Corporal missed out on the chains, but a brick connects, and Corporal, it's a demotion in Order. Go back to private as G2 take the kill. Kissake forced away here by Flakked, and Kissake, you just can't do anything about it. Kevy on his lonesome, perhaps looking for Broken Blade when he goes into the Mini-Gnar. Yep, invisible, of course, is Kevy on this Evelynn. Broken Blade, there's the charm. Doesn't have a flash, does have a jump. The charm still connected, still there, but now falls off, and Kevy looking for the chase, misses the hate spike. And Caps is on the way. Kevy tried to do what he can, dances away, but Caps can chase him down, and there's no escape for the Order jungler.
And there you have it. That's in the scenario where G2 were off reset timers. You know, they're a group that's a unit. They can collapse immediately as soon as they see the members from Order move down towards the bot side. Nothing stopping G2 to do the same. Now with this Rift Herald, they won't use it to open up the first one. They'll use it to open up the second, continue on towards the inhibitor turret, and they'll be getting a lot on this push.
And G2 looking to continue their undefeated streak. It would be 16 games in a row for them if they win this. 12 through the LEC playoffs, and now, of course, 4 here at MSI. Inhibitor down in the mid lane, just over the 20-minute mark. G2 can use that pressure to set up vision, towards this top side of the map and then look towards that Baron.
And that's the thing. We quite often talk about these teams in terms of, oh, are you a Drake stacking team that needs to get this going? Are you a Rift Herald team that will need to get this going? In playoffs, G2 completely shifted their style and were all about the Drake priority. They had the highest soul percentage coming into this series as well, or game rather, but it just speaks to versatility we also see in this team, that they can swap it up. They could be the one that's relying on Rift Herald. They could be the one getting leads around the turrets instead. You don't need Soul to win this game.
Yep.
You're already in a prime position to just skirmishing around the area around the Baron buff, get the vision control, once again play off the priority, and just set up a fight around the Baron where Order is going to be at a deficit.
And that's what you start seeing Jankos doing here, clearing out some vision. Corporal did get a singular ward just by where the Baron is, and that control ward will not spot that. So that ward is good for Order. It does give them awareness of if G2 starts something up, and perhaps they're looking to start something up themselves. Stopwatch coming out from Caps as the curtains open. BioPanther with a good flank position here. Caps forced away. Corporal though low. Blackhead with the ultimate trying to get the damage down himself. BioPanther on the chase. Black is going to dive across the wall. BioPanther diving in with the Undying Rage, but can he get the damage down? Nard into the wall, stunned up. CC'd for days. Broken Blade kills off the Panther, and G2 now force Order to retreat.
Yeah, and even in those scenarios that looks great from the side of Order, they're not able to pick it up. Caps, you're on a ward. You're low HP.
This is millions of HP when you have a bailout playing around the Renata perfectly. Caps misses the chains on the reset and will be killed by Puma. A huge shutdown for him, but G2 instead are looking for the shutdown here on the Baron. 7,000 gold ahead, make it 8 as they secure the big purple worm, and we'll see what they can do with this Red Bull Baron power play.
And even like that, they are playing on the limits of what can be achieved on these champions there as well, playing with the bailout, playing for the reset. G2 so dominant. Heavy in a flank position here, and there are members who can collapse if they suddenly get a pick, but even then, no man advantage. BioPanther in base. Kise still coming back from the death. So there you have it. Drake will just go over to G2. They can come through with resets, and I can start looking around the next of the map where they can play on 2 lanes. They have a Baron buff.
An issue, of course, for Order is the speed at which Puma can clear out those super minions pushing in the mid lane. Jin does have good wave clear, you know, Dancing Grenade, Ultimate.
Oh yeah.
The Captive Audience as well can do some work, but it's not always the fastest when you're waiting to reload. So that super minion wave pushing in once again. G2 now on the bottom side of the map. Caps isolated from his team. Kevy and Corporal were looking to perhaps catch him as he catches this wave that's pushing in, but the rest of G2 are looking for an inhibitor tower instead. Kevy reacting, BioPanther, Corporal and Puma. Last chance defense, you have to think. Root comes out, good hook as well. Target's low, flashes away. The engage coming in from Jankos over with the Cyclone. Kevy's going to dive away with an ultimate of his own, but Corporal just melted on the front line, and Order really can't do anything. The wallets are too big. They're getting slapped around with dollar bills here by G2. BioPanther dies to the double. Puma isolated underneath his Nexus towers as well. Kevy will fall. It's not quite an ace as Kise has been able to escape, but Caps doesn't really want him to get away. A triple for Blackhead. Stopwatch from Caps. Kise, try as he might, he can't stop the unrelenting march that is G2 towards the Nexus towers. They may delay to see if Caps can win the 1v1. They don't. G2 still undefeated at MSI.
Yeah, they continue with their streak, and they are still looking like a team just growing stronger and stronger in terms of their play. From the side of Order, though, we did see more signs of life for them in this game than we saw in the EG, but in the end, it's not enough. You're going to need so much more to beat out the teams like G2 and EG that we saw in Form earlier as well. G2, such a strong team, continuing undefeated.
4-0 so far. 2 games against Order, 2 games against Evil Geniuses. And now group wrapped up for today. And as we move into the second round robin for the Group C, I think there's an interesting idea of like how will Order level up over the next couple of days? Because today they did not look like they were in a position to challenge for that second spot. EG looked like the second place team, and then perhaps how will EG level up and start to challenge G2 for that first place spot?
I think at least EG cracked the code a little bit in terms of what they needed to do with the facilitation of their laners instead of Inspired being the one being enabled by the laners. Sure. And I think from the side of Order, they're so used to skirmishing around their jungler, but the problem is all of a sudden all your laners are kept in check, their skill check, their solo kills coming through, where the same amount of pressure you were able to get in LCO, you're not really able to get the same amount of pressure out against these better teams coming in to the international stage. And I think what they need to get is just step back a little, maybe go for these some easier to execute team fight composition where you play towards a scaling element, because in a lot of their victories, or losses rather, so far today, They lost the early game, and they have no way of coming back into them.
And that's always the difficulty, right? When your game is elevated, it becomes harder and harder to get priority in the lanes, to win out those lanes, to execute your mechanics as well as you'd like to. Now, we're heading for a short break, but as we go, check out the official MSI 2022 playlist on Spotify. For this year's MSI, we asked the teams to pick 4 tracks that they think could be their team album, and then asked you, the fans, to vote on the winner. Here's the team anthem you selected for Istanbul Wildcats, Roar by Katy Perry. While you're there, you can also listen to all the other teams' albums.
It's the big beefy boy trying to make it work, but he snipes someone out. No, he cannot. PSG find a fight. And they're starting to really ramp up this fight. They're getting the reset, and they are slaughtering the Red Cannon.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
and again. You wanna dose of this right now it's KD8. I'm a goddess with a blaze. Story trouble 내 이름 잊지 못하게 loud 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 loud. I could take you to the top. 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bag yeah yeah yeah. And when I start to talk that oh you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with that wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now.
Ready to fire, ready or not, we let it decline.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Bit of a one-sided affair here as we begin to take a look at the draft.
A little bit.
G2 versus Order. Just a teensy-weensy bit.
It's close.
Of a one-sided game.
Close indeed. Yeah.
I'm happy that we got to see Evelyn, actually.
As am I.
I'm disappointed with the outcome because, like, listen, Kevy had stated that they not only had won all of their games in the LCO with Evelyn, but they'd also won all of their scrims with it. So it's one of these like high mastery picks that the team is really good at playing against, but also like G2 just shut it down very early on into the game, which made it look a lot worse than I'm sure he has experienced, I mean, all year.
Yeah. And it's hard because we had Kitty on earlier today and she was talking about it. She wanted to, you know, like support jungle synergy. And I was like, oh, I could see that. Oh, comfort pick Evelyn, comfort pick Zed. We're getting into like the depths of the LCO champion pool. And then G2 they kind of ruined it before the fun could start at like level 6.
We could have had a Jax top into Tryndamere. Another great fun skill matchup. We got Nah. We could have had Giga Chad, max damage, one-shot LeBlanc. He went Everfrost into Zhonya's.
So you're saying that G2 disrespected the opposition?
G2 played full-on try-hard and actually showed immense respect to Order and actually drafted and itemized in a way that basically limited this 1-3-1 comp and like pick comp that Order had effectively gone for. Because one of the great things about Jhin is thanks to his long range, really good at following up on these picks that we're able to find by Evelyn. And when you have a Zed and a Tryndamere, typically they're very strong on side. But G2 drafted in a very neutralizing fashion. Zeri with an insane amount of mobility. Wukong is just naturally very sneaky and an annoying monkey. And then, and then you've also got Na and LeBlanc, who are hypermobile and basically just very annoying. And the way they itemized did a lot to mitigate. So again, we see another draft situation from G2 where they did everything to kind of shut down what it was that Order wanted to do, on top of the fact that they played the other game very, very well.
Yeah, and let's highlight that. We do have some footage of that early game where we were able to see G2, as mentioned, shut down that Evelyn. It wasn't a situation where I was able to get to level 6. It was full focus, using that lane prio, shutting this champion down early.
And for those of you that may be frustrated playing against solo queue Evelyns that are destroying you, you do want to disrupt her on the first clear. And it's not just Jankos. It's not as simple as like walking in the jungle. It's walking in the jungle after laners already have prio so they can join you. But then also, if you're level 6 and they're level 5, you can 1v2 them, which is what Jankos does. But still, he doesn't get the kill until the team actually supports him afterwards. And then this was just unfortunate.
And we did see Kevy actually finding a lot of really successful picks on a side lane. There were a couple of times where Order were able to take advantage of their composition. Broken Blade was kind of the target more often than not, but Caps, as the game progressed, continuously looked for picks himself and was able to find a lot of answers.
All right, I heard your Wukong impression. I want more of them now. Can you do LeBlanc?
Do you remember any of LeBlanc's quote? Wait, I used to play so much LeBlanc.
She's a part of that Rose group. I don't remember the Rose.
Or any champion. Nar?
The black rose will bloom once more.
Wow, it's a loose desk. But it was a loose game. You know, it was a very respectful game from G2. It was Order pulling out their pocket picks, and while that's cool to see, now that it has failed, sadly, it means hope is running out for the Order boys. Swimming home, I believe, was what Kitty said would happen, is they bought one-way tickets in there.
Which isn't true.
Which obviously
they're respectable.
Yes, Jed. I think that she was not being entirely truthful when she said it was a one-way fight. They have two-way flights, I think. We'll find out later. For now, let's check in with Yinsu and Jankos for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Dracos. I've got Jankos here with me. Hi, Jankos. Thank you for joining me. Let's talk about the draft today. I'm sure you guys expected that Eve pick, maybe the Tryndamere as well. Did you expect the Zed and all three of them to be coming out at the same time?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know, right? I mean, enemy team just pick Eve Zed, so it's like just play, kinda. I mean, I think that as long as we don't get cheesed in a way, we cannot lose against NA or Order. So I feel like even if they pull out cheese picks and we play our game, we will still win. So we kind of know enemy team has like a big Evelyn player. So it was somewhat expected that he may pick it in the draft, but I also think we can play against it.
I mean, you guys are the king of cheese, right? So talk me through, how do you kind of counter the cheesiness when it comes from other teams?
Well, I don't think you can really counter a cheese because you just don't know about what they're going to do exactly, right? That's the cheese. So if you know what the cheese is, then that's not a cheese. So they need to make sure that it's something that like you don't expect. Otherwise, it's just not a cheese. And we did expect the Evelyn. Yes, maybe we didn't expect the Zed and the Tryndamere, but it's not like we never played against these champions, right? So I felt like as long as, again, we play our game, it should be somewhat fine. And enemy didn't do any crazy pathing or any crazy plays throughout the game, except for like diving BB twice, which is something that we could have maybe prevented, but it's fine. He can die, it's okay.
Now, you guys have such a good start here, MSI, you know, pretty much a dream start. You haven't dropped a single game. Kind of at the halfway point now of the first stage of the tournament for you. What's been your biggest takeaway from playing against Order and EG?
I mean, I think that EG is actually getting a little bit better game by game, right? I feel like they were shaking really, really hard when we played them first time, and I feel like right now they tend to shake a bit less, at least against Order. For Order, I think our first game was harder because we were kind of shaking. I mean, we were not really shaking, but, you know, we got solo kills a little bit and we got caught a little bit, right? We are still not really playing our best game. There is many, many things we have to improve on for Rumble stage, and it was rather expected that we are going to make it to Rumble stage, so I think this is where the tournament really starts. I feel like the group stage is more of a for fun thing where most of the top regions will make it out, and then, you know, we will really battle it out.
Speaking of EG, I had a quick chat with Inspired earlier, and of course he's played against you many times. And his thoughts on the new kind of G2 roster, at least for him, is that you guys are very similar to the way you were before. And I quote, he said, they're kind of just caps and 4 players. How would you like to respond to that?
I mean, I don't really mind, right? I think as long as we play our game and we play to win, I think it's gonna work. Of course, Caps is one of the star players in our team. He's performing very, very well every game. So if that's how people see G2, I don't have a problem with that. Because when I look at Evil Geniuses, I just don't see anything.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jankos, for joining me. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And that is it for this group. For now, I'm going to throw this back to Dracos and the analyst desk. Over to you.
Thank you, Jankos. I was nervous. We started so PR with that intro. I was like, fire back! If he was in Europe, you would have obliterated him with trash.
He was just so kind, and then he was like, I don't see anything. I was like, oh, there's the... Yeah. Hit him with the steel chair.
Yeah, I like that. The elbow drop. Let's get him. Jankos
that's hype. I love that.
Enough about these teams. Enough about this group. We'll get to see them later. Up next on the schedule, we've got our third match of the day, PSG versus the Istanbul Wildcats. Let's talk a little bit about this game. Istanbul Wildcats versus Red yesterday. I think absolute banger. One of the most fun games that I have seen so far this tournament.
And this is a very exciting group. Normally, you would think that PSG from the PCS would just advance, but because they got slammed by Red, it made this game even more interesting when Istanbul Wildcats was able to pull out this clutch late-game team-fighting win. It was actually very back and forth, and then in this fight, they kind of just had a little bit of superior scaling and were able to bring it home.
Yeah, especially when we saw how the other game went. Starscreen really got shut down. I felt that Red played the other game incredibly well, but it came down to these team fights, and often the story for the Wildcats has been the Holy Phoenix show. You know, you funnel resources into him, you give him the gold, and you give him the carry, and when it comes to late game fights, he'll be able to pull you through. But I feel like that we do really see the collective team play effort from the Wildcats, where as a group, they are very strong team fighters, and if they get to that point in the game, they can definitely contend.
And this is such an important game to me, too, because now, taking a look at the scorelines, of course, if TCL win here and they shut down PSG, suddenly they start to look like the front runners. However, if PSG win, it looks exactly just wide open group completely, because everyone's expected to lose to RNG. Upset there somewhere later in the day obviously changes the dynamic of the group completely, but for now, it just feels like an all-out brawl between these teams at the bottom.
Yeah, everyone expects RNG to move on. I think high chance they go 6-0. If IW win this game, they go to 2-1, but most importantly, they would knock PSG to 0-3, which is a possible pit to climb out of, but very difficult. So just no one would have expected them to be in this position going in, even just 1-1 versus 0-2, more so because of the 0-2 from PSG. They've also put Hanabi back in.
Which is interesting, but I think sadly doesn't inspire confidence. Feels more like they're just trying to find something that works. And for their sake, I hope that they can find something that they can show us more than what we've seen so far on stage. But it is certainly dire straits for the PCS. Let's hand it one more time to our friends Medic and Goldberg to get us into the game.
Thank you very much, Dracos. Dire straits, obviously, we'll be looking for Phil Collins in this game to see how well he does. It's going to be a fun one. As they said on the desk, huge match for both these teams. PSG looking for their first win of the tournament after making it to semifinals at MSI last year. I think a lot of people would have expected more from them, but you have to remember the changes this team have made. Yuhan and Bay have not synergized with this team as well as River and Maple did.
And when you say that, it's not necessarily the fact that this jungle mid synergy is no longer like very good together. They played on the same team before coming.
Together.
Exactly, Academy.
Sorry, yes, Academy.
Yeah, that's a very important distinction. But they still had the synergy going for them. But you're right, like the shoes they had to fill coming into this roster was, you know, quite big and almost impossible, specifically when you think about the style River used to have, like how aggressive and how strong he was to play for. It's not really something they've been able to leverage this time around. But I did think stylistically that this roster would be better at doing what Kaiwing loves to do in the support role. I've always looked at Kaiwing and thought he was like a diamond in the rough. His roam timings, his aggression last year on the Thresh, he was absolutely phenomenal. But it always seems like they kind of default back to a more different style as well. They seem a lot more disjointed as well. I'd love to see with Hanabi now coming in, they try and replicate what they did in playoffs, which was more a front-to-back team fight kind of style coming through. Hanabi was used to like gangplank and all this in the past, but leading into playoffs, he became more of a tank, and Yuhan became more of a, okay, let me play for bot side instead of top side instead. And if they can replicate some of that success today against Wildcats, well, maybe they'll be looking better, because this is two teams that did not get the start they wanted to the tournament.
But Wildcats taking down Red Cannons yesterday was a big win for them, especially since the start of that game looked a little bit dicey. The middle of that game looked a bit dicey at times as well. But Seven really stepped up, in my opinion. His constant ability to hit charms, alongside that Holy Phoenix just having so much more free time on that backline to rain down the damage. Holy Phoenix is always a guy you talk about when it comes to the TCL, and it's been a while since we've seen him on the international stage, but so far he has drawn 3 AD carry bans in both the first ban phases he's had. So obviously teams putting respect on this guy.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, even even from the side of Red, they threw 4 bans at him, coming in with 1 extra ban in the second ban phase. So yes, this is a guy that is most certainly the hyper carry coming into this team as well. And you know, I've been speaking with Jinsu a lot, our lovely interview lady for this tournament so far. She loves this team, and she has so much passionate stuff to say about it. It is all about the bot lane. And Farfetch, you know, a support that has received some flack as well this time around, he's looked better. He's looked more comfortable with Holy Phoenix. It's no longer just the fact that Holy Phoenix is the one carrying these team fights or these laning phase. It's actually like, as a duo, they are looking stronger. And I think we saw some of that in day 2 as well, despite Farfetch having a little shaky game on the Nautilus. But that just seems to be the nature of Nautilus at this tournament.
It definitely does. Nautilus seems very much sink or swim, and there's been more sinking than swimming recently. And coming back to that point about just the Wildcats being really loved in Turkey at the moment, it feels like this full Turkish lineup with no imports. You know, we had Balulu in the past, we had Korean imports in the past in Turkey. Like, the region has rallied behind them, and picking up the win yesterday against Red is huge for them, especially if they can continue their winning ways here, because then they're at 2-1. Red only have 1 win, PSG have no wins. You're looking very much like you're getting through to the Rumble stage.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like it so far. Let's not forget that there's still a second round robin to be played against Red and all the others, so the adaptations will be able to come through. Coming in with an Ahri first pick to no one would seem like a surprise at this stage so far. Just a strong champion to gain priority, strong skirmishes. There's not really anything she lacks at the moment. She's just all in all strong pick coming through. It does allow you to go in the other champions like Vegas, as we've seen in the past. That will allow for you to have stronger skirmishing, punish team fight compositions with shorter range, but they seem like they want to answer aggression with aggression, coming in with the LeBlanc. And when we usually see LeBlanc, we want to see a strong 2v2 from the jungle coming out with it.
Yeah, we'll see where Ferret decides to go with the jungle here. Of course, Ahri alongside a strong jungler as well does give you that early game 2v2. The charm into some CC can do a lot of work, and we'll see where Juhan decides to go when PSG get their second rotation in. For the moment, though, LeBlanc alongside something like a Lee Sin would be very strong. Instead, Istanbul Wildcats decide we're going to prioritize making sure Holy Phoenix is on something where he's comfortable.
I can understand this because you go into the second ban phase without having picked an AD carry. You know this Tristana is just going to be taken away after his performance from yesterday. It also allows you to get a counter pick on 3 here on right side if that's what you're looking for. You already got a decent matchup into the mid lane. Now you can get a decent matchup from the support point of view as well. Unless from the side of PSG, of course, they decide to go with an AD carry for themselves here, which would prompt the likes of Wildcats so far to hold on for that until this 4th pick instead. So I'm actually expecting AD carry to come through here in response. Then we'll probably see a jungler from the side of Wildcats, and then we'll probably head into the second ban phase after that. But let's see what they want to play for. Is it facilitating, or is it something Unified can carry on?
Well, Unified's looked towards the Xayah yesterday. He did go the lethality build, which I think we all feel has been pretty nerfed on 12.8 and 12.9 side, and we'll see if he decides to continue along that route. But at the moment, instead, will be a top laner for Hanabi. Gnar, one of his signature picks. Very good at it, gives you good team fight pressure as well, which is something we were talking about.
It's interesting though, because to me, and at least from what we saw at the LCO playoff, or not LCO rather, but the PCS, Unify had an incredible damage percentage. I think it was 32% of the team coming through. He is the carry in the team fight scenarios. So now being in a position where in the second ban phase you can get banned out further and specifically into a bot lane like Holy Phoenix and Farfetch is to me a little different from what I would usually see PSG succeed at. But obviously having something Hanabi who's been aggressive in the past, not so much this season, it is still something you can play for instead on the top side, although you have blind pick Gnar that does give some counter matchup over to Starscreen instead.
It definitely does, but because Wildcats have decided to prioritize getting their support in the Nautilus, now PSG have the option. We'll get rid of some of those strong picks in the top lane. You know, maybe remove the Camille, make sure that they don't get that aggressive top laner for Starscream, maybe get rid of the Aatrox as well. Xayah taken away by Wildcats. They are really pinching that AD carry pool because PSG decided instead to look to top on that 3rd pick on blue side.
And I honestly wouldn't be surprised to also see a Kaiser ban come through here as well, just due to the fact that we've seen some play from it. If you know they're playing up towards the top side, or if that's what you're theorizing, then Jhin ban could work as well. But once again, it just goes back to the fact that because PSG waited, now in the second ban phase, Unifies is going to be struggling a little with the champion pool at least.
Things like the Kaiser, as you say, the Jhin, the Ezreal is still an option. We've seen Vayne as well, although perhaps into that composition you wouldn't want to play Vayne too much. But PSG are focusing down those top laners, getting rid of the Gangplank. Leona, the second banned by Wildcats. They leave the pool in terms of AD carries relatively open. You've got 2 or 3 there that would still be in sort of the higher pick priorities so far at MSI. PSG, though, now probably looking towards... there's a possibility of a jungle ban here if there's something you're really scared of. You could get rid of an early skirmishing jungler like the Xin, even the Viego as an option. Viego LeBlanc can do a lot of work, and there it goes.
There you have it, Medic. Nice shout out from that point of view. And now it's up to see what Wildcats will be putting in the counter pick position. Obviously, your top lane already knows he's going up against the Gnar. Your jungler knows he's in a position against the Lee Sin. And that is just going to be a Volibear coming through over from the side of Ferry, the champion we haven't seen all too much of, but once again, great facilitator. And if you want to play down towards the bot side, if you want to play for the mid 2v2 with the jungler, definitely a strong skirmisher in the early game.
Oh, definitely. And for people wondering, like, why did they pick jungle here? Why didn't they pick top when they already know what top laner they're playing against? The answer is, a lot of junglers aren't that dependent on the enemy composition. You pick a jungler to do something like, do we want early ganks? Cool, something like a Volibear works well. Do we want a tank? Volibear also sits there. But top laners can be really shut down by the entire enemy composition rather than just a couple of pieces.
And to round out the composition from PSG, I'm thinking like either we go with the Renata route where you get a little bit of an Enchanter next to the Aphelios, or you go for the Alistar to kind of just beef it off into the Nautilus. Picking Rakan into Nautilus would be a bit scary due to the fact that Nautilus CC is incredibly good at shutting him down. And yes, it is just going to be the Renata route coming through. I think those were the kind of 2 options you had from PSG. Obviously, they synergize incredibly well. The extra movement speed and attack speed you get on the bailout from Aphelios, you don't always need to die. Just having that on top of you in team fights is incredibly scary. And Renata is a great peeler. She loves to kite back as well. The same does Aphelios, so it's just a good stylistic. But let's see what the composition gets rounded up with. And there you have it. Because they now know, oh, they have an enemy in the AD carry pod, that's going to be their strong carry. Let's just get the long-range ultimate to come through from the side of On with the engage, with the follow-up as well. Goes back to the point you were just speaking about, Medic.
And the low mobility in the AD carry as well. If this is something like an Ezreal, perhaps you don't go On there, because Ezreal can always just jump away. Gale Force, still an option for Unify, but we'll see where he goes in terms of itemization as the game goes on. So, Goldberg, we have our compositions lined up here. What are we feeling? To me, I'm not really seeing any of that split push shenanigans. I'm seeing 2 compositions that really want to go head-to-head in a 5v5. fight.
Yeah, and I'd agree with you. I think from the side of the top lane, you know, Na is going to have some priority on just due to the fact that he's ranged. Usually Joe comes through in the first 3 levels or on level 3 instead when you get agency to your W, some more mobility, so On doesn't have a good trade back. In the mid lane, it's going to be interesting because Ahri with the charm can stop the distortion coming through from the LeBlanc. So it's about playing it cleverly around the waves, so there's at least a minion blocking you, but then that comes down to precision. But obviously, the fight for push in lane, the fight for the skirmishes, going to be very important.
Every game is about jungle.
But even more so, I think, here.
Definitely.
Because last game at least, if we take a look at like Order versus G2, right? You know, there was an Evelynn, so it's very much about, oh, let's go in and counter jungle it instead. But this game, Lee Sin, Volibear, they want to do the same. And the same with Ahri here. Like, if you can win the 2v2 in the mid lane, you get yourself ahead there. You're shutting 2 people down. You're opening up the map pressure even further to move it down towards the bot side. If you succeed with the 2v2 in the mid lane for Wildcats, and then you move it down to bot lane, they're going to be in so many troubles from the side of Unified and Kaiwing. So let's see how the early game plays out, because stabilizing or getting ahead is going to be incredibly important.
Very much agree with you there. Big game for both these teams. PSG sitting at 0-2 after their 3rd PCS win in a row. They have struggled here on the international stage to really make a name for themselves, but Wildcats definitely an opposition that they are eyeing up as a possible win. We talked a little bit about the change in style for PSG coming into playoffs, and I think we see that evident in this game as well. In the regular season, they were dumpstering folks in lane. They were all over the map, just absolutely dominating through the first 14 minutes. And then in playoffs, they moved much more towards this slower, teamfight orientated, scaling style. And I think we see that in their composition here.
Honestly, I had such a hard time reading what PSG was about, but specifically because you're mentioning what you are right now. Like, how do you suddenly just slow down as a team compared to what you did in regular season? And I also think that's why they've had some of the losses here. I actually think they digressed a little bit in terms of what gives wins in a meta like this, and specifically at this MSI meta as well, where it's so much about these early skirmishes, the small team fighting as soon as you hit 6. That's why we see Wukong be so prevalent as well, right? That's why we see the Jarvan still come through, because getting a laner ahead in the early game is much easier to play up for than playing on the open map like the Twisted Fate that we've seen some teams falter with.
A bit of damage in the bottom lane. Early ward from Unified and Kaiwing. Hook coming in from Farfetch as well. He's got the Glacial Augment, so no shield for him, no aftershock for him. Cleanse coming out from Holy Phoenix. Unified ticking away. No cleanse, but does have the heal now. Summon a spell advantage over to the PSG bottom lane.
Oh, but at least with the range advantage into support pool here from Kaiwing into the melee of Nautilus, you will get the push first. You can only really play when you have the hook. If the bot lane of Wildcats now got level 2 first, could have for sure tried going in there, but yes, Unified is looking low, but he's got the Sephiroth, and he still has heal. So from the side of PSG, still in a comfortable position.
In a really good position. And Kaiwing actually going for the Spell Thief's Edge here on the Renata. Sometimes we do see Relic Shield just for that little bit of extra tankiness, a little bit of extra sustain in the lane. But when you know you're playing into a melee matchup like this, you just have so much more time to auto-attack, harass, to harass with your E, and it becomes very difficult for Farfetch and Holy Phoenix to step up.
Okay, so junglers right now, both of them are pathing down towards the bot side. Wolves have been skipped so far from Ferret. He's going to be taking the blue buff, and he's got 2 decisions. Either you can move down towards the bot side, you can try and skirmish there, see if you can get them. I don't think that's what he's going to be doing, because they're crashing the raid right now for PSG, which means a slow push will come back. So I think he's going to try and path up towards top side, knowing on the side of PSG that Volibear path bot. Maybe sometimes they'll think he's gone for a reset, and we've seen some teams then mistakenly thinking he's on the bot side, then die on top side instead.
For the moment though, Ferret decides against doing, as you say, his Wolves and his Krugs is going to path down towards him. Means his gank timer is a little bit earlier than Juhan's. Handshake back from Kaiwing. Flash forward. Kaiwing locked up. Has to try and flash away, but can't escape. The chase is on. Ferret there. Kaiwing bursts to fall. Farfetch takes the kill. Juhan, you're not going to follow that one in.
And there you have it. I just stand corrected immediately. I thought for sure as a bot lane you would know you would need to have the slow push because Volibear is coming through. But they disrespect the fact that Ferris has skipped the Wolves camp, skipped the Crocs camp. Because of that, he's there earlier and he's shutting down a bot lane who's already used some summoner spells.
And Kaiwing not respecting the flash on the hook initially as well. Obviously not the easiest of reactions to do, but because he got hooked, perhaps thinking Juhan would be there in time. Juhan now will be losing his Razor Beaks. Farfetch shadowing here. It's smart from Istanbul Wildcats, making sure that if Juhan was here for the fight, they would have a man advantage, as you say, don't do it. And it will be stolen by Ferret.
And that's what they gain, you know, that he helps out the bot lane helps him out a little bit, trying to get some counter jungler come through. And then that extra pressure has now led to Seren being just shadowed a little bit while he's pushing in the wave. There's not much that PSG can get on the other end. Yes, you can try and move into the enemy jungle, but the Raptors have not respawned yet. So Juhan, he's going to have to settle for Skullcrab.
Farfetch doing the right thing, as you say, shadowing his mid laner, making sure that wave pushes in, can use the relic shield stacks. It does steal a small amount of XP away from the.
Do you know how many mid laners cries about that? It's just like, I'm
as
just
two
here to
support
help.
mains, we've been there so many times. Farfetch will be spotted here, as will Seren. Unified and Kaiwing, no summoners between them, but they do have Gravitum. And even though they're only level 2, with this wave pushing in, we'll see if Wildcats want to go for the full dive. Double TP is available from PSG. Bay in a position to TP in. Level 3 now hit. There's the first TP. Graviton propped on Holy Phoenix. Handshake back. Double stun coming in. Bay looking for the chase flash. Charm just short. Seren dives in once again with a distortion. Ferret trying to get away. No flash, remember, on that Volibear from the initial play. PSG, though, able to react, do have to burn a TP to do so.
And that's the thing, they continue.
Holy Phoenix diving in, they don't know Shuhan's here. A great charm onto Holy Phoenix, he'll get one, but he will pay for it with his life. And now the chase is on. Good dash from Seren, just away from the handshake, but Yuhan with the safeguard forward to a minion gets a double on the lead.
And there we have it, that gives you priority. So the TP initially was wasted, they didn't get anything out of it, but then Wildcats, they opt in for the hook, they think they see a kill, but even then, Bailout was available, so if you killed Diari, it would just be traded back immediately.
Actually really like the movement as well from Hanabi, comes towards the mid lane, make sure that's waves pushed
Really
in.
good shifting.
Yeah, really good shift from Hanabi. He'd already shoved in top wave on not the quickest wave clear, not the easiest wave clear, so he had to catch it towards that top side, and because of that then, Zhuhan knows he's got a bit of free time with the wave underneath the mid lane to invade. He steals away the Razor Beaks, and it's this knock-on effect, the dominoes that happen after you make a play like that. You lose tempo on the map, and this is what we mean when we talk about tempo.
Yeah, 100%. But initially, I actually really liked the rotation from Wildcats. I thought it was clever getting the TP out. I think it's the re-engage where you overcommit a little bit that it goes wrong. If you don't make that, well, you're still going to be ahead. You wasted TP, and they wasted a lot of time trying to go down and defending the bot side, as you can already see. With the jungle having to go down on the bot side, it doesn't matter all too much, but the routing currently from the side of Ferret is, rather on the opposite side of the jungle, of course, from the PSG, is that he's on the top side. They're respawning on the top side. So having to go down on the bot side, waste a couple, like 20, 30 seconds. So going out here, not re-engaging, that would have been great. You stopped them in terms of efficient pathing. Because you didn't, well, this is what happens.
And I think Farfetch just sees the bailout fall off Bay there and thinks we can burst him. Tristana can jump back out. We're in an okay position, but the reaction for PSG is good. Call of the Forge God used in the top lane there. Maybe just to stop Hanabi from backing the wave. Not in the best of shapes for him. Ferret is up here, only level 4 currently on the Volibear. A little bit delayed, of course, in his jungle clear. And Hanabi with the wave in a compromising position for him. Just wants to be close enough to get the XP, maybe step forward, get a minion here or there.
Would have actually loved to see Ferret get aggressive, try and counter jungle on the blue side. You can already see on the minimap some great vision coming through from Wildcats. But since they didn't have the intel on where Juhan was on the map, could have just walked into him, and so they decided not to opt into it. And now they're on the bot side where Juhan's the one with all the vision. So knowing these members will come in, he doesn't have a ward.
Yeah, so he had a control ward in his inventory. I think he was trying to wait to see if he could let the warding totem come back up in time to jump across, but invests 75 gold to make sure he doesn't give the enemy team 300, and that is a worthwhile trade in my opinion.
Yeah, and so far you can just see it, right? They're playing on different sides of the map. You take a look at the bot side of the map, that's where PSG has lit all the vision. Up on the top side of the map, well, that's where Wildcats has all their vision so far. So it's going to be interesting to see now with Ferret. Can clear up the red buff, can try and look towards the top side, skirmish a little bit. Hanabi, he's going to have to play cleverly and have to make sure that he's not put in a position where he's able to get capitalized or get pushed upon him when Seren finally gets that pressure in the mid lane.
You see Starscreen as well going for the Warden's Mail here in the top lane, just trying to negate as much damage from that Gnar as possible. Often you see a Barmy Cinder first on the Ornn for a bit of that wave clear, but here the extra armor when you're playing a ranged into melee matchup just makes more sense, means that you're not getting chipped away as easily by your opposing laner. 8 minutes in though, pretty even between these two teams, not a lick of gold between them, you know, 100, 200 here or there, and although PSG had a good reaction down towards that bottom side, it's Denver Wildcats very much in a strong position themselves.
I like what PSG is doing here though, because when you hit the 8-minute mark, supports will usually go up towards the Herald, but they've outlined from this, and because of this they can keep the pressure up towards the bot side. They're forcing the hands of Wildcats, saying, well, you can't use all the members on the top side trying to get the Herald, but now that they then spot the jungler Yuhan on the bot side, they can just start it off with Ferret instead.
Aphelios with good guns there as well, unified with the Crescendum, that white gun. The closer you stand to a tower, the quicker you auto-attack. So you could just stand right next to it, auto. It becomes very easy for you to take towers down. Yuhan looking for something here.
That's
good
great.
Pull back. Farfetch going to have to try and survive under the tower, but there's 4 people here, and Yuhan gets his 3rd of the game. Jumps away, dies! He dies to the final tower shot. and the Ignite ticking away. Farfetch will take it 7. Yeah, that's not how you get over a wall, my friend. And just couldn't quite jump across, but still good play there by Istanbul Wildcats to answer with a kill of their own.
But crucially, it's Farfetch that gets the shot down. So now knowing that Juhan can get aggressive where he no longer has a shot down upon him, where it's the support that has collected up on him, you really don't mind that 1-for-1 there. You still get the plating, you still... I mean, you lose to Riftel and you lose to Drakes. You know what? I take back my statement. From the side of Wildcats, they're super happy about this.
Because 2 plates already down when this fight begins, Gullborg, and you can see what they're trying to do, but the damage from Holy Phoenix is actually absurd. Perhaps not expecting him to stay around and fight.
And there you have it. Yeah, it's just a blast coming through. Bailout's not really going to do anything with no champion around you to clear up the kill. And that's just going to allow, from the side of Wildcats, to get a little bit aggressive. Ferret can give the blue buff over to his mid lane and can start shadowing towards the bot side. Get this gold injection into Holy Phoenix. Get that win condition rolling, as we see from our offering from Wildcats.
You can see Holy Phoenix 500 gold ahead towards that bottom side of the map. The only big discrepancy is Juhan being about a K up himself. Ferret's actually gone for the futures market on this volley. They're just trying to get those spikes a little bit quicker. Currently, Balmy Cinder and the plated steel camps for him. We'll see how they use this Rift Herald, because that's really the next big thing for Istanbul Wildcats and for PSG to try and respond is if you can get this Herald down where you invest the gold, probably towards Holy Phoenix, as you said, and whether or not PSG are able to react and stop you from taking 3 or 4 plates.
So they're slowing down the tempo a little bit. They're making Ferret clear his topside camps, but this allows him instead to just clear the camps, move into Seren's bot lane, force away Bay, and then move it into the bot lane afterwards to try and just come as 4 units, make the Rift Hell play, and then set it up for Holy Phoenix, who's just come off a reset. Question is then, how are you going to react on PSG? I think they're reading the play a little bit by moving Juhan down towards the bot side again.
Juhan already with that gold drink complete. Hanabi's going for the hull breaker here on the Gnar. Of course, has been hit with the Nerf bat a couple of times, but still works relatively well if you want to be in a side lane. Starscreen with the Swag Ignite. Walks away, just rotating through his unsealed spellbook there, wants to get that TP back up. Ferret a little bit caught out, but with the chase on here from Seven, we will see Ferret ulting away. Seven's going to land the chains, but can't stay around. Going in, Juhan able to force him out.
And that's just done on a wave a little too early there. You wait for Seren to get that mid lane priority, you then move it down, then you'll be put in a good position. But there we have it, the rotation we just talked about. 2 members in the mid lane, get the prior, move it down towards the bot side, commit to the Rift Herald play. Once again, it is being read by PSG. Juhan is down here, but this bot lane surge should be sure to fall.
Farfetch pulled back, flashes away. Juhan looking for the kill here. Farfetch though with a good depth charge. Damage coming in from the side. The Gravitum into the chase. Tower will fall, but Ferret now only has the flash to get away and will utilize it. Hostile takeover, very slow. Istanbul Wildcats fast enough to pounce away from that one. Bay goes in with another Spirit Rush. Doesn't have any more charges, but Istanbul Wildcats have felt the bad side of their greed before, and this time, well, they're going to go back in. Charm going in. Seven, of course, can jump back to the Dragon Pit.
But good play initially from the side of Wildcats. The problem is then Farfetch. He seems to be on a different page, and the rest of his teams goes aggressive. They still get the turret, but dying there was really not necessary. Although you still get the map priority afterwards. You can now move Holy Phoenix around the map. You can move him up towards the top side if that's what you want to. It does allow you to still have this win condition as the AD carry that we know Wildcats love to have in Holy Phoenix.
Yeah, they've been funneling Grombus into him all game as well. Holy Phoenix here. Be able to get a lot of the gold out of these plates. PSG trying to react in a 3v4 initially. Farfetch not timing the buffer there on his Q means that he's pulled back by the handshake.
But you know, right, PSG, they knew exactly what the play was. When you have Rift held on, the bot lane turret is already low. There's no way you stop the turret from falling. But them getting a kill, you know, at least it's something.
Yeah, definitely is. Kills are something. Sorry, I totally lost where I was going to go with my next point there. I agree with you. Kills are great. Currently, though, still even between these two teams. Bot lane tower falling does, as you say, unleash Holy Phoenix on the map a little bit. He's got the Kraken Slayer complete, but more plates for PSG down towards this bottom side because Holy Phoenix being moved up towards the top side. Starscreen a little bit late coming down here means that some more gold will be pushed into Bay in that mid lane position. Overall, 1,000 gold lead for Holy Phoenix, but 700 towards Juhan, and Hanabi actually sitting about 900 gold ahead as well on this Gnar.
Yeah, but you mean, you take a look at the Tristana, right? 0-1-3, and he's got 5,600 gold, the most on the map, and it just goes back to what we talk about with Wildcats playstyle. They feed him everything they can. Plating, minions, jungle camps, whatever you can get on the map, he'll have it. It's on the menu, and that has been the win condition from Wildcats. It's this star AD carry that you just play around. You see it as well in the composition. You have the frontliners, you have the front to back, and Holy Phoenix, he's going to be the guy to watch once you finally get these 3 items to come through. He's the highlight player that PSG needs to shut down.
You can see how far ahead he is, just generally 700 gold ahead of the nearest chasing opponent. Ferret here gaining control of the top side jungle as well because he knows he's got the man advantage. Holy Phoenix and Farfetch up here. Tower plates have fallen, but still turret gold very available for Holy Phoenix as he should be able to take down this tower.
And furthermore, if you take down the top lane turret, you can get deeper vision in the enemy jungle on the top side. One snap that's spawning in just a little under 1 minute. Oh wait, second Rift Herald as well. So the deeper vision you can get, the more aggressive you can get from Wildcats, and the more secure it will be to take that Herald. But crucially, there's another objective spawning at the same time. It will be the Infernal Drake, albeit Wildcats don't really seem to priority that right now.
Don't really prioritize getting themselves control down towards the bottom side. I do want to talk a little bit while we have a lull state. You know, people are pushing lanes forward, people are catching the waves. Holy Phoenix is moving around the map, right? Let's have a look at Kaiwing's itemization as this dragon is taken by Zuhan. He has gone towards the Bandle Glass map. And in the last game, we talked about how Renata, or in this game actually, we talked about how Renata can be quite tanky, and in the last game. And Locket is what you tend to see on Renatas. Now, Bandle Glass Mirror could be any of a few items. Shirelia's is always up there. Moonstone, a possibility as well. I've seen a few Moonstone Renatas. But as a Renata aficionado, Gulborg, hit me with your thoughts on why you would change the itemization. And
I'll give you a second to answer that one.
Yep.
Let's see if they actually want to go for the on here.
Why would you change your itemization away from the standard Locket build?
Okay, so I think at least when you have an Aphelios to play for, if you decide to go Shirelia, that has kind of been the key so far. Once you have either the Jinx or the Aphelios, even when you saw Thresh players go for Shirelias, you know it's for that extra movement speed on the Lantern. Starscreen, how good's your weak side? Let's have a look at it.
For the Ghost Charm, just short, good enough weak side. Ghost into Exhaust. Picked off the Summoner Spellbook, and he will lose the tower, but he survives with his...
Yeah, that turret was destined to fall anyway. Now with 2 members down towards the bot side, you know, you have a Rift Herald. You can try to push in that's mid lane now instead. Seren just got top lane priority. He's going to be moving in now as well. Ferret coming through. Question is if Starscreen can have a respawn. He does have teleport. It has become unleashed. So we may see a little skirmish, or at least some posturing from both teams around this mid lane turret in terms of control.
Coming back to the Shirelia's point, I agree with you. I think it gives you a bit more safety for your Aphelios. Unified also gone for the Gale Force here to try and get himself out of some possible engages later on.
Another thing is when you see 2 tanks and you know the team fights are going to be extended, you can't go for a Moonstone. But let's see how this one pans out though. Rift Herald has been deployed. And mid lane turret falls.
Tower goes down. Zuhan flashes away. Everforce across the wall into the charm. They're looking for Ferret. Unstoppable, but stopped in his tracks. Zuhan dives away. Hanabi now on the front line. Infernum doing a lot of damage as well as Starscreen has to flash away himself. Hanabi still on the chase. Another charm connects. Seren dives away, but Starscreen and Farfetch have no such luxury. PSG lose their tower, but win the fight.
Absolute monstrous hostile takeover came through from Kaiwing there. Set PSG up so nicely. Yes, they lose the mid lane turret, but they'll be able to trade it back, and they get a few kills, which enables them to finally get a gold lead in this game.
1,000 gold ahead now for the PCS representatives looking for their first win here at MSI. Last year, they went all the way to the semi-finals, took games off RNG in the Rumble stage, and 3-1 in that semi-finals. So far, they've struggled in 2022.
Yeah, one would say staying around after this one is a little bit too far-fetched here. So initially, good engage coming through. It's Flash, though, the hook coming through. And here's what you hate. As Nautilus, when you get hostile takeover, this extra attack speed, your auto-attack roots your teammates. They can't do anything. Even Holy Phoenix was forced to use the cleanse. So he's not just killing his teammates. When the re-engage finally comes through from the side of Starscreen, they've used everything in the tank. They don't have anything to fight for. So it just ends up being your front laners not being able to get out, and they will get cleaned up.
As part of the power of that hostile takeover, we talked about it a little bit with the Tryndamere, but also with things like the Ornn, with the LeBlanc, with the Volibear who are running into you. If you are in a choke point like that, it's very easy to lock you up. For the moment, though, Istanbul Wildcats still very much in this game. 1,600 gold behind, and PSG now with a little bit more pressure. But you can see Holy Phoenix 2 items. Kraken, Phantom Dancer already complete. If he is given any time in a fight just to auto-attack, he is going to do so much work. Seren, though, good charm! Almost dodged away, but not in time. PSG gain control of a single bush, and with it, take Seren's life.
The reaction was there for Seren, but the charm still stopped the distortion, and thus he was just falling down. And now with members from PSG who's pushed in the mid lane, they can move up towards the top side just to shadow or allow Bay to push in on the turret. They don't really lose anything, but they'll need to be quick about it. They'll need to some members back, because on the next wave that's now coming in the mid lane, that's where Wildcats will look to try and get some aggression on the mid lane turret, but with Hanabi already shifted in there, they won't get what they wanted.
Hanabi obviously very happy to be left alone. Hullbreaker on him, but the rest of PSG want to look for a little bit more action as they chase down Holy Phoenix. He jumps away with the rocket jump. TP's coming in as well as PSG might look for more of a fight. Counter TP used here by Starscream. Has the call of the Forge God. Bay off towards the side. Starscream now a little bit isolated as Fair tries to join his teammate. Bay going in with a charm. No! Stormbringer away. Doesn't get across the wall, but the jump comes back in. Call of the Forge God going in. Suhan gets a reset out of the Bay lab, but still dies to the Orn once again. Farfetch picking up kills left, right, and center this game as Bay dives forward once again. Charmed. Jumped by Holy Phoenix 1-for-1.
But you can see how much both teams wants to utilize their aggression. A little over-aggression though from the side of Wildcats, and now 30 seconds until the Ocean Drake despawns. They're still looking to trying to retain control around the river and the Draken area.
Well, importantly for PSG, they don't have a jungler for 15 of these seconds. Like, he is dead, so they need to have control of this area, because otherwise Istanbul Wildcats could just run it down. No ultimates on the side of the Wildcats, no Call of the Forge God, no Stormbringer, no easy ability to chase PSG down, and all they're doing is trying to delay, trying to wait for Zuhan to be back with his team.
Look at the guns though coming through from Unified. This is incredibly scary. If he starts stacking up the chakrams, having a team fight around this area will be incredibly difficult from Wildcats. They still don't have their ultimates except for Don de LeBlanc.
They know he's there, they know he's alone. He jumped in. Dragging down to
he's got
3,009 to the wall. PSG, can you answer? Long-range Moonlight Vigil. PSG pounce. Ferret down. Farfetch next to follow. You have to feel he'll fall. Zuhan diving forward. Bay following up. Holy Phoenix, no escape. Jump as far away as you like. PSG will hunt you down. A double for Zuhan. A dragon for PSG. Starscream, the last man standing, but not for much longer. PSG with the ace.
They knew he was there. He just didn't care. He had the mega stacked, and as soon as he jumped in there, the cooldown is so low on the now ultimate. He already had it again. He set up the fight beautifully. Crucially, Unified still had the Moonlight Vigil, and once again from the side of Wildcats, they didn't have ultimates going into this fight. It was only LeBlanc, and that doesn't give you anything in the team fight. So when this beautiful ultimate comes through from Hanabi, there is nothing to do from Wildcats. The setup was there, and it's just clean up from the side of PSG.
Great stuff from Hanabi as well to have the Mega Gnar bar ready and waiting in that moment. Jumped over, hit the dragon once or twice, but already had it primed and ready. For anyone wondering why Wildcats knew that Hanabi was there before they had vision, the dragon attacked him. So when you're in that bush, the dragon will attack you. Immediately Wildcats are like, there's someone in there, let's put a control ward in. But they weren't waiting, they weren't ready for Hanabi waiting in the darkness. Look at that spike.
And just like that, a mountain has been built. Almost feels like Mount Everest that Wildcats will now have to climb to get back into this game. Because yes, they did have their carry in Holy Phoenix, but still not on 3 items. And Unified looking on par with them in terms of the itemization, sitting very comfortably on that Gale Force and LDR. Obviously very good against the front line that we currently see from Wildcats.
And it's one of those unfortunate situations where if Holy Phoenix had the 3 kills that are currently sitting on Farfetch, they'd be in a much stronger position. Maybe he'd even be up towards that IE right now, but because he can't just unleash with those auto attacks, he's now currently in the bottom lane with Farfetch, and PSG are just pushing in. 2 ranged minions left in this push. They'll take the inhibitor tower, they'll take the inhibitor as well. Down towards the bottom side, Farfetch caught out, he's dead. As Hanabi gnars him into the wall.
What was he doing there?
Well, Holy Phoenix and Farfetch were pushing out. Farfetch tried to back in that little bush. And then Hanabi was like, hey, no backing on my watch.
But 5 versus 4, and it looks like PSG, they want to continue. 22 minutes into the game, they're looking for an end.
Everfrost roots up Holy Phoenix, he jumps back, heals up, Call of the Portugal coming in again, wants a charm onto Ferret. Hostile takeover finds them all berserk. Holy Phoenix kills off his own teammates as Kaiwing claims the kill credit, and Holy Phoenix can only stand and watch as his team lays wasted beside him. Holy Phoenix trying to do what he can, stunned up once again, back to the fountain. But back to the drawing board, it seems, for the Wildcats. PSG with their first win of MSI 2022.
And it is so dominant this time around as well. Every member on PSG was shining. Very difficult to pinpoint one player you want to call the carry. Hanabi on the Gnar, absolute performance in those team fights. Kaiwing as well with the ultimates from Renata multiple times, finding the best angle from the hostile takeover and the shifting, rotation, the reading of play. Yes, Wildcats were dictating the pace in the early game, but every time they were moving to one part of the map as the first one, the response was there immediately for PSG. trying to pick up a few kills every time an objective was taken by Wildcats.
And the thing for Wildcats is just a few times you're a bit too greedy. You know, a few times Farfetch was a little bit overstepped. A few times you look for a kill instead of just the plates, and because of that, PSG were able to get themselves on the board and fight back. And now this group is really up in the air. RNG obviously far and away the best team. They're going to get first unless something miraculous happens. But then you have 3 teams at 1 and 2. Red, Wildcats, and PSG all sit on a tied scoreline right now.
Yeah, this is for sure the one where the competition is looking incredibly close between these 3 teams. And I feel like this group right here from the smaller regions coming through is going to be one of the more interesting ones to follow as well, because the competition for that second seed is so close.
I actually think Red haven't played yet today, have they?
No.
So they play RNG. So likely 1 and 2. They are currently at 1 and 1. Apologies for my little misstep there. Now, the battle for Group B is heating up, and up next, we have the Red Canids looking for a huge upset against RNG. We'll see if they go 2 and 1 or 1 and 2. Don't you go anywhere.
Nice one.
Gasoline lighters, more fire. Skid tires, blow up dynamite, need more wires. Noise shade to the origami wine. 조용 할 거야 일어나면 그렇게 만들어 평 water. Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Burn it up, burn it up. Take notes. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode, it's a deep grind. Speak gold up at each line. No cheat code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro in this E-town. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real, raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the jump all week, leveled up though. Ooh wee, that's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all bark, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. Yeah, I can't change the culture. I see the hate, so say what you say, cause I gotta watch for the vultures. Boy, I'm too nice, you see the ice, plus I'm only getting colder. You just tryna flex like you got next, really you know that it's over. Yeah, hey, I don't need no co-star, been gone like so far. Plus I'm catching all the rays from the sun, give me power like I'm solar. You cannot catch the drip, yeah, that is unless you're a coaster. And we up, yeah, way up, yeah, they gon' put this on a poster. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Walk tall, see the car, doing nothing small, I'ma be the greatest. Good luck keeping up everything I can, you know what the name is. Plus I've been through the training, straight shot how I'm aiming. Never stop, try to put me in a box, boy, you can never frame this. I am what you might be, too fast and I'm too strong, I might might juke y'all like I'm lightning. Spook y'all like I'm frightening. They ain't never seen it like me. Got my team ready to fire. Ready or not, we letting it go on.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Why have you put an accent on, Daniel?
I was really thinking about the shotgun sound that usually comes in towards the end of this. It always makes me laugh, and then I couldn't think about what accent I was using. So here we are in the actual banger game, to be completely honest, as we bring it in here. Incredible from PSG, just like super, super dominant performance as we take a look at the draft. And honestly, just feels like a complete shift from what we saw in their first two games, which after that loss against RNG, even if it is expected, I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to come back.
Exactly, and everyone handles adversity differently. A lot of O2 teams would implode after starting like that when you were one of the group favorites, but this is the game where you really need to kind of put up or shut up, and it was nice to me to see that PSG was playing with a level of fearlessness. So they weren't afraid of going 0-3, and instead they were going to make plays, like particularly the Lee Sin early prio, and just being able to pull off so many turret dives showed that they were willing to take those risks.
Once again, we see a team that is well prepared in terms of how the Wildcats want to approach the game. A lot of focus towards shutting down the AD carry with 3 AD carry bans once again. They also tried to limit Seren's option too by taking away the Ahri, which I think proved very effective. His agency on the LeBlanc was less compared to what we saw from him on the Ahri. And again, it feels like the main game plan against the Wildcats is deny them as many of their comfort picks as possible and kind of remove a lot of their identity. And even though they tried, I think in the early game, we still saw a lot of great proactivity from the Wildcats, but PSG, as the game went on, just felt like that they were reading play after play. They were answering every single thing that the Wildcats were trying to set up. And I think that they did a really good job of just kind of shutting down everything the Wildcats wanted to do.
Absolutely. I think you're spot on. And I think we've seen this blueprint for success, banning Holy Phoenix out. We've seen the Jhin gone towards, we've seen the Tristana, and it feels like as much as they have been able to succeed, even with those bans, they were clearly much more capable on the side of PSG for shutting them down today. I think we want to take a look at one of these bigger fights here towards the end. It was a beautiful, beautiful Gnar engage that sealed the deal. Of course, there's a lot to talk about in the early to mid game, but this was the fight that feels like finally broke the backs of the Istanbul Wildcats.
Hanabi also had a huge game. It was a little anticlimactic. It felt like at first when he got the Gnar ult into the wall, but it was enough setup to allow the rest of the team to just pile through. And this led to the Baron, which led to the very quick end of the game. And it was actually only like 2,000 or 3,000 gold before this fight, but this one really brought it home.
Yeah. It certainly did. Really nice engage from Hanabi, and like there were a lot of questions around why was he subbed out yesterday. I don't think he's going to be subbed out again. I think that his performance in the Gnar was fantastic, and you know, one of the things we praised the Wildcats for was their good team fighting yesterday against the Red Canids, and today I felt like that we saw a step up from PSG in terms of that team fighting. Of course, a 4-man Gnar ultimate does make a team fighting look quite good anyway. So
yeah. I also think just like one more point on draft. Volibear is very good into Lee Sin, because if he lands your Q, you just press Q and like wait for him to come in, and then you smack him down and do a ton of damage. But I think Ornn Volibear is really bad against top laners like Gnar, because if Gnar even gets the slightest bit ahead, and like with the Hullbreaker, oftentimes those two can't even kill him. So it makes it so impossible to play the map well when the only way you can threaten Gnar out of a lane is to bring an AD carry or a mid over, but when you can't do it with jungle. So I think that really hurt the map play for the Wildcats the whole time.
And just makes it really just a really great game for Hanabi to come back on. He's got a comfort pick. He's got a situation where his champion can thrive. He's able to build a lead. He doesn't necessarily have to be a huge lead or a huge focus, but obviously still able to have that big impact. And as good as Hanabi was, our OP player of the game was Juhan. This man on Lee Sin, absolute monster. We highlighted it at the start of the segment, but his plays across the map alongside Bay were incredible to watch.
Yeah, I think that when we talked about reacting and shutting down a lot of what the Wildcats wanted to do in the early game, I think a lot of it came off the back of him. And there were question marks, of course. The loss of River and Maple were the biggest talking points for PSG. Could they still have a similar performance to what they had last year? And while we haven't really seen much from the mid-jungle so far at this tournament, I think that this is really the game where we saw them step up and actually have a huge impact. So, impressive game from him. I liked what we saw from his Lee Sin, and hopefully the mid-jungle can continue to develop, thrive here at the tournament.
Yeah, overall, clean plays, clean mechanics. Gotta love the Q into Iron Spike Whip, or ulti, Iron Spike Whip, Q, and a second Q. Just like the little things.
Reminded me of Dignitas River.
Why? Why did it remind you, Jack?
I made a rule.
This is the only time I have ever heard someone refer to a player as also the team that they're playing for.
Yeah,
I understand
made a rule.
why.
If something creeps into my head during an analyst test segment, I'm just going to go with it.
Got it.
Trust your instincts.
Well, we got Spider-Man quotes, so I'm not
Yes.
complaining. It's been good.
Yeah.
Did we need the second Dignitas River? Maybe not. But if
it was in there.
If that's the price I have to pay for more Spider-Man quotes, I'll take it. Ultimately, though, with that game decided, in Red versus RNG coming up, let's take another look at the Group B standings, because this is what we talked about. If PSG Talon were able to win, suddenly the group is shaken up, because short of a Red Cannons miracle upset here, we're going to have 3 teams tied at 1 and 2.
It's going to make the final day of this group extremely interesting if RNG can take care of business against the Red Cannons. Because of that triple 1-2, it'll make every game count even more. I'm actually kind of happy this happened because it gives us the most possibility for Spice. And also, like, if PSG is the best team, they will deserve to go out. So a lot of trading of games towards the bottom of this group, unless Red Cannons can pull off a miracle here and beat RNG.
Yeah, it would be very massive if they were able to get a win, separating themselves from the pack just a little bit. But that's not the expectation, and it will set us up for a very nice and competitive game. Of course, that just kind of then is largely determined by the outcomes of today. And when we look at RNG, they have just been a steam train rolling through their opposition. Last year, they went 8-0, undefeated in the group stage of MSI, and right now our expectations are they're looking to do the same thing.
Yeah, and certainly going to be a tough task for any team in Red Cannons. While they did have that first really fantastic performance, obviously a bit of a crushing loss, even if it was a very back-and-forth game yesterday. And now we need to see really what level they're going to come in at, what level of proficiency we'll see from them overall. I've been liking the Jin pick. It's looked really well for Cheetan. He's been hitting those long-range shots, but obviously a couple good picks is not going to be enough to take down the likes of RNG, and I wonder if this is where we start to see something more wacky, something more wild, or if Red really just have that much faith in their fundamentals and their team strategies that they're going to just straight on try to take on RNG.
I think that Red have a pretty clear game plan in a heavy Jin priority for Cheetan, his flexibility in being able to be both strong in team fights, the fact that there are fewer tanks in the meta right now, we're seeing a lot more Gwen up towards top lane, does just inherently make Jin that much stronger as well. And then you also have the, well, I'm going to say like kind of pick style comp that we've been seeing a lot from them. It's part of the reason why they ended up struggling yesterday. They had like the Galio Camille that they brought out yesterday, and before that they had the Jin plus Zoe. I think that basically they're very willing to engage, they're very willing to fight you, but they need to be careful in the early game, because RNG typically, domestically, not the strongest LPL early game team. And that's important.
All those words are important.
Because that doesn't mean that they are a weak early team when you compare them to everyone else on the planet. And I think that they've already showcased that if you do give them a small edge, they will very quickly take absolutely everything for you. So the early game, I think, will determine a lot in the outcome of this game. And the pressure is on Reds in order to be able to hold a very steady, solid early game, or even find ways to get advantages.
Percentage chance, you think, for the crazy upset?
I'm actually going quite low, maybe like 10 or 15,
yeah,
which is pretty unlikely. I do think in terms of a mindset, you just need to play ridiculous in a sense. Like, I want to see them level 1 invade, right? I would like to see them pick very strong early game champions, and then just kind of dare RNG to like actually take a risk against them, because I think a lot of the times when you have like what I'd call just like a behemoth team in RNG, they will say, oh, we can just pick scaling to make sure we don't lose, which opens up the opportunity to have a more effective matchup with a very strong early game team composition, which I think is the best chance for them to win.
And I will say that Red have played the map pretty well once they've gotten that early game lead. I've been very impressed with how they've actually used their early game leads. And yesterday, the main reason why I think they lost against the Wildcats was because they overforced a lot of plays. They would try to go for dives that didn't work. Team fights were incredibly extended. And I think that a very passionate team like the Red Cannons can sometimes get lost in the action and the emotion. And against a team like RNG, you can't afford to do that, because discipline is required. So hopefully we can see that level of discipline that we saw from them in day 1.
Yeah, and this is not like when we saw LNG last year, where they were like getting a little cocky. We got some icons that like this. RNG has been super, super disciplined in draft. And this, they've been treating. It feels like treating every opponent with a ton of respect. They were the first ones to pull out these targeted bans against Holy Phoenix that everyone else is now mirroring. Makes sense, obviously, when he's a star player of the team. But this is not like messing around victory lap RNG.
It's
this
like
is
defending champion. Let's prove that we earned it.
We're here to not drop a game, which is obviously a terrifying prospect for any team to deal with. But we're just going to have to see how it works out for the CB Law and the Red Cannons. We've got some new faces joining us on the desk for the rest of the day. Wolf, Valdez, the cast is yours.
Thank you so much, Dracos and the guys on the desk. We are back here for more games, and boy, Wolf, do we have some great ones. This second half of the day is actually going to be really close and exciting. It should be.
I really think that, you know, unfortunately, the first half of today's games, the schedule was kind of a little bit lopsided towards the favored teams. In the second half, it's still somewhat that way, but I think that fan expectation of what happens in reality in some of these series might be a little bit different, because we're looking at a Red Cannons, for example, in this first game against RNG that have outdone expectations. The Red Cannons that seem to evolve and grow each and every international event that they are a part of. And RNG is trying to speedrun this group stage. They are trying to finish the games as soon as possible. We've seen some mistakes made because of this. We've seen some lack of respect shown, I think, by RNG. And it's not to say that RNG is weaker than expectations. I think that they are just trying to showcase the fastest game time possible, show the least amount of strategy, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that they have had many opportunities to actually play cleaner games than they've shown so far this tournament. And against Red Cannons, as was mentioned by Vedias on the desk earlier, in the early parts of the game, you do need to respect this team, because if they get ahead, they are a strong early game team. RNG often likes to coast through the early mid, win those team fights later on. You find yourself behind, and RNG, it's a best of one. Anything could happen.
Anything can happen, and I think that you got to take these guys extremely seriously. One of the things I love about the Red Cannons is that they're very emotional, either positively or negatively, right? When they lose, when they get knocked out of MSI, they're crying, they show their emotions on their sleeve, and that's great. It actually allows us to really bond with these guys and say, hey, we can feel what you're feeling. It really sucks to be there. But also when they win, it's like, oh man, we want to be there with you. We feel so great for you guys. And how great would it be for them after their big win yesterday to potentially come up here and get an upset over RNG? You can see they're already feeling pretty good, you know, laughs all around, but they do need to bring it to the Rift. That is the most important thing.
For RNG on the other side of things, you know, this is the easier part of the tournament for them, right? And that's why you could see it in their play. They're just trying to get it over with, it feels like, oftentimes. And at the same time, they're trying to prove something at this event, because for RNG, they were not necessarily the favorites to actually be LPL's representative. It was a hard road for them through their playoff bracket. And it was an LPL playoffs, to be totally frank, where anything could have happened. It was a very competitive playoffs. Now they have the opportunity to actually get back-to-back MSI titles, because they were able to take it last year, shake off what happened at the end of Worlds, and kind of go, we are the dominant Chinese team here again. And it starts, of course, in the group stage. And Red Cannons, their third opponent here. Let's jump into the draft.
Jumping straight into the draft, and definitely very curious to see what RNG are going to play today. You know, you were talking a little bit about hiding some strategies and maybe not showing everything. You know, just go for some standard comps. Will we see that again here today? You're going to see the Camille banned straight away. Obviously, at the end of yesterday, there was some talk about a lot of the Camille Galio. Seems like Red Cannons do not want to play into that.
You know what's interesting that Ox brought up yesterday is Wei's Volibear and how they wanted to try to snowball that game. Banned away here right away. Red Cannons trying to make sure that RNG don't play that early game style they've shown us in this tournament, because as was mentioned on the desk, not really their favorite way to play in the LPL. But when you're trying to speedrun a group, you're trying to in these games as soon as possible. You feel like I am the strongest team in this group without a doubt. That's the style of play you're going to go for. Red Cannons could try to eliminate that play, their early game style instead. And yes, Wei, historically not the best volleyball player, but in a tournament like this, it's a great way to just kind of end games quickly. So let's see how the tempo-based play here for Red Cannons comes out as we jump into their final ban here. Camille also taken off the board, another way you could snowball lane. And Gala's Ezreal also off the board here.
So we have our friendly Red Cannons fan there in the audience as the Ahri ban was pretty interesting to me. To ban that away on blue side, we have seen so much value out of just picking that up early, but they say, no, we don't want to go for that early on here, and they will avoid that for now. So they do go ahead and pick up the Lucian. Of course, when you have Xiao on your team, and Gala, of course, can play it, and probably Bin can as well. Like, it's just a great pick, especially it makes me think of Xiaohu's Lucian straight away.
It's in this tournament in particular, it has been a bot lane 2v2 tempo-based pick to try to control the bottom side. But for RNG, you always do iconically think of Xiaohu's mid and top Lucian. As we will see the Wukong locked in here, as well as we're actually going to see Draven for Titan in the bottom side of the map. And he has been the standout player for this roster, 100%. His Jhin has been fantastic. And if he's given the opportunity to carry on this Draven, late game possibilities are endless.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems like they are pretty prepared for this, expecting the Lucian Nami to come out, as this is what should be the bottom lane here for RNG. And very curious to see if Titan's Draven alongside of JoJo can actually challenge this. And once again, seeing the Wukong Prio that does come through for the side of the Red Cannons.
Really early Gwen here is something that we don't normally see actually in the LPL or in the LCK face-up like this, because you have the opportunity to, of course, counterpick the Jace, but against Red Canids here, you don't feel too comfortable, or you don't feel like Guido is going to be comfortable laning against Bin on the Jace and taking that counterpick. So you can actually lock this in early and then wait and respond here in the mid lane. So we'll see actually the Nautilus locked in here for Grevthar. So now this bottom lane is kind of set, but you do have a lot of opportunities to counter-engage with the Nautilus. Lucian is going to be pushing this super hard, going to actually be very aggressive down there. But if you make one single mistake, then things can go awry down there with the Nautilus pick. I do like this.
Yeah, so now taking a look at some of the bans that we are going to see jumping into the second phase. The Jarvan immediately taken away from Wei here, so more bans taken away from him. They do not want to let him get onto the Jarvan. And we'll see what else they decide to go for. I think that potentially trying to ban away Xiaohu can be difficult at times, as the Zoe will be taken away from Grevthar.
I think the Viego is another great ban here, potentially, for Red Cannons. Take that one away from Wei. Anything that could pair with the mid laner here, or mid lane CC, we don't know what it's going to be just yet, is how RNG are going to try to play that early game, get those early kills, get that gold lead. So if you've already focused on the Volley Barret, you've now taken away the Jarvan. I personally would have liked a Viego ban here, but it will be the Graves. Taking away Graves says, I want to take away oppressive vision control. When you're playing a tempo-based comp like the Lucian Nami, you get ahead, you have that Umbral Glaive on the Graves, you take away vision. It's extremely difficult to play against a team like RNG that loves to play around vision, loves to play around brushes. So alternatively, it could have banned the Viego here, but they want to say, this is the best champion at controlling vision right now in this meta. I'm not going to deal with that. I don't want to fall behind and lose the game in 10 minutes.
Yeah, definitely not a bad idea. There certainly is a very scary Viego spot here still for RNG. But let's go ahead and see what Red Canids are going to pick up here first. So potentially looking for a blind pick for the mid lane, or do they just go ahead and counter the Gwen? It looks like they will go ahead and do just that and pick up the Jax.
This is a pretty strong position for Grevthar because he has the opportunity to now counter pick here. You have the Wukong pick for jungle. It's a very strong pick, can counter gank extremely well. And once you find out what Xiaohu's plan is going to be in the mid lane, you can play around that so extremely well. You can play a champion that allows you to play safer. As you see the Galio hover here. Be extremely interesting to see that one with the Gwen, traditionally paired with the Camille that was banned earlier, and it will be locked in. And this gives a lot of opportunity here for Grevthar to play a champion where he wants to outrange, outpoke, and just kind of chip away at the Galio. But this is the Viego pairing, right? You have CC in the mid lane, so now Grevthar needs to play a champion that allows him some control over late game, some scaling. If he feels comfortable, he could play something like a Victor here, sit back, wait for the late game, wait for that Draven, and then survive through the mid game, play very defensively, sit back, lose CS, in fact, in the lane, oftentimes to play safe. That's the pick I'm looking for here, and that's what Grevthar thinks too, it looks like as well. You see the hover come through. Now the composition here for Red Canids, I think if you could stave off that aggression, bottom lane goes all right. You don't end up losing out in the lane. You avoid waves, gank timings. You've got the counter pick on top side. Play around mid and bottom. Play safe, play slow. This is a winnable game here for Red Cans. Draft is much stronger towards the late parts.
Yeah, definitely can be. And when you look at RNG, again, not showing too much. I think that you take a look at this and you can understand it. I believe we are going to have Galio swap to the mid lane. I don't think the Galio Nami lane is happening here at this MSI. Sorry, guys. I know you're all looking forward to that one. Not really, but
I do appreciate the call out though. Like Xiaohu holds it for a second just to remind everybody how great he is on the champion. I do actually like subtle things like that in champ swap.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they have a lot of ways to get stuff going. With the Viego and the Gwen for potential cleanup, and Xiaohu maybe fulfilling a little bit more of that front line role for his team.
It's no secret that RNG are the clear favorites, and it is no secret that this draft is designed to win this game as soon as possible, get a massive lead. But when you go this all in on something like a Galio Viego in a composition like this, if you misstep once, if you make one error, if you overextend in a gank, you end up giving gold to a Victor early, that mid game goes smoothly, or Draven gets ahead, God forbid, in the bottom side of the map, then RNG's late game insurance policies are very limited. In fact, almost non-existent. So it's this is the kind of disrespect I was kind of alluding to in terms of RNG. Like, we are the better team. We're going to win this game as fast as possible.
Yeah, don't necessarily need to show too much, as it looks like we do have a short pause on the stage. We'll get some information about what is going on here. Maybe a little issue over with Grevthar. Not 100% sure at this moment in time. But, yeah, just waiting for this game to start and see if we can get into the action real quick.
Yeah, and, you know, it's so interesting to me, and I don't want to make it clear when I say disrespect for RNG. I don't mean they're actually being disrespectful. I mean that they are going to this group stage almost as if it is a formality. This is a, okay, let's get through these games. Like, I want to, like, right now RNG is thinking, like, which team am I facing in the finals? That's the mentality of a team like this. And they're not looking for anything but a #1 finish, right, at MSI. So I love to see, like, kind of the confidence, the amount of, I don't care about this game. I'm just going to win it as soon as possible. I'm going to play the early game, even though that's not even what we do in our region, sort of style of drafting here.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw that a little bit yesterday, not necessarily with the drafting per se, but in terms of the play style, a little bit of like, oh, okay, well, we're just going to beat these guys. You know, let's just go on in and take them down, but then actually showing some nice opposition where the other teams in the group. So they still got the wins, but, you know, it kind of makes you wonder like, where their heads are at.
I could play a side lane, a macro, and play this game for 5 more minutes, or I could hide in a bush, and if we kill them, we walk down mid and end the game.
And that's exactly what they did.
And that is, I mean, I love to see it, right? And it also could potentially set false expectations going into the Rumble stage and knockouts potentially, where teams who face RNG, who didn't watch the LPL or didn't study as much because they were focused on their route to the Rumble stage, look at these games and go, oh, they're going to draft like this, they're going to play like this, you know, we're going to see Waze, Volibear, et cetera, and then we go to those knockout stages, they do something completely different. And I think that's how you should approach a group stage like this if you are RNG.
Yeah, so for the Red Canids, they're sitting here like, okay, this is our good moment, right? This is our best moment. I think they came out with a very... It's a draft that you can feel like they put a lot of thought into it, right? It's not the opposite way around where they're just like, let's pick Galio and Camille and we'll dive the back line and kill them. It's like, okay, we're going to counter here. We're going to get this late game scaling. We're going to pull out the Draven. We're expecting Illusion. You know, they have counter picks prepared. So it's really exciting for me because if they play their best game and RNG's not, you know, not necessarily into it here to start us off, who knows what can happen.
And that's why I was saying some of these games today feel like, if you look at the names, RNG and Red Canids, you know, you might type Resident Sleeper in the chat, right? But actually, Red Canids are playing some of the best we've ever seen from them as an org historically at this event so far. And RNG is drafting a little bit aggressively away from their style, trying to just not play the best game of League of Legends possible, but the fastest game of League of Legends that they can take to win those games. So an upset here is possible. I wouldn't predict it. You know, if I had to, like, if someone asked me, what's your prediction here, I would never say I predict Red Canids to win this, even if I look at this draft. But if someone said, if this early game doesn't go well for RNG, what are your thoughts? I'm like, well, I'm looking at these champions. I really like the Victor pick. Like, I think Grevthar and I were really aligned on that one. Because you've got side laning options, obviously, with this Jax as well. Draven's going to get stronger and stronger as the game goes on. Wukong can jump into the backline. Lucian's extremely low range. So, I mean, I really like what Red Canids have put together here.
Yeah, absolutely. So a player is reporting that their rune change did not carry over into the game. So tournament officials are investigating to see if that is a game error or the user error. And obviously very important. You don't want to go in there with too many biscuits.
Yeah.
Potentially, unless you like that kind of thing. Yeah, so we just got to make sure that that's all finished. And
I hope it was, you know, it's a weird thing to say, but I hope it was a game error because... I hope we're not going to this game, I don't know, with what would be the weirdest keystone for this, like Conquer Nautilus, like or something like that, you know?
Well, yeah, I think it was Grevthar, so because it seemed to be he was the one that was talking the most with the ref, but don't actually know which player it was, but potentially, you know, some I don't know, some weird stuff on the Victor. I'll have to wait and see.
I've had that in my solo queue game where I'm really thinking about my pick at the last second, and then I'm like, okay, I think this is the right move, and I'm really confident about it. And at the last possible second, I lock it in. I could change my skin, of course. And then I just completely didn't switch my runes, and I'm like, oh no. And then as soon as the game starts, the Korean players are pinging my keystone, like, why did you pick this?
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh no.
They are ruthless. It is for sure. But guys, while we wait for league officials to finish their investigation, let's head over to Dracos, Jat, and Vedius on the desk.
Hello, welcome back to the desk. We'll keep you guys posted as we know more information and have more status updates for you guys. Still waiting for the investigation. But in the meantime, picks and bans. Saw some interesting stuff. And if we can get the picks and bans in front of us.
I was convinced that you were about to go, so in the downtime, we're going to have a game of Jenga.
Jenga would have been fun. Champion quotes. We learned a lot about Gnar today. If anyone's curious about Gnar.
Jat has changed his outfit, but what has he changed?
We're getting creative with the film. We were ready for this. We were completely ready for this. But if I could just draw everyone's attention approximately there on the screen, the Draven pick is what I want to talk about. And I could talk about gameplay implications. But first, let's visit our old friend, Narrative. BRTT, Draven enthusiast. Prodigal Brazilian player. The one to surpass him, none other than Cheaton. Locking it in a clutch game against RNG. They don't write better movie scripts. If they win now, it's the greatest movie. It's like, remember the Titans? Remember the Cheatons? You know? It's like the absolute banger. I just want to put the stakes down. Jazz said 10 to 15%, but that just makes it that much better if they do win.
So I got tweeted at by a fan of the CBLOL who said that BRTT was known as the father and Cheaton is known as the son. And it's because
who's the Holy Spirit?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know if this is true. This is just a tweet. Like, it's going to be complete fiction. You know what I mean?
Tweet at Vedius your favorite narratives from regions he doesn't know.
Things that are completely wrong.
This guy's known as Slappy Pancakes, and he's going to throw it on a broadcast.
The only one I know with certain is like, that's not true about Caps. You know what? I can't say for the rest of the regions, but the thing that I think is really cool is that Cheaton, when he first debuted on the international stage, was supposed to be the next big thing coming out of Brazil. A lot of people were really excited about his rise to prominence. And on his debut, I think what we often see from many rookies is that they weren't quite able to live up to the expectations that are put upon them. To be fair, sometimes fans will put unreasonable expectations on rookies.
Sorry, JoJo and Danny, torchbearers of North American talent.
In Danny's case, he made an insane play. It's his own fault for being that good, okay? But the point I was trying to get at was that on top of having a Draven, which is very reminiscent of course, BRTT, very well known internationally, it's also very tied in with the aggressive bot lanes that we've been seeing so far in the meta. Lucian, Tristana, I mean, we haven't seen Kalista yet, but she's been repeatedly banned. And then there's one more champion that I'm forgetting. Samira is the other one. So Draven, while it is a surprise, it shouldn't really come as a surprise because when we think about like very violent bot lanes that want to kill you, Draven is actually one of the front runners that is actually very good at that.
True. Okay, and of course, an update as we continue here. League officials have confirmed that Grevthar did save his runes, but that the change did not go into the game, so they are remaking the game with the same picks and bans. Those same picks and bans, which you've already seen, are going to happen off air once everyone's loading in. It should take about 4 minutes, and then we will be back into the game. But we've talked about the Draven. I want to shift our attention on the opposite side over to RNG. I think this is the big thing for me is, are they ready for the Draven? It's Galaming. So I feel like it's not like they come from a region where they've never seen a Draven before.
I think they're pretty well set up for it. Unfortunately for the storylines. Like, one thing I think Lucian Nami generally will win every matchup unless they get outnumbered and ganked early. But with Viego Galio as a mid-jungle, that's going to have an easier time of getting control versus Victor Wukong early. So what I said in the pregame of, hey, I think Red Cannon should do something incredibly early game focused, that doesn't necessarily work against Galio, who can just be in the river for the first 5 minutes of the game. So I actually really like what RNG did with their early Lucian Nami and then also having mid-prio to protect it. It looks like they're really set up for success.
I think the thing I'm keeping my eyes on is the Wukong and what impact it can have.
And like how OP it is?
Well, yeah, mainly because I think that Wukong's ganks can be very lethal just because of the creative pathing that he can take with his W. He can circumvent a lot of vision, and also the fact that he is invisible for a short period of time also helps circumvent that same vision. But when you have Victor Galio, Victor can be hyper-aggressive in mid if he wants to be. I always think of Larson as like one of the most aggressive Victor players that I've ever seen in terms of actually being a lane bully on the champ. And then I think about Jax versus Gwen being a highly volatile matchup that traditionally, if left in isolation, I would favor the Jax. But this is a lane that you can heavily influence through stacking waves, repeated dives. Galio is going to be very effective at setting up that like 3-man attack towards the top side. And so I'm curious as to what RNG's game plan actually is, because they have a lot of options in terms of where they want to attack, but so do Red. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see a very violent early game between the two teams. It's just a matter of where are they investing their resources and how do they want to approach the early game.
And certainly I think mid lane is naturally where I'm going to look at, because it's very often where we expect jungle attention early on.
Victor Galio, that's what you're going to look at?
Well, to be honest, yeah, because if Galio wants to go into the wave, normally I'd be like, Victor, set up CC for Wukong, terrible. Like, we have to wait for level 6 before anything is going to happen there. Sure. But he has to move into the wave, and as a melee champion, I think he's more vulnerable to the gravity field than a lot of other champions. And similarly, more importantly, Viego Galio feels like very easy setup. That said, you've heard enough from us. The teams are loading onto the rift, so let's head over to Wolf and Valdez.
Thank you guys on the desk once again. Just ready to get into the game. We really want to see this happen. I'm very excited for the Draven in the bottom side to see if Titan can actually get something going against this team. Maybe it will be a glorious day for him.
Yeah, the sun, as Vedius's Twitter fan pointed out. Yeah. So we'll see if he lives up to it, because, again, he's been the standout player. His Jhin in particular has really been what the focal point for the squad has been so far. But in a draft like this, you're playing up against the Lucian Nami lane. He went a different way. And when you're trying to identify RNG's strength in this draft is going to be the early game, as we've talked about here. I like the Draven because it can also deal with the lane very well, but is going to have a lot of relevance later on, especially if you can cash in some mid-game team fights. So very excited for that as well. It's a champion that we see very rarely in our region. You know, Kumiyusi pulled it out in his first game, which was always very exciting. But it's always one of those champions that when it appears, you think, this is going to be a good game, regardless of result. You know,
generally,
it's going to be a fun one. Let's say
generally, and I believe that Titan can play it well enough alongside of JoJo to get something going and make it interesting in the bottom side, regardless of who they're up against. And Bin right now, he's getting baited into this fight against Ego. He's got Titan and JoJo on the other side of him, and he's just going to accept his death. That's going to be first blood to the Draven in the bottom lane. We are already beginning.
Hey, I said, if this goes wrong in any way, the game gets so hard so quickly. And historically speaking, you think about the CBLL region as a region that doesn't play macro very well. They're a scrappy region. They play team fights well. We've watched the evolution of Red Cannons. We've watched them play a little bit of side laning, some really good vision control, some macro in this tournament. It's not like you go, okay, well, it's a rough start for RNG, but they'll just win out because they're the better team later on. Not necessarily, especially not with these comps. So setting this up early, really nice heads-up play from Red Cannons. Get first blood to Titan. Massive lead for him. Fortunately for Bin, the timing of this allows him to return to lane. If he falls behind against this Jax 2 as a result at the same time, this game really goes off the rails. So at least that part is safe. He's all right.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to make this game extremely interesting right from the get-go. But if you guys want to make your games interesting, do not forget to grab your exclusive Scare Prize Prime Gaming emotes, as we do have a 2v2 in the bottom side. We got Ignite already in here. Gala is getting in that damage onto Titan. And you know what they could have spammed right after that fight? Is the Scare Prize Prime Gaming emote. So make sure you guys pick that up.
Yep. Titan does have that extra longsword for damage here, still has 2 pots he can chug through as well, so that first blood is actually going to really impact how these early trades go, because Gala and Ming want to look for that type of fight here, but the sustain is there, the damage is there, and they're falling behind early, which is not how this lane wanted to go.
Yeah, and you know the interesting thing is we talked about, we might have to talk about this, bit of a 1v1 in the top side. Bin was thinking about getting on in there. Gigo taking some minion damage as well. He is going to be forced to flash away. Hops back in for a little bit of a trade, but, you know, Bin, he's got Ignite in this lane, and now Gigo's down a flash. That could turn into a problem.
Yeah, it's still early levels, really long cooldowns here for Gigo. Now does have level 3. No flash, of course. Bin is going to feel very comfortable with that fact as way.
May not expect this as he's gonna get that smite down with Aegis, and now he's getting on top of Wei, who will have to flash, and he does survive, but what is he going to feel now as Aegis is all over his jungle?
Yeah, flash gone, loses the buff. This is actually a massive turn here in this jungle, and what can be a very volatile jungle matchup here. And what this does is it allows Grevthar, again, to have a lot more freedom, feel a lot more comfortable in the mid lane. He's going to just pass straight down bottom side here as this wave is getting pushed through. The early Nami, Lucian Prio, not working out so far here for RNG in this early game.
Yeah, and he's losing a bit of time here because the wave was not big enough. It was actually cleared up very nicely by Gala and Ming, as we do have another fight up in the top side. This time RNG rotating 3 members up to Gigo, who does not have his flash. He is dead, but how will he die? Who's going to pick up the kill is the question. They're just going to hand that over to Xiao, who they say, yep, carry Galio coming in hot.
Yeah, just unfortunately not able to identify quickly enough that this was happening. It's a very common response to send, you know, your mid laner and your jungler to look for a counterplay on the top side of the map after your jungle is stolen like this, because Wei needs to make up for the lost red buff by coming over here and taking these Krugs. Didn't actually even need to be involved in this kill, but I think that Gigo could have definitely shown a lot more respect there.
We're gonna catch Ming here. They've got Ignite again, and that is going to be another kill, but Chitan is getting pretty low. He's trying to get those autos in, and one knockback could have been enough, and now Jojo, he's up a level on Gala. He is going to be chasing down this Lucian. The hook will be dodged, as he has taken some of that minion damage, but not quite enough.
That's a really important dodge there. He dies.
He's got flash, though, and Gala just stands there in front of the flash Nautilus. That gives the kill away.
That is just a massive amount of disrespect. He's got flash available. You dodged the hook. You just dodged a bullet. You just were able to escape death. You cheated death, and then you just stood in flash range there. 2 kills going over to Nautilus, though. So still the first blood is in Teton's hands. Meanwhile,
okay, they're going to try to get on top of Bin here, but the wave is pushing, so he should be totally fine.
And this is a composition from RNG that is supposed to have a pretty firm control over the early game. They're not an early game team in their region, and they are falling behind. 900 gold, the advantage here at 5 minutes for Red Cannons in a composition that has a Victor, has a Draven. And the only good thing for RNG right now at the moment is that 2 of those kills sit on Jojo's Nautilus and not, of course, on the Draven. To go back to this fight again here as well, I mean, this is so much damage early on for a Draven. Max range here, hook here, and Gala decides to try to go in. It almost felt like it was a bait attempt here from RNG, but when you're this far behind early in the game, you don't actually win these. Now, he just barely dodges the hook. I mean, that was almost pixel perfect. And then goes up here into flash range. And this is
oh man!
I mean, every opportunity he could have had there to actually try to catch up in CS is just gone instantly.
Yeah, it's really rough too, because you know he desperately wants to stay so that he doesn't miss the cannon wave. As we have another fight happening down here, I think that Wei is probably down here in that brush. I believe I saw him earlier. Yes, he is. Shout out to our observers for hiding that one as well. Here comes Xiaohu, who is level 6, but a little bit more obvious than Wei, as he is going to be on this control ward, does clear it out. Just trying to put on some pressure to the bottom side and not let this bleed out as much as it is right now to the side of Red Cannons.
Yeah, this is our big problem. If you do just let this sit at this point, your Lucian becomes less and less valuable. So even though, you know, they're both sitting at 1 and 1, a lot of extra assist goals on the bottom side. We'll see just a Counter-Strike trade here for Bin. But if you could still go down there and turn this one around, Lucian can be right back in the driver's seat, actually, with a good gank. But it's unsuccessful here, which gives free farm over to Grevthar. He's got such an early game.
Oh man, look at the damage though. The empowered autos from the Nami on top of this Lucian, and all it takes is, you know, if Chitan's not in a position to shell back any damage, he's also a squishy 80 carry, and that is the power of Lucian Nami bot.
Yeah, it's just such a powerful combo. We've seen it so much this tournament. Jojo is going to scout out this dragon, but they don't have Prio here to contest.
Yeah. Grevthar doesn't have any mana either, so should just be this Cloud Drake going over to RNG. Nicely pulled back into their favor down into the bottom side of the map.
I think the game plan here for Red Cannons now is to just not take very many risks. You know, you see this dragon, you force a smaller rotation, but you're not going to contest, you're not going to play for that. This upcoming Rift Herald fight, if you can get Prio here, maybe you go for a play there, but only if you know you can take it guaranteed, because you're sitting 300, 400 gold up right now against Lucian Nami comp with a Galio involved, and you know, you have the side laning power that Gwen does as well, because you have this Jax, you have the late game insurance policy of the Victor. And as long as you don't give RNG back control of the game, as long as you don't serve them up an easy one, then you're still feeling really comfortable right now as Red Cannons. So just minimize risk is going to be the name of the game. As Rift Herald is up here, they rotate JoJo up. Greftar is going to have some prio. And they won't even have to fight for this one. And this is great news. RNG just really not going to be able to get anything cross-mapped for this because Titan is just down here. Now, if he dies, that's one thing, but he's going to be all right.
Yeah, and Gala's not even level 6, so it's not even like he can put pressure on with any kind of culling to force Titan out of the lane. So this is, as you mentioned, it's a free Rift Herald going over to the side of Red Cannons. They lose basically nothing by picking this one up, and they will be very happy with this trade. So you're talking about Macro and CBLOL and Red Cannons. I really want to see them get it into a lane where they've got some plates down, really try to push the envelope here. Even though they do have a nice amount of scaling, I think that getting ahead of RNG early will do them a really big benefit in this game.
Oh, absolutely. And the places you could drop it, obviously mid and top, it's probably going to be easier to drop it here for Greftar.
A little bit of a play, but yeah, it's just going to be a flash out of Greftar. He does lose that for now.
If they could give Greftar that extra gold early, it's going to make the upcoming Drake fight so easy to pull off, whereas Jax is going to be pretty self-sufficient in this game.
It flashed on in with the Counter-Strike, but Xiaohu is here, which will mean a dead Gigo almost definitely. There is the taunt. He does go down. Let's see the response out of Red Cannons on the bottom side. This tidal wave is getting so much value as Wei gets in there. He is going to turn into Nautilus, and even the knockup is not enough, but Titan does pick up 1 kill at least on the bottom side of that fight. Gala, he's looking for more, and he will be able to take out Titan on the backside of that as well.
So massive plays on both sides of the map here for RNG. Fantastic tidal wave from Ming is really what does it here, as Greftar is going to come over here and try to defend this turret. Galio going to get that free push. Top side is going over, and things got very bad, very fast here for the Red Cannons, because the lead they had, the control they had, and how much of a safe place they were in to kind of coast through this mid game is now kind of all washed away as the gold lead completely swings now back over to RNG's side. And it's plays like this, unfortunately, for Gigo, where he's getting actually just out-mechanicked by Bin in the top side of the map that are costing them so big. Nice dodge here on the Counter-Strike, forces a flash. Now Gigo's flashless, can't get out. Xiaohu's already here for the play. That's an easy taunt finish up for the kill.
We got another fight. This is JoJo against Bin. Not going to amount to too much, as we do have a bit of a lane swap from the side of the Red Cannons, trying to get Titan into a little bit easier of a lane, but RNG should be able to respond to this, and you'll note that the gold lead, even with this Rift Herald, it hasn't been dropped yet, yes, but still, things have gone massively in RNG's favor for the last 2-3 minutes of this game, after a couple of team fights did go in their favor. Xiao was easily able to roam up to the top side in Hero's entrance to help out with the 1v1, whereas Greftar, without a flash, he doesn't really have any prio. There's no vision really around mid. He couldn't warn Gigo, and I think Gigo just needs to know that, hey, there's a Galleon on the Rift. My Victor can't really do anything to help with that. So even with that, Greftar was late to the bottom side play as well, just because he doesn't really have a lot of control over this lane after he lost his flash and wasn't there on time. So Titan is able to get one plate, but what else is he going to get? He's going to eat a death. That is what he will receive. Gala picks up yet another kill
as well.
Yeah, he's pretty much dead here. We got Needles coming in as well. No flash for him. No vision on the bottom side. And now RNG are beginning to start the steamroller. They're revving it up.
Okay, Aegis and Dojo, though, in this brush. Not going to look for an engage here. Unseen. But, oh no. This is greed. I mean, this is the greed getting punished. I mean, there's no way out, right? You know, in this case, if you're in that brush, you stay that long, like, you're dying one way or the other, or you get lucky and they don't see you. And this game, unfortunately, this is one of those tragic games of League where you really feel like, oh, okay, man, an upset might potentially be on the way. Like, Red Cannons actually had these kind of free advantages they shouldn't have been able to take, and they were looking golden. And then a few critical mistakes back to back, and suddenly it's back in RNG's hands. And I don't want to say this is a lost game right here. It's not hopeless yet, but man, you got to feel so bad with the lead you had before.
Rift Herald has to be dropped down here. It was timing out, and they do have some vision in here. They should be able to at least pick up a couple of plates, but that's about it, right? And most of it will go over to Aegis, so the two of them will just back away. They do not get the first turret. They do not pass go. And, yeah, I mean, I guess they should be able to pick up this Infernal Drake. That is something. You know, we talked about some of the scaling they have in their composition. Maybe you pick up one Infernal. A couple of mistakes from RNG here and there, perhaps you can pull this game back. But again, you know, some of the decision-making we have seen hasn't been indicative of them being able to do that, as we do have a double taunt coming in here. That is going to be the end of Titan and the end of Gigo as well. Double kill for the side of RNG now.
Yeah, this is really starting to get off the rails. The lead that they have now is so strong, and Lucian is actually relevant because it looked concerning, like, okay, maybe Gala is actually not going to be able to have any sort of power in this game. And with several back-to-back kills coming through, some really nice ultimates from Ming as well, now he is actually a terror on the map, and he can actually push several lanes. He can threaten wherever he goes. Wei, also 3 kills to his name, has his Divine Sunder online. And Red Cannons aren't even safe to farm necessarily. Aegis is actually kind of playing cleanup. He's trying to follow the action everywhere, but they're losing out now suddenly in all 3 lanes. They're getting picked everywhere. They can't make cross-map plays. And it's like, okay, yeah, you got the Drake like you were talking about. Now it's a 1-for-1 Drake game. That extra, you know, little bit of damage that you're going to get from that solo Infernal is significant for this comp. But if it's at the cost of a little bit of greed there, getting punished, it's not worth it at the end of the day. I mean, of course it's worth it on this isolation, but if you get punished afterwards, where are the advantages here for Red Cannons? Like, we're really trying to stretch for them now, and it's so tragic given the lead they had before. And, you know, okay, this is a risky place to be.
Yeah, just, you know, going for a nice little walk by the river is Titan, and so is Aegis, so he's just going to die. I mean, this is one of the issues. They need somebody to frontline and get some vision, but unfortunately, he will just go down as he does not have any help and any vision to try to move into that river, and was not allowed to actually do that.
Look at the vision here as well. All the deep wards that RNG have had on the map. You can see it. So RNG plays so well around vision. They are so oppressive. And I think to the layman watching this, it's like, oh, this is, you know, RNG just hiding in a bush. They always do this. But they actually set up around Rift Herald here and say, oh, you have no vision. I know exactly where you are. And you can either just give the Rift Herald up or walk into a bush where we have insane CC. We have a Galio. We have a Fed Lucian. We're going to blow you up. It's a lose-lose scenario that RNG set up.
Yeah, welcome to Poke Champ Lucian. I hope you did enjoy that, as Titan now has 0 health. And, I mean, he was underneath his turret, and he nearly died. So that is the potential of Lucian that gets into a nice little spot here. Griftar has been sent to kind of handle this side lane, because as it stands now, you know, Jax will be very good in the split pushing in the side lane eventually. But with just the Divine Sunder, he's not really going to do very well from this far behind against Bin. And so that is just going to be the Victor clearing waves there, and Jax gets the other lane as RNG get the rest of the map.
It's such a beautiful thing to watch RNG when they manipulate the map, manipulate vision, go towards objectives, and they stand between the enemy team and where the enemy team needs to be. And so there is no great choice for Red Cannons. We've seen them do this several times in both of the games they've played so far this tournament. And it almost feels like, you know, when you watch the team who walks on the brush, if you're a fan of Red Cannons, you're watching home going like, don't go in there, they're in there. And it's like, well, they know they're very likely in there, but if they just walk away, they lose the objective for free. It's a lose-lose game. And, you know, historically speaking, we think of the LCK as being the region that's best at manipulating vision, but so far in this tournament, I think RNG has definitely been the best team at setting this up and playing around it. Now, with the lead they have here, they can control all 3 waves, and RNG are in a position now, second Rift Herald, to start putting some real inner turret damage down. And you can't free farm, really. I mean, Aegis is, rather, Greftar is getting some of that done here in the sideline, as you mentioned, but it's going to take a lot longer.
And I don't know if Jojo can be allowed to actually engage onto this one, as the... Okay, yeah, he's just dead. There's not too much else to say about that. The Gale force forward, and yeah, he wasn't getting away from that one, even with a flash. As Titan is around, he has the rest of his team here. As RNG pick up the free Nautilus kill. You know, as Red Cannons, you've got some scaling. You have 1 Infernal. Maybe just try to sit back and continue the farming rather than looking for plays. And, you know, I forget who said it earlier on in this tournament, but Nautilus can turn into a little bit of a feeder champ, right?
Yeah.
When you're behind, when you have no ability to make plays, you kind of just go in and die, or you don't really end up doing much.
Well,
so,
you know, in a position like this...
Trying to take down Bin, as he is under a lot of pressure here, not respecting the vision of that brush, and they will get a shutdown into the hands of the Victor.
Man, that's massive. You know, he's the one who's sitting in this side lane, actually picking up all that gold, picking up that shutdown is massive for what his scaling is going to do. But you still can't get to the Drake. That's the problem. And why why Jojo was out there. Why was he caught? He's trying to clear vision. Drake is spawning. How do I get there? RNG's in between them.
Shitan has to flash away from this one. There was a bubble onto Jojo, and Gala's just running into 3 of them as the exhaust will come down. We got teleports in here as well. Gala definitely went a bit too far on that one, as Gigo's going to pick up that shutdown. Xiao, he wants to get something on the backside, and he will clean up the Wukong at least. But that's a couple of shutdowns now that are going over into the hands of Red Cannons.
Yeah, and we're still not at a place yet where we can start to feel great about that, but it's almost like small consolation prizes along the way. And these small things will add up if RNG can't end this game early. But that's going back to the conversation before we got into this game, even of how they've been playing this tournament, is they are ending games early. They are not tripping across the finish line. They are sprinting across the finish line. And so one of the best teams at closing games out when they have a lead like this is very likely not to mess this up. But this is the kind of setup I'm talking about for RNG. They cleared vision. They picked Jojo earlier. They are standing between the important Drake that Red Cans need to fight for and the Drake. So, you know, you do end up getting caught between a rock and a hard place as Red Cans. Now, Gala, a little bit overextended here. Definitely goes a little bit too deep. A lot of extra gold going over to Red Cans. But at the end of the day, this is the kind of play I'm talking about with RNG. You could just play it safe, walk back and take the Drake, or you could get 3 kills and take a bigger lead and win the game faster, and that's the kind of play style we are seeing.
And take a look at what has happened in the last 2 minutes here, is that we got a shutdown gold into Grafthar, we got shutdown gold into Gigo, Jackson Victor, by the way, and now we got an objective bounty on the top turret going into the Red Cannons. So, you know, while RNG are still in control of this game, bit by bit, Red Cannons are finding some opportunities to try to come back into this game. So definitely what we want to see is RNG maybe clean things up, try to shut this down in a macro sense, deny all the vision, take a Baron perhaps, and try to end this game before things get any more greasy.
RNG grouping up here in mid, giving Grefthar an opportunity to side lane very freely. Notice there are 3 wards where he is, so he knows he's safe to do this right now. And he's just going to stick out as long as possible. Oh,
that's a dead Draven. That is a dead Nautilus. Yeah, that's Xiao who making plays. That is what this guy is known for doing.
I mean, that's what Lucian does. That's what Xiao is going to do when he's got a Lucian behind him to set up for these plays. And I mean,
yeah, you guys can't fight.
You can't be here. You can't be behind, you can't be in front of your turret right now. If you're going to play around the Victor, if you're going to play around the Victor side laning, then play defensively. Give a turret to get the turret bounty for your Victor. Don't be out in front of it. Because I like the idea of what they're doing with Grefthar. It's like, okay, you're going to get a turret bounty maybe on the top side of the map. We're going to try to hold them here. We'll give up a turret, but the turret on the top side is more valuable for our team. In global gold, we're going to pick up from that bounty. They do eventually give it up, but Grefthar came back. Doesn't actually get that inner turret gold bounty I was talking about there on the top side. But I do like the vision they're setting up for him. They're setting up to take away control of the top side of the map, give him some free side, because they know their win condition is this game goes to 35 minutes. And they have to somehow survive and get Victor that gold in the meantime.
Right now, I mean, if you look at the items that RNG are picking up right now, a lot of them are hitting 2-item power spikes, 3-item power spike here for Gali. He has so many kills. And CS, I mean, he's got the most in the game, right? So he is the most rich, and he is showing it with his 3 items. Picked up that cheap collector as well.
Yeah, 2-item advantage.
You can't fight them right now. It's not really going to happen. Unless you can set up 2v1s like this as the flash comes in again. Is Grefthar in position to get this down? The needles are making him sustain so much. Bin is going to eventually go down, as Grefthar will at least pick up the kill, but he might be going down himself as he has no idea that they're coming in. Gala is just licking his lips, ready to take yet another kill.
The idea here was good because the turret is standing and it has a bounty on it. You get the kill onto the Gwen. If you teleport in the 2v1, you get that turret bounty. You get a lot of extra gold on your Victor. But unfortunately, they're just not able to take the Gwen down. They're too far behind. They're trying to make a proactive play to grab the last 10% of that turret health to get the bounty that comes with it. Like the idea here again. But unfortunately, Gwen is not a champion you could do this to. If it was a squishier side laner, or one that cannot sustain itself and trade like this, you know, maybe it works out. It's so long to kill Gwen also that you give enough time for RNG to rotate down. Doesn't allow you to clean that turret up after you get the kill. In fact, Victor dies instead. And RNG just have such a massive lead now. We're hitting nearly the 10K gold mark. This is just almost insurmountable.
Yeah, you know, say what you want about scaling, but we're both on the same page here, Wolf. I think that, 10 stacks of the Dark Seal for Xiaohu's Deathless Galio is one problem. And then
3 stopwatches as well.
You've got 3 stopwatches. You have so much survivability with just the items, right? Because we have a Zhonya's in the works as well for the Gwen eventually. You just have so many ways to survive this. Xiaohu could even build into a Madai's if he wanted to, because I don't think he's ever going to die in this game, even if he is diving turrets. So we are going to have a bit of a fight here. Gwen going to set up the Galio potentially. She's got the needles coming out, and Greftar is going to flash away. Nice gravity field is going to save him for now, but not sure if he can actually get away. Wei trying to frontline here. That hook is not going to hit. Greftar with a very nice stopwatch, though. It's now a 2v2 on the left side, but they're getting dominated by Gala as we speak. The double kill comes in. He sets up a huge knockup on us. So many, but those are the stopwatches we love to see. It's a triple kill for Gala. Can he pick up more? That will be the quadra as he's looking for Greftar.
Got flash.
Once again, look at his lips. That is the pentakill. Gala does it again.
Gala, the man himself, picking up Lelouch, picks up a pentakill here, and what a flashy way to end this game. Such great vision control, so many bait setups. The commitment to bin repeatedly for Red Cannons here backfires immensely, because this is a champion who can survive buy time for the rotation. Look at all of these wards around the bottom side of the map. You want to make a play like this onto the Gwen, look at the lack of vision they have. They have no idea where these players are. You commit in like this, and it takes you so long to make the play. You're on the retreat. Now you're trapped. They are coming behind you. And again, you want that turret in the bottom side. You want that last bit. You want that bounty, but you are just not going to get it. You're too far behind. You need to be farming basically in your base at this point. That's a 10,000 gold lead you're up against. You're trying to kill a sustainable win. It's not going to happen. And this is basically the last nail in the coffin for this game here for RNG, who will now group up for Baron.
Yes. Shout out to Oshin, by the way. Wanted to give him, tried to do some justice for the Gala call. Yeah. Love that one, as he does pick up the pentakill. I felt like it was the right moment, even though RNG are kind of stomping them at this moment. But, 12 kills and a pentakill. I feel like it's a nice little moment to give him a little shout out there. So now he has an Infinity Edge, and it feels like this game is, as you would say, Wolf, over.
It's done. It's over.
It is over.
It is over. It's been over for a while. It has been over for a while, sadly, but the ideas for Red Cannons we're looking for, can see them, but oh man, this is what I'm talking about. No vision. RG removes all of it. You have to come to them.
Yeah. Now we just have the tidal wave and Greftar on the Victor. If this were 10 minutes later and he had a couple more items, maybe he could try to burst someone down. Maybe he'd still have his flash if the game was a little bit more even.
Matthew Perry or what? Matthew Perry moment here, could there be any more wards here for RNG on this map? This is insane how much vision control they have. There's nothing you could do as Red Cannons here. You're behind, you don't know if they're doing the Baron, you don't know if they're in that bush, you don't know if they're in the other bush on the other side, but you can't just let them have it. It's just crazy how much control they have over this game. And yes, when you are this far ahead, it's very easy to do that, but it's oppressive. And at this point, it almost feels like RNG are playing with their food. When they got the pentakill, they were like, let's not kill the Nexus, let's do it again. It almost feels that way in a lot of ways. Yeah.
Vroom, vroom, through the tunnel. Nicely done, RNG. They seem very happy with that about themselves. Oh, they're doing it again.
I wouldn't want to be. You don't want to be anywhere near this team right now if you're Red Cannons. No, because they're grouping up as 5 here to just push top with Baron buff and end the game. They have given Red Cannons some opportunity to farm on the bottom side, but it's insignificant because they don't have enough time to get what they need. Look at the items here for Greftar. He's got a Leandri's, and he's almost got a Shadow Flame. That is not going to be enough. He is not going to be able to win a longer team fight because there is no long fight here.
Nope, and Gala's just going to throw out a culling and nearly kill 3 people by looking at them as they're pushing in with the Baron. Not the shortest game of MSI, but maybe one of the more dominant ones that we will have here. 27 minutes as Xiaohu going to frontline here. That is going to be the end of Greftar yet again, as we do have Xiaohu still deathless, and Bin just trying to frontline here. He's just trying to set up for his teammates. Good guy, Bin, and he will pick this up. This might just be another, no, he's gonna die actually. Not gonna be another pentakill for the side of Gala, but it doesn't really matter because RNG are going to take yet another dominant victory in this Group B. Ego will be taken out first, and that will be the end of the Nexus as RNG continues with their dominance in this group.
That'll be a 3-0 now for the LPL representative. Dominant fashion here, despite what was a very rocky early game. The early kill going over in the bottom side to Teton. They had control there. They were pushing those waves in. Mid was basically free farm for the victor throughout the early game. And yes, on the top side of the map, not a lot of resources needed to be committed to, but some mechanical errors on the jacks, some overextensions on objectives. A little bit of greed there in the mid lane led to several punishes, and the lead they had, which seemed so strong, it seemed like it was going to be a coast through that late game scaling, was ripped away by RNG in seconds. And RNG making a statement with this win here. It's so rare to see a pentakill in an international tournament, even with, you know, the early group stages, right? It's just almost unheard of, and it's Gala who pulls it off again.
Gala does get it done, and RNG do as well in very dominant fashion. But guys, now a question from the latest episode Rift Reaction Podcast. What MSI group are you most excited about? Group A, Group B, or Group of Life C? Head over to the episode on Spotify to share your thoughts. Here from MSI, we'll soon take a look at the state of Group B before it's time for Saigon Buffalo versus Team A's. We'll see you then. Just had no idea that Dimitri had stuck around.
The Baron gets taken by the Buffalo. Froggy sets it up for the next kill, and Shogun is going off in these team fights.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Upgrade your shimmering slippers to keep sparkling.
Hey, Ash, what's your plan?
A new and very serious game, Jake from State Farm, but these in-game purchases are wrecking my wallet. I can't keep sparkling, Jake. I need a sparkle.
State Farm has options like combining home and auto, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Very nice. The gameplay is really strategic, I swear.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. Oh man, we get money all day. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. All I do is work, all I do is work. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. All I do is work, all I do is work. All I do is work, all I do is let me work. Somebody call 911. My mind unwinds and I'm undone. Try to hide, but it's not that I run from. Bye bye, little guy now. Run, run. It's my time, I'm alive and I'm young. And I'm in the prime and I'm one. Better get a watcher when I get a feeling like I'm about to hit him with a shot from a stun gun. And I'm about to get him on a different kind of level. I'll be on it like I thought it would be. Ain't nobody ready for it. Better get him out. I'm about to make out and then a pot of lava on the one side. Call it what you want, man. I want to see the only one who's winning. And I gotta be a little bit offended by the way you're trying to talk to me. I'm about to come and check and ask what you really want, son. Y'all don't get it, neither do I look, I'll admit it. Y'all are trying to take island visits. I'ma run my own island business. It don't exist, I'll invent it. Man, I'm about to be childish with it. Money about to be piling up there, so how we might see a pilot hit it. Bang, you gon' remember my name. I got the infinite aim, bringing the infinite pain. Working to get to the fame, then I'ma dip in a similar vein. Whipping the whip when I'm switching the lane. Admitting I'm gifted is simply insane. Man, let me work. Oh man, we get money all day. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. Oh man, we get money all day. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. All I do is work, all I do is work. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. All I do is work, all I do is work. All I do is work, all I do is let me work. Yeah, all I do is work, all I do is work. on the loud like a movie work. All this money crazy, too absurd. I'ma do the money dance, you get served. Lambo or Bugatti, which do you prefer? You standing there in silence, you should use your words. Look, actions speak louder than what you have heard. We bout that action, so you know we bout to do it. Word. My, what a business. Money crazy, so I know just what it's like to be senseless. They say that I can't be cramped. Somebody find me a dentist. I'm about to buy up your time. So soon you might be evicted. I'm saying, man, oh man, we get money all day. I can hear you talking, I don't care what y'all say. Out of getting nothing, and it's what you call pay. You think that you working, man, that's what they y'all say. Work.
Welcome back to MSI 2022 on the State Farm Analyst Desk. We're going to break down a pretty one-sided game. We built up the hype. We were excited. There was a Draven. The hype continued for a first blood and then was almost immediately deflated.
You know what I realized?
Tell us.
Lucian right now is Draven with a dash.
Yeah, kind of. Especially with Nami.
That's really what that game felt like. The Nami obviously pushed it over the edge, but when you have an item lead, when you have an Imperial Mandate Nami, it literally feels like every little tiny super fast shot is just a giant Draven axe. That's how powerful he looked in that game.
When he E auto, Q auto, you don't expect it to do as much damage as it does.
It's all of the health.
But it's, yeah.
All I'm saying, Skins team, I know this will look terrible and you're going to hate me for saying this on air, but can he have a gun that shoots axes? Just a question. Yeah. Just a thing to think about in this Nami Draven meta. Preferably a Nami Draven like synergy skin where they both shoot axes maybe. I don't know. Things to consider. But luckily, you don't have to worry about what I consider anymore because Vedius considered Xiaohu's roams pretty good. You like that transition?
I did consider them good.
That's good.
Daniel, thank you.
Why, Vedius? Why did you consider them good?
So one of the things we wanted to try and highlight was some of the ways in which Xiaohu was impacting the map. So if we could bring up the first replay, this was a really impressive play where Xiaohu does what Xiao was basically talking about during the draft phase, which is dropping waves or looking to roam. This is the very first one of the game where he completely sacks a wave, mainly because Wei knows that his red buff has just been stolen, and he noticed the Wukong doesn't have red, so he moves into the enemy topside jungle to see if he can steal away some camps. And then in that window, he also looks for a roam up towards the top side. As the wave is starting to stack up, they are able to get this kill. And this is just the first of many roams that we start to see from Xiao.
Yeah, he didn't lose much for this one because you noticed when he left, the Victor did not have that much mana. So even though the wave was crashing, it wasn't going to fast push into his wave. So he was able to base, get all the way back to lane and really not lose that much.
And then we could jump into the second play, and he basically does the exact same thing, where he, once again, ignores the mid wave, and he uses this very small pocket of it. If we could very quickly pause it, if you guys have a look at the minimap, you'll notice that there's actually a lot of vision that the Jax has around the top side of the map. But the one pocket that there isn't vision is exactly where Xiaohu moves into, and then the moment he's in range to ultimate, and you can roll out the clip now, that he's actually able to get that punish off.
And I think the thing that sucks the most for Gigu is he uses his first flash to get out of a bad trade against Bin, immediately ganked. He uses this flash for an all-in, immediately ganked. I mean, you just cannot get more unlucky than that.
And the crazy thing is, this didn't stop, because I have a third one. Okay. So this one, it was just Galio. He just literally lane ganked. He ran in through the bot lane, doing the exact same thing, playing with Wei, shadowing Bin, and basically looking for an opportunity. And at this point, he's kind of waiting for a counter gank, but he doesn't even bother with the counter. He's just like, hey, we can just commit to this. Jax has just used his E, flash into Taunt, sets up for the easy kill. He was just a monster in this game, and he was literally all over the map. One of the questions that we had was, where is RNG going to play towards this game? Yeah. And the craziest thing was, they played mainly towards the top side of the map, but it was just Xiaohu, because there were a bunch of places we didn't highlight where Wei was cross-mapping, also ganking bot lane at the exact same time.
Yeah, it's like they had two junglers in a sense, because the Viego could still be a support for the bottom lane, and then Xiaohu was just a support for the top laner. I like it from it looked like they just steamrolled them, right?
Sure, absolutely.
But there are little things that you pointed out that made that happen, and I think even just theoretically or there's a better word for this. Fundamentally, conceptually, a lot of those words. In Jax lanes, they are often not decided by the Jax or even the 1v1 matchup.
Yeah.
It's decided by who else you can bring. So Galio or TF are the best mid laner pairings with Jax because those are the two champions that can most easily impact the top lane. Galio can sometimes actually be better at TF than in impacting side lanes because he can do it earlier, like we saw with that first row.
Yeah, and that's the main thing I wanted to highlight was how well Xiaohu actually impacted the map pretty much at every stage. And it's something that you expect to see from Galio, but very rarely do we get to see a performance at that level. And for me, that just sets the expectation that RNG, there may be some doubts, some question marks. They should still very much be considered a front runner for this tournament. And I'm really excited to see them. I expect them to move on to the next stage. And seeing them pair off against T1 and G2 is going to be an exciting one for sure.
And again, I think it's really good because, again, in stage 1 of tournaments, we often see teams take risks or experiment. The fact that they're coming in full steams makes it really easy to have confidence in this team as we move forward. But of course, we'll have to see how they stack up as we do expect them to move into the second stage. However, time for us to turn our attention to the match ahead, Saigon Buffalo versus Team A's. Now, this is an interesting one because there's a lot of things to talk about, but the only person I really want to talk about is Shogun. Because Shogun, if anyone's going to do anything or give Gal a run for her money in this tournament, or maybe Guma, as far as the smaller regions go, it feels like Shogun to me. He's popping off.
He really is popping off. Like, we already talked about how powerful Lucian is in this meta. He got his hands on it yesterday, but he also, on the Tristana, was absolutely dominating. The man is super aggressive. He's an incredibly young player, and it's just really exciting to see this young man come onto the stage and actually have this level of performance, because often what we'll say about rookies is the expectations are high, and then often rookies can't deliver. There were no expectations on his shoulders, and it feels like that he is over-delivering on what this team was coming into this tournament.
Well, I know expectations from us, and it's hard for me to say how the VCS felt, but again, this is not their first seed. They lost their final. So the fact that he's able to show up and take kills in a lane phase against T1, that he's able to carry games against DFM is, I mean, it's just truly impressive.
That goal difference is just ridiculous. He's dumpstering.
Yeah, there could be something to the level of kills that happen in the VCS. Their combined kills per minute is always higher than every other region. This was also the highest combined kills per minute team from that region, even if they didn't win. And like, when you just inherently try and play at that pace, maybe there's something to that porting over better to international tournaments, especially when you play a team for the first time, because they're not ready for that level of, like, frankly, recklessness, which ends up working if the other team is used to playing more conservative.
I think what always stands out to me is that when we think of the VCS, there have been some notable names that always have a massive impact on the international stage. I think of SOFM, like obviously on Suiting, making it all the way to the World Finals, originally from Vietnam and having massive impact over in the LPL. Levi, not long after him, on Gigabyte Marines, like the impact that he did to EU fans. I remember the Nocturne. I'll never forget that Nocturne.
Level 6 at like 4 minutes.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy, and everyone became a massive fan of him. And now I feel like Shogun could be that next Vietnam superstar. It's just a question of, can he keep it up? I want to keep seeing that level of performance from him, and I'm hoping that we can get to see it today.
And that brings us to the discussion of who is going to actually make it out of this group, because Saigon Buffalo are battling for second place in Group A. And of course, on the opposite side for Team A's, it's really last chance. This feels like the team that is down and out. It would be a miracle run if they're able to turn it around. And certainly, it'd be great if that for them, if that miracle could start today. But it is a tall task ahead of them because DFM and Saigon Buffalo seem to be the teams fighting their way out of this group.
Yeah, there's so much story behind like whether the LJL can ascend to what I would call like the 6th best region if we would consider historically the PCS being the 5th best region. Because Vietnam, even though they've been off for 2 years, has been that team. Like they were just getting buys into World's group stage at one point because of their past international performance. But that group standing you just saw is almost a mirror of what Group B just was when PSG was able to win a game in their 3rd matchup and make it that 3-way tie at 1 and 2. Everyone's expecting T1 to win the next game against DFM unless there's some crazy upset, which will put them at 3-0. So this becomes the all-important game for Team A's because, yeah, they've looked bad. Yeah, they've lost games extremely quickly. They also had to play T1 already, so they can completely flip the script if they play well this game and take down, if they take on Saigon Buffalo.
And this is the big opportunity for them, really. It's a weird one because you kind of know what's coming,
and I think it's like a freight train with knives. It's just it's one of those things where it was already scary enough that it's driving towards you. So why did you put knives on it? But that's
also it doesn't seem more. I think a freight train is lethal. I don't think the knives make a freight train more lethal.
More lethality to what is already a very lethal thing.
Because if a freight train slows down, the knives will get you.
Yeah, that like 10-km/h range where it won't quite kill you is solved by knives.
It's just unnecessarily aggressive, okay? and that's the point. So they know what's coming at them. The question is, can they prepare for it?
Are they ready for a freight train with knives? That's our question for you, Wolf and Valdez, as you get ready for the next match. Take it away.
It's like an exploding bullet.
Thank you very much, Deskers, for your wonderful analogy there. I like to think with all that lethality, it's probably dirks that are on that train and not knives. But
I'm just thinking, like, I was like, what's the next step? So there's a freight train with knives on the front, but there's like also at the edge of a knife, like a taped needle, like it's at the edge of the front of the knife in case a knife wasn't sharp enough. Like we got a really small object that could penetrate anything. Thank you guys for that discussion on that. My expectations for this match is that I almost want to predict Ace to win it, actually, because the stakes are extremely high. I think Saigon Buffalo have shown an extremely confident early game, so much so that they flashed level 1, killed bot duo against T1, had that lead. They haven't been able to showcase taking leads to strong, decisive victories. And I think Ace is good at slowing games down. Now, I think there's a lot of narrative and discussion about Ace getting dominated by T1, but that was a very unusual draft for T1. Players have come out and said they're nervous. Jungler said he felt humiliated by that loss. In fact, I don't think you should ever feel humiliated losing to a top team in the tournament. But yeah. I think there were a lot of emotions in that one, and that was a kind of a weird one-off domination game. I don't think anyone should really be judging Ace's team strength based on that loss to T1. I think Saigon Buffalo had some really clear problems communicating how they wanted to control side lanes, how they wanted to control setting up vision for objectives. And it's been mentioned before, this is the first time an LLA team has gone to an international tournament with imports. And the two Korean players who are back here, I think may have affected how A's actually play the macro game, because Korea has historically been a very strong macro region, not so much in solo queue, of course, but in pro play. And I think, I would say a controversial statement, I would go as far as to say I think A's late game control of vision and macro is better than Saigon Buffalo's. So if we go to that stage of the game, Saigon Buffalo haven't won it with their flashy, aggressive, bloody type plays. I think this is definitely a winnable series or winnable game here for Ace. Their first that they need to win so desperately here in the first round robin.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to go into the final day of your games 0-3. So certainly it is a very extremely important game here for Ace, just to give themselves a decent shot to potentially challenge DFM for that second place spot. I think we all have T1 right now at first place, especially based on how they've gone. But let's jump into the draft right away. And let's see what we go with. So no Lucian, no Gwen here. Team A's, they saw that last game. They're like, oh, okay, not that. Anything but that. And that's what they'll start with.
See if Froggy gets his Ahri, because that's been a really pivotal pick for him. And of course, they do have blue side first pick priority here. So I think A's will have to take that one away. And there it is, off the board, straight up. So will the focal point once again be in the bottom 2v2? The Lucian is removed. So that's not a pick you can go to early on. But Saigon Buffalo in some ways pushed out of their comfort zone a little bit here. Not going to let the Ahri through, not going to let the Lucian through. Gwen for the top side. It will be Twisted Fate instead, the pick up here for Froggy. Another pick he's very well known for. We'll be able to use that to set the tempo of the game. Because again, Saigon Buffalo's early game, they go, go, go. Like there are no breaks on this train with knives, okay?
Yeah, I mean, why would you have brakes on that thing? You need maximum potential. But yeah, the TF will be met with the Galio, and Camille is still available. So if teammates want to go for something like that, they could straight from the get-go. TF Camille, also a combo that can get a lot of side laning done. It's not necessarily Saigon's play style, but could be noted as we are going to see Jarvan instead. So the Jarvan comes through. No look at the Camille just yet.
A lot of kill pressure potentially in that mid lane too with the Galio Jarvan here.
Yeah.
Galio could be a flex pick, but very likely will be played by Alone there in the mid lane.
It's still an insane combo, by the way.
Yeah.
You know, I was talking a lot about Camille, but, you know, it's still Jarvan Galio, right? You get someone and they can't escape, and then you come right over the top.
It's almost, I mean, it's almost exactly the same style. Now, I do like this Kindred response here to come through. And maybe a little bit of a PTSD for Ace, seeing that pick come through as well, you know, after what happened earlier on. They'll take the Camille themselves here. And Camille Twisted Fate is also an extremely strong combo to control the top side of the map. Now, it won't be as easy when you have a global Galio to follow you. This is part of the reason why you see Galio into Twisted Fate. You often see the Sylas into the Twisted Fate. But the Camille is basically saying Psycho Buffalo are ready to double down on this idea and almost outdo A's at the Galio Jarvan style.
It's pretty interesting because we've seen even some of the tippy-top teams at the LCK, you know, which is the region that you and I cast, Wolf, they have struggled to perform the macro style that you have to perform with a combo like TF Camille. It is very difficult. It is not a, we're going to press our ultimate buttons and try to kill you in a 5v5. It is, we're going to try to pull you apart. We're going to try to play side lanes. And again, I'm curious to see if Saigon can actually pull it off because it is not easy for many teams.
And it is not a style that Saigon Buffalo, like with the Camille side laning, for example, that they've shown us really executed well so far this tournament, which was the point I was making earlier, is you might run into a macro problem. Now, I personally really disagree with this Gnar pick here at this stage of the draft because you've now put a champion into this Camille that can easily be blown up by the Camille Twisted Fate. A champion that's easily gankable, is based on his Gnar bar, is going to have timings he has to find for the Galio to actually allow him to make impactful ganks. So you're basically playing the game on hard mode with this one. And very much so, I think they're going to have to pivot to a more team fight focused draft here in the later stages.
Well, we see no AD carries picked and already a bunch banned on both sides. So no Xayah, no Ezreal, which are very safe picks. And then on the other side, no Kalista Tristana.
So both teams are banning the AD carries that suit the composition, and Saigon Buffalo have identified that this is going to be a pivot to a more late-game scaling, potentially. Ezreal is very much able to escape from the aggression that you'll see from the Camille, can poke away when the Kindred ultimate goes down, then finish off that damage. So very terrifying late game. And then obviously the Xayah that can ult away from the Camille is another great pick, so you're removing the safety there. Do like to see that a lot. Of course, on the other side here, we will now have the Misfortune. Not as much a scaling champion as the Ezreal or the crit Xayah can be, but combos though, they're going back, pivoting back again. You took away the Xayah, you took the Ezreal. We're gonna set up this Cataclysm Galio combo, and we are going to bullet time on top of it.
And take a look at this. I mean, with all the AD carries off the board, they just say, okay, well, Ziggs can go down there, can handle that lane against the MF just fine. And if you are out of range of all of the combo that Team A's have, you can throw your super mega death bomb on top of the Camille Hextech ultimate and stuff like that. So definitely very combo-y on the side of SGB as well, with some survivability elements.
There is a possibility to build very tanky into the Ziggs and have a strong front line with this Jarvan, of course, and the Galio to make it difficult for the Ziggs to have follow-up damage outside of his ultimate in team fights like this. What you're going to lose with this pick is a lot of sustained damage in these longer team fights. Doesn't work as well around Kindred's ultimate, but she's going to have that range damage. So in a way, she kind of shores up some of Ziggs' weaknesses because she is herself somewhat of an AD carry in these later fights. Renata going to come in here, I think, in part due to the fact that they have to deal with the insane Ziggs push. She helps clear the wave pretty well. She's going to be able to stave off of some of that pressure. But this draft really swung back and forth several times, and what we ended up with at the end of the day is what is going to be an extremely high kill game. I think it is going to be extremely brawly. It is going to be non-stop action. It's going to be a high kill game. It's going to be all about combos. Who sets it up better? When does the X-Tech ultimatum come down? Does the Gnar bar, is it timed correctly? This is what I was saying earlier, very difficult to pull this off, whereas Hazmed, he presses R, his ult goes off, the combo goes down, the Ziggs bomb goes through. Lonely, he's gonna have to manage his Gnar bar, he's gonna have to position himself well, he's gonna have to try to flank. These things are very complicated to pull off, but arguably can be more impactful if he can do it. And this game is going to be so exciting. This might be the best game of the night so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool just going from the drafts and knowing the way the play styles of these two teams. I think we could have a really fiery game. Also feel like, you know, Saigon Buffalo, if they played it really just with a lot of finesse. There are so many ways to abuse side lane pressure. There are so many ways to use the Ziggs for wave clear and say, no, we're not going to fight you. We're just going to sit back. Kindred's going to slowly build up stacks. Camille's going to be split pushing. TF's going to be right there with her potentially, or in the other lane. Just a lot of ways to really take over the map in that way. Whereas Team A's definitely, you know, 5-man fights, they might just destroy you. You know, even the Renata Berserk, you have the Camille running into you, you have the Kindred in front of you, the Leona, a lot of targets for Straight to be very annoying with that Renata Glass against. And yeah, this is going to be just an awesome game. You can tell from the drafts.
The Renata Glass ultimate as well, layered on top of all this, is just, it's pretty brutal. As Atlas would put it, there's a lot of circles here. There's a lot of wombo combo setups.
Yes.
It is going to be a game of AoE, CCs, and follow-up damages. Like, between the bullet time from 5-Kid, Shogun's ultimate as well. Like, the sparks are going to fly when we hit those mid-game fights.
Yeah.
But obviously, for the time being, of course, you know, we are seeing a ward placed here so they can track Dimitri's pathing.
And by the way, guys, we do have our featured matchup, Mercedes matchup here. We do have T1 up against Detonation Focus Me in the next matchup. So presented by Mercedes-Benz, Zeus rather versus Evie. Definitely do not want to miss this. It is going to be a sick top lane matchup and just a great game in general.
Yeah, you know, I'm not going to talk about it too much because we're going to cast it later, but I am very excited to see if Zeus doesn't get to go up against his Urgot there in the top lane. Really exciting to watch. Might be banned away. We'll get to that later. Sproggy, mentioned it before, really likes Twisted Fate, very proficient on the champion. And, you know, in this early laning phase, can put off some harass, can be very annoying into the Gallios. Taki's going in and going out. I had to do the color caster thing where I'm like,
yeah.
in case, just in case, fellas, I'm giving you the keys
I mean, yeah,
to the microphone here.
We've seen this happen before. Now, look at this pathing from Dimitri. He went from red to bot. Okay? He is ready to party, okay?
Level 2.
Calling out to all you party people out there. He is getting in. As Dimitri, level 2, they have been fully baited here. Level 2 is hit by the bottom lane of Saigon, but it does not matter. As trying to hand that kill over, but no, it is just going to be Dimitri who does pick it up with the cheese gank. It does work.
Yeah, no, they don't give the kill over to 5-Kid, unfortunately, but because he's Ziggs, we'll be able to teleport straight back to the lane. It's still picking up a kill for Dimitri. It's going to make his follow-up ganks a lot more powerful. But this is the kind of move that makes me feel A's have a really good understanding of their opponents. They prepare well for games like this and have set plays that have been extremely successful in the 2v2s. Taki once again.
It's a lot of damage that does go into 5-Kid, but unfortunately the satchel knocked 5-Kid away.
Yeah.
So not really going to end up doing much. Now they do see BJ coming in here, but of course there's not really much that Alone and Dimitri can do to stop this. I think that this is what you trade off with. If you do go for this cheese gank, you have to give up some of your jungle. Dimitri will fall behind in some of the farm. And so BJ, we could see him getting very nicely well-fed from the early parts of this jungle.
Yeah, picking up marks early too will be something he's looking to do so he can get that range later on. So right now, Lonely, a bit far away from his turret. The wave is in a really nice spot here for Hazmed because of where Bean's pathed here. Just looking for the slow with the sweep. I don't think they could quite commit to this. A little bit of extra respect there shown from Lonely. If it's back towards the turret, they'll be able to grab this scuttle. So this is a really aggressive style of gameplay we're seeing from both junglers, kind of threatening lanes, not committing necessarily. Dimitri got that early kill, lost some of the farm, as you mentioned. But you can see both teams are respecting the fact that this game could open up at any moment. And so the observers are showing like, okay, it's almost a moment, but it's not going to end up being one because it's just so tense the way this game could shift on a nice edge in the early parts of it before we even get to that Wombo style later on.
Meganar's coming in here. Hazmed will dodge that and will be just fine. But yeah, you do have to wonder, right? Because Dimitri did go for such a risky play. It did pay off with the kill, but Ziggs with teleport says, okay, I mean, I died and the Jarvan got first blood, but I just go back to farming like the bottom lane gank never even happened. So he's totally fine there. And now take a look at the jungle difference in favor of Saigon. BJ is very far ahead in terms of that CS. He picked up that first mark extremely early, right on the spawn. So you got to wonder, is it worth it in the end? We'll see.
He's got a sweeper here. They're trying to bait this one out. Lonely very far forward this time. Of course, it is Kindred, so very difficult to set this one up. In terms of your CC, you're very limited, let's say.
Okay, they
for
do.
this sweep.
Nope, not quite.
Oh, hook shot not going to land there. It's like so forced, actually, but
yeah.
Lonely showing the respect.
Oh, he's splashing. He's going for it. I don't know if it's going to work. It's not, but you know, he went for it. Okay.
He definitely did, and you know what? There was definitely some miscommunication there. The wave is now crashed, but he's flashless. And you know what? The biggest winner of this is Dimitri, because he's like, all right, that was weird. He's up there, he's flashing for the gank, but doesn't do anything. I'm going to go ahead and take away all of his jungle. So this is actually a huge win for him. It's going to really narrow the gap in terms of the camp clears that he was very far behind, and will be able to take their Krugs away. Actually has a really nice opportunity, in fact, here down on the bottom side.
See if this works out. We still have Flash available, and Teleport is going to be used. And here comes Froggy as well. They're trying to turn this one. Do they have the damage? Huge satchel is going to get Dimitri into the back line, and he will be going down. Give that kill over to Froggy as a really nice turn comes in from Saigon Buffalo.
Yeah, really nicely played. Froggy comes over immediately, set this one up, and just don't have at this stage of the game enough damage. You have a little bit of CC, obviously, with this Jarvan pick, but it wasn't set up with Alone. Flash again.
I don't know about this one. They have that Ignite ticking, but the damage is coming through. 5-Kid and Shogun will go down at exactly the same time with only the supports left to fight. Here comes Alone. He does have the Predator on this Galio. They're trying to get on top of BJ and take him out, and they should be able to quite easily. The last hit will come over to Straight, unfortunately, as he is now 2-0-1.
Yeah, that's the really unfortunate part about this is the Renata is actually the one with the bounty here. So not only do you have the 2 kills on the Renata, she's not giving any of that extra gold over the big gold to the Misfortune, but also she has a bounty on her head right now. She's a fragile champion. She gets picked. That also is going to be, it's much easier to pick her off in some of these upcoming mid-game fights. Not a good thing. I really like the turn here from Taki. They set this one up. The teleport's coming through from Camille as well, but it's really the Twisted Fate that's the most important part of this. And look at Galio. The rotation is so extremely slow here on the side of A's that he's just not able to do anything. He doesn't actually commit to his ult, goes back at the first part of this, because if he matches the Twisted Fate rotation, which is the reason why they picked the Galio in the initial part of this draft, then things go a lot better. So obviously we do have this trade here. Better trade for Shogun. He picks up the kill, getting that Ziggs online. Where's the kill going into the Renata? Not as impactful.
Yeah, at least able to pick up an extra one here, as this is going to be the second mark that is picked up by BJ at this point in time. Has not been able to kill Dimitri, so he does not have that champion mark just yet. But he's looking to get aggressive at least, as we have another fight down on the bottom side. That last bomb would have done it, and there's that kill, actually. Another mark going to be picked up here for BJ as it is traded back, and the action is just non-stop in this game, as Alone will be taken out. Froggy with the red buff, enjoying his time. No Meganar here. Is Lonely next.
Yeah, I mean, they're committing right over to him as Meganar's gone.
He does flash away, and he has the hop as well, so it will be enough to get him out of dodge, but had to use his flash.
It's just once again one of these moments for A's where the communication seems to be very split. Lonely's not coming over even though he has his Meganar bar, and it's a selfish choice because he wants to catch the wave that's crashing into his turret.
Committing. Diving this, he has the Ignite, and this should be enough. The second Q comes through. The thumbs up will come in as well.
There's not much you can do about this one. You can't give that wave up. You have no hop anymore. You had to flash earlier. Really nice play from Hazmed to follow. Dimitri's going to try to catch him on the recall.
He should be in that brush, as he is going to be spotted now. Dodges the flag and drag. The hook shot available. As just hit level 6 actually is Dimitri, but just barely not in range.
And knows BJ is very likely nearby.
Oh no, this is potentially a dead Jarvan. The slow is going to come through. One more hop, and here comes TF as Froggy will be the one to scoop that kill. And more action, of course, in the bottom lane as the sun comes in to stop the bullet time, and Shogun gonna pick up another kill.
This is a play-by-play caster's dream.
Oh boy.
11 kills in 9 minutes here. I said it was going to be bloody, but I was mostly talking about some of these 5v5 team fights with the combos and some of the setups there, but this early game has been so bloody because the junglers have been so involved in the bottom and top lanes, but it's also double global mid laners here. And once again, A is a little bit slower on the play. And I said earlier, I thought their vision and their late game control of the map was really good, but they are being outclassed in the early parts
B&J, he's being chased down here. He's able to sneak that Rift Herald as he will flash the wall and get to safety. Froggy, he's trying to help out as actually Dimitri traps himself in the own Cataclysm as now the stopwatch will get so much value. Froggy's still alive as he has the Kindred ultimate on the backside of that, and this is just going all wrong for Team A's. Saigon Buffalo are cleaning up.
A scrappy game, Valdez, is what we are watching right now, and Team A seems so desperate to force these fights to go in their favor. They had the opportunity in the draft to pivot to a scaling bot laner and try to play a little bit slower, move away from this. We're not done yet. I'll make a point after this. Rift Herald's going to crash down. Straight's coming over here. I'm a little bit worried, but they do walk away. They do respect it. They had an opportunity to change up their draft. They did not. They went into Saigon Buffalo's hands here. And Saigon Buffalo is the better team at these scrappy early games. They picked a Gnar into the Camille. Lonely gets picked twice. This is exactly what I was talking about in the draft. This is a champion that needs his Gnar bar to survive these moments. He hasn't been able to do so. His jungler hasn't always been on the same page. They've been a little bit disjointed. And this is going to happen very likely again.
Lonely might be okay. He's got some help coming in, but he just gets chunked so fast, and alone is just 5 seconds. 5 seconds away from that ultimate to potentially save him as Dimitri going to miss the Flagon Dragon now. Again, 0-3 on the Gnar, not able to side lane against this amount of pressure from the side of Saigon.
There's a term, a colloquial term we use in the LCK for this. We call it the orange buff. When the jungler comes up on spawn rotation and picks up the orange buff, and we will have the Everfrost, of course, picked up here, the MasterCard Mythic for Froggy. But Camille Twisted Fate is the duo that you and I actually coined the term orange buff for against Gnar, because it's just so easy to pull this off, and that's why I really didn't like the pick in that game. And then you also went into this Galio with the misfortune in the game like this, and so you've not gone towards late game team fighting with a Gnar type front to back team fight style. And I mean, this draft was a little bit all over the place. Didn't know how well Saigon Buffalo was going to be able to punish it, but with the lack of coordination that AZ is showing in this early game, I mean, this game is almost over, because we're talking about late game Ziggs, we're talking about Camille side laning.
Remember when I said, like, Saigon have so much room to play with so much finesse and, you know, come out here and play side lanes? They were like playing a concerto on the violin. They took their violin and just began smashing the audience with it over their heads, quite literally, because they don't need to play with finesse. They just actually smack them down in the early game. And now they have a 5,000 gold lead at 12 minutes. They're using that Ziggs and his turret taking power so well. They're able to take down the mid turret at 11 minutes. There's 2 plates that are already down in the top side. And if they group up, it looks like they want to fight over this X-Tech Drake. They don't even necessarily need to. They could probably just go top and take another turret if they wanted to. But it looks like they will prioritize the Drake instead.
Well, unfortunately for A's, they just don't have the power at this stage to actually fight for this. I mean, it's a lethality misfortune into a team that has full choke point control. This is a Ziggs comp. He could put a satchel charge down, he could put his bombs down there. You can't walk into that. Galio's not going to be eating all that damage. You could then take the Drake, go grab your mark on your way up as your Bean, get your 3rd one of the game, and look for a gank topside. They're baiting the sun out.
Yeah, I mean, who's baiting who, right? Because now Hazmat is up 2 levels, and he still has Ignite as, oh boy. This is not a hell game. Not a very fun game for the orange buff, we could say, in this one. As this is what I was talking about. They get the Drake, and now they'll just go top and take it.
Yep, they're going to do the Drake, go top and take it. Everyone's going to be pushed back. They're winning bottom side here. Galio is going to get the taunt off, but he doesn't win that one.
It's another turret.
And
so 10 plates now gone and taken by Saigon Buffalo, as they actually got another one on the bottom side too, so make that 11. As Froggy just going to throw up the Saigon Buffalo emotes and get out of there. No harm, no foul.
3-0 and 3 on the Twisted Fate, who's got 7 Dark Seal stacks. That's not something you see every day, but, you know, when you're this far ahead, you're this dominant, you're picking it up early, you're in a fantastic spot. His acceleration to the rapid-fire cannon is so quick that not even Misfortune is safe. The Gnar is going to be vulnerable in these moments in 5v5 fights that A's, frankly, are not taking. They're still trying to look for these scrappy fights around turret. They're trying to punish these movements around the map. But because they're so far behind at this point, there are very little opportunities. And when you have champions like Ziggs, like Camille, that could sit in a side lane and make your life hell so easily when they're ahead like this, it's just hard to play the game.
Not like this. Not like this. okay. I mean, he gets a nice little Gnar ult and actually will be able to flash away, so will not be like this, as everybody on Team A's is here. Everybody is looking to take the fight. The Berserk comes out, and nobody gets caught by it. The re-engage comes in from the side of Saigon, and a massive bomb over the top, as now we do have a little bit of trouble there for the side of Hazmed, but he is the only one that was in trouble, and the rest of them will just be slaughtered underneath just everybody and all the gold.
All right, so Valdez, you remember I made a statement on our side. I think I would argue A's is the better macro team. We didn't go to a game where, I'm talking about late game macro, of course, vision control. We didn't go to a game where we got to see that. But I'm going to have to take that one back, unfortunately, this game. Based on what we're seeing, based on the lack of coordination, perhaps some nerves here, but A's are not playing this game in terms of controlling how they're going to rotate, where teleport cooldowns are, etc., as well as they have in their previous losses, in fact. And, you know, plays like this where you try to commit everybody on top side there to save a Gnar who's just trying to survive and farm under turret means you put yourself open to a Camille to just teleport on top of you. They want to take that fight. They're absolutely looking for it. You're going to avoid it.
Yep, that's the end-to-end. And, you know, we talked about the TF and how far ahead he is. BJ now has 5 marks on this Kindred already, 15 minutes into the game. And, yeah, this might just be a formality at this point, guys. I mean, there's not too much else to say. They're just taking every turret on the map. I love the tempo that Saigon Buffalo are playing with. And, I mean, this is what you love to see out of our Vietnamese team.
You see it all the time when Ziggs has a lead. You know, he could push so quickly. You just group up as 5. You take turrets off the map surgically, one after the other, while just tossing out your abilities. You're just Q, 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 Q. Yep. You have your Leandri's burn damage coming through. You're so far ahead in levels that 1 Q takes out half the health bars of almost anybody. You ult, you force a flash, you ult, you might kill the enemy AD carry straight up if she's not at full health. And then soon, even if she is. So it's just an oppressive style, one that A's needed to prevent. And then we could talk about the Galio combos with bullet time. Then we could talk about the Narvars. Then we could talk about all these other things. But it ended so quickly. Saigon Buffalo controlled it so well that this is not really even a game anymore.
Yeah. Again, just I think that Saigon Buffalo were just better at responding to some of those early game tempo plays. And the second they got ahead, it was like a non-stop freight train with knives on it and needles attached to the tips of the knives. Really impressive stuff from them. Now 12,000 gold ahead. And Team A's, they're not giving up without a fight, that is to say. We have seen teams in the past just kind of get this far behind and then try to go for a turtle and look for the super late game. But Team A's still looking for some of the fights. Not sure if that's going to work out for him. We were talking about the Dark Seal. We do have the Magi's finished already here for Froggy, who is really enjoying this game.
He's building Lich Bane as well, just to add insult to injury. And I mean, the freight train is now like a bullet train, but it's also got like a space shuttle's worth of rockets on the back of it, so to help it go at the maximum amount of speed. It's a 12,000 gold lead, pre-20 minutes, pre-18 minutes we are looking at here.
Yeah, Saigon are like, yeah, we see you, T1. Maybe we can outdo you. And,
remember, they played the Kindred.
They played the Kindred, and now I think they're actually challenging for most dominant game so far at MSI. As 5Kid is not going to be saying 5 head after this one. He's just going to run away.
You bomb the Misfortune. She can't be anywhere near this.
He doesn't get to play the game, unfortunately, as that is going to be the end of straight. Hazmed over the top is going to take down 5Kid. Meanwhile, we have Rift Herald in the bottom lane. So just basically pushing everything as the stun will come in. Maybe Hazmed just a little bit over the top there. Maybe didn't have to dive into 5 of them.
But you know, he's going to get a Rift Herald charge onto a Nexus turret, so it's okay. Oh, the Galio gonna miss. There's the charge.
Yeah. Well, it's not looking too good here for Team A's, unfortunately. Saigon Buffalo gonna be coming through with an insanely dominant victory. We'll see if they end the game here, or if they will show a little bit of...
Valdez, they ended the game a few minutes ago, in fact.
Oh, sorry.
But the Nexus hasn't fallen yet. Yeah, that's the part where the victory screen goes up. But I do want to kind of bring this back to a more real setting here, because, you know, like I said, like we've been discussing, this game will end in the next 5 minutes or so. But this is a really rough loss for A's. This is a game that was basically a must-win for them. They're 0-2 at the end of the, and now going 0-3 at the end of this first round robin. Makes it extremely difficult because this group is essentially a 3-person group, like Group C, except you have less chances and only one person gets out, not two. And, you know, losing like this, when you have DFM in your group, you have Saigon Buffalo in your group, it's almost like this loss right here means they're not getting out of the group. Now, technically, there is still a chance, of course, but given expectations, based on what we've seen so far, it seems extremely unlikely.
Yeah, Bean J just going ahead and collecting the orange buff before he does continue on with the rest of this game. I think he did get his 7th mark there as well. Froggy just going to flash away from this one. We finally do see nice little combo coming in. They do get that immobile, awesome dude in the bottom side as Hazmat is just casually taking down the Nexus turrets and just waiting for his slower teammates to catch up and join him on the onslaught.
Just a quick little teleport back in. The minions are coming. And A's know this one, unfortunately, is doomed.
Yep, that's going to do it for this one, guys, as we do have Hazmed once again hookshotting in and looking for more. Will they collect their KDA or will they just end the game? They will just end the game. Down goes the Nexus. Saigon Buffalo with an insanely dominant victory over Team A's, and now they are 2-1 in Group A.
Chug, that game was so fast. It was so quick. There was non-stop action. There was not even room to breathe. And I think that shot we just had with the coffee cup there and finishing it is like, oh, I could actually take a rest for a second because there was no slowdown for even one moment in that game. For Team A's, a tragic loss because this was the must-win game. This was the game you needed so badly. This was your most realistic chance to get some momentum in this group because you'll get a second chance of this, but it's going to be at the end when your tournament chances might be done by then even. And the rest of this group is tough. And this group in general is filled with extremely early game focused teams. DFM, love that early game. They're dominant in the region for that reason. T1, most dominant early game team in the world right now.
Even though they're dominant at all stages of the game.
And then Saigon Buffalo as well. They're the team that's going to make the aggressive plays. They're going to flash on you. They're going to take risks. And we just saw, you know, that if you want to go toe-to-toe with their style in a draft like this, where you're trying to match Twisted Fate with Galio, your coordination is going to have to be cleaner than what we saw just then. And chances of getting out of this group, very slim now.
Very slim. And finally, the players get a chance to have a breather, and so do we. And so do you guys, as we do have the other two teams in Group A, T1 and Detonation Focus, be taking to the stage after the break. We'll see you then.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Ready or not, we letting it go on.
Welcome back, everybody, to MSI 2022. And T1 are undefeated so far in 2022. And I wanted to take a closer look at something they do in Neighborhood Tactics presented by State Farm. Now, I'm going to focus on two Baron plays from different games. The first one was during LCK semifinals. And first, I want to talk just a little bit about Baron plays, since they're some of the most high-risk, explosive moments of the game. You can take a 5,000 or 6,000 gold lead, or you can completely throw the game. So I have two examples from relatively close T1 games that were one off of their Baron plays. So one thing that a lot of teams would consider when doing Baron is you try and sneak the Baron, but as soon as a team gets a control ward inside, you're going to be a little skeptical of it. And another thing is you'd kind of try and defend this line. If a team tries to pass through that line, that would be the line they fight. But T1 kind of breaks some of the rules. And one thing I also want to point out is T1 will take Baron with 5 players alive on the enemy team more than any other team I've ever seen. And this is another example of this where they had no kills before they started this Baron, but they do it anyway. So watching this clip roll through a little bit, Baron is getting lower and lower, and you're getting closer and closer to flip range. And about here, I would say a lot of teams, we hear this, you need to either commit or you need to finish. You have to pick one. So you'd say like, okay, everyone fight on this line as they're approaching, right? Or everyone burst the Baron and then get out of there. But T1, they break the rules. It's Faker who just stops the jungler, Keria fights, and then these three end up finishing the Baron, which they've kind of managed to calculate that this is just going to be the right call. These are like split-second field decisions that you can't really communicate, but T1 consistently has actually been like winning games off of these moments. So this one, they secure the Baron without actually having a smite steal, and then they still win the team fight, which very quickly leads to them winning the game. This happened in MSI. There was a surprisingly close game 1 they had against the Saigon Buffalo. And again, they're starting Baron with 5 people alive on the other team. At first, sure, it could just be a sneak, but the other team comes to check. This time, though, they very clearly all decide to turn right on that line that I drew earlier. TF can teleport in from the top lane to create a numbers advantage. They get the ace, they get the Baron, and they end up carrying the game. But it's specifically their decision-making around risky 5-man Baron starts with nobody dead on the other team that I think has helped define some of the strength and one-sided games we end up seeing from T1. So we're going to see if their streak can continue today as they face off against the LJL Detonation Focus Me in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Detonation Focus Me is a familiar name to the international stage. They've dominated the LJL for years and become the heroes of the region after finally making it out of groups last Worlds. However, today they have a mountain to climb in the form of the LCK representatives. This MSI, the King returns as Faker and T1 are finally back on the international stage. With a ridiculous 18-0 undefeated LCK run, these titans of League are back to show Korean dominance at MSI.
Taki is just blown up immediately. He does use that, but that's about all he's got here.
They do have the perfect timing, and they turn it back. My God!
Game number 1 going into the hands of T1 very smoothly.
This may seem like a foregone conclusion, but we have seen DFM take down major regions before, and if T1 underestimates them, it could lead to a swift lesson in humility.
Everybody else on the side of TV is just trying to survive as they will turn this one on to Lonely. He is going to go down. DFM taking number 1.
T1 are looking unstoppable, but if anyone can stop their undefeated run in groups, it's the surprise team from last Worlds, LJL Heroes, Detonation Focus Me.
Chat, that Telestrator was just, it was so inspiring. Okay. Always think back to someone who really inspired me when it came to casting.
Yeah.
And they said something which really hit home with me, right?
Okay.
Which was great job, Vedi, Jat, MSI 2022. So when I think about this matchup moving forward as well, I think a lot of how T1, they're very dominant in terms of their Baron setups, the drafting. Their consistency throughout has been something that we consistently keep track of, but Evie, for me, is someone that stands out a lot in the top lane in terms of what he's been able to do for DFM, and somewhere kind of like a highlight that we can look at for TFM moving forward as well.
talking. Do you want me to go? I can talk. And Jay, I'll steal from you here because you've always talked a lot about how Evie is a world-class top laner playing in a region that doesn't always have world-class results. And I think that we can see a lot of the things that make him strong. And some of it is the picks like the Gnar and the Urgot that consistently come out. But he just seems to always find a way to have impact in these games, even if he occasionally misses an ultimate on a tower.
Just a hair outside the range, but they still pick up the double kill anyway. That's surprisingly actually didn't win that game after playing so hard around him in the top lane. It's going to be a big moment for them here because they could actually retake control in this group if they're able to beat T1. I think the more important thing is going to be in their rematch against Saigon Buffalo. It really feels like that's what this group is coming down to. But oftentimes in these like 6-game Worlds group stages, being able to sneak a game off the top seed can be the deciding factor and prevent them from going to tiebreakers.
It's obviously going to be a Herculean task to be able to defeat the Giants, or I should have said the Titans, that are
Zeus or maybe Zeus.
Yeah, exactly. Nice setup. Good save.
Greek. We're going mythology.
What I thought was really fun, just complete side tangent. Evie has been playing for years, right? He's like a veteran on the main stage, on the international stage. He's been one of Japan's representatives for many, many years now. Whereas Zeus, this is his first international competition. Like, kind of new generation versus old generation, to get a matchup like that is always really exciting to see, especially when he is such a young, promising talent that is coming out from Korea right now.
Absolutely. And I'm ready just honestly across the board to see what they can do here because DFM has been a team that has been able to make upsets happen in the past. Now, again, RNG and T1 I would put very much on the same tier where it would be miraculous to take them down. That said, I think the bot lane play that we saw from Saigon Buffalo, where they're able to find some of those first blood kills on the bottom side, gives me faith they are not unbeatable because while they are undefeated in best of series, they have dropped games here and there. They're not completely and totally unstoppable. There are some weaknesses. It's just a question of whether or not a team like DFM can actually find those weaknesses.
Yeah, and DFM did make World's group stage in 2021, which is the first time they'd ever done it in their region, which I think can give them confidence that they have the capability of taking teams down like this. It's just one of the extra difficulties against T1. You can list a lot of things, but the way DFM generally won in the LJL is they demolish people. So I think when you win that soundly within your own region, it is harder to learn some of the like winning in close game fundamentals. One thing that I did notice about both of these teams is they deprioritize early Drakes and have very high priority on Rift Herald. And when both teams are like very dominant within their own region, T1 obviously being undefeated, DFM basically undefeated, even though they dropped a couple of games, you get to choose what your priorities are. So if they win, like I hope they can keep the game close until the first Herald fight and then just have like a really good approach to there. Because I've seen so many games break off of that. That would be their chance to me.
Sorry, I needed to burp just as you handed it off to me, but I'm good now.
Good.
The thing that scares me about Tier 1 mainly is that they've been experimenting a lot with their drafting. We've been seeing the Senna Wukong down towards the bot side of the map. We even saw a Vi come out from them on day one as well. And it feels like that we haven't even seen the true potential yet of Tier 1. They're using this almost like a warm-up stage, as many strong teams often do. But when you compare that to like RNG and G2, who seem to be like hyper-focused, very prepared, showing a lot of respect to their opposition, I actually feel like T1's taking this series a little bit looser. It feels like that they are a little bit more relaxed, that they're happy to like take a few more risks. And remember, Gumayushi, like he died a lot in his very first game of the tournament, but it didn't matter. He still ended the game with like, what, 10 kills?
He was
or
10 and
5
ridiculous.
on
Lucian at the
exactly.
end of it,
So to me, what is kind of terrifying to see from this T1 roster is I don't think we've seen the full potential of the roster. Their current level is not something that I would even evaluate as their like peak level. And that is kind of what I want to try and see DFM push them into. Push them into a situation where we have to see the true extent of Tier 1 and what they're really capable of.
I also do want to say, like, as much as we are building up DFM because they deserve it, I think T1 is the most popular team in the world.
Of course,
and I think the majority of people watching are just like, okay, how stylishly can T1 beat them? How fast can T1 beat them? And the funniest thing so far in this tournament from them, weirdly, is like not the Senna Wukong bottom lane. It was just the Vi jungle. Because it's like not good. And he played into Wukong.
Jarvan.
And we asked him about it in the interview afterwards. And he had to like manufacture this, like, oh yeah, we kind of practice this sometimes and threw it in. Like
on occasion.
They picked Vi because he wanted to play Vi. That's my opinion. Like it would be fun to be able to do this.
So is your question really then just what does owner want to play today and how spicy is it going to be?
Yeah, what do they want to play today? And can they make it work? That's, I think, the mini game they're playing.
I would love to see some AP junglers that aren't Karthus or Diana. I want to see Evelynn again. I feel like we could find something spicier than that even. When does Rumble in the jungle come back? Probably never.
Probably never.
Because you can't overheat on level 1 anymore, sad.
If they could just do me a solid and lock Pantheon, that would be great.
Yeah. Picks to watch.
Exactly.
Pantheon.
And it would also make me realize that Faker is a Picks to Watch fan, which would also, you know, just
validate. That's what you think every time a pro locks in a pick that you picked.
That's literally what I think.
That's
yeah. When I saw
it from Picks to Watch.
Yeah, when I saw Impact locking Gangplank, I was like, I knew he was a fan. I knew he was a fan.
That's why.
It makes so much sense now.
Okay, so when do we get the Rengar then, Betty? For those of you who admit you haven't seen Picks to Watch, it's available on the LoL Esports YouTube. When do we get the Rengar, Betty? You promised us a lot.
I mean, I'm kind of banking on Broken Blaze, if I'm being really honest. A little out there, I know, but if anyone's going to play it, it has to be him.
Have you, are you influencing the MSI meta? Like, if they're clinched, you're going to DM him on Twitter and be like,
no, I DM them.
Please.
Like, Faker doesn't follow me on Twitter, but I send his manager emails.
Here's my final thing. I've had a wonderful time today, so I just want to say thank you, gentlemen. Someday I will repay you, unless, of course, I forget or cannot find you. Shrek 2. That's it for us. Wolf, Valdez, you know what to do.
Thank you very much, Shrek 2 enthusiasts there on the desk. We are enthusiasts of all the spice that T1 loves to bring to the stage. And for me, I think it's all about Keria, right? We saw the Sana Wukong. Yes, owner was like, yeah, let me play that Vi. That was very spicy. I do agree. That was wonderful. And it is not good, is what we also think here.
Yes.
But Keria is a guy that has an insane champion pool, and he's done this in the LCK as well, where he's like, sure, Zach support. You know, so maybe that's what we're going to get here, or maybe something even more spicy.
I would love to see the Rengar that was teased there by Vidius, who, you know, maybe he's the real one pulling all the strings with the meta here at MSI. But what I am more focused on personally, actually, even though T1 is our home region representative, is how DFM approached this game, because this is a stylistic mismatch for DFM. And it is for all of these groups, all these teams in the group. As going back to what I was saying earlier, it's a very early game strong group. And since T1 has the strongest early game, it goes back to what was discussed by Jat on the desk as well. DFM have won their games early. They've won them in dominant fashion. So many of DFM's games in the LJL were ended, not the Nexus falling, but the game was essentially done by 12, 15 minutes. We're talking 5,000 gold leads, an extremely dominant play in the early game led to those advantages. But the same could be true of T1 in a more difficult and competitive region, you could argue. So that's why I find this to be a stylistic mismatch for DFM. Your greatest strength is actually outmatched by your opponent. And we go to the late game, that's where DFM have actually looked weakest. You go past the early game to the mid game, and they start ARAMing a little bit. They're grouping up as 5. They're not side laning. Vision control is very poor. And that's what I'm most concerned about, because you can't, if you lose to T1 in the early game, you're probably not going to come back in general. But if you also lose to T1 in the early game, they take turrets, have a 4,000, 5,000 gold lead, and you're not good at controlling vision, and your late game is poor, and you don't know how to play around trying to set up side laning, then you're going to have an even harder time. So that is my main focus here, is how does DFM approach this draft? Do they try to play a scaling comp? Do they try to actually play against their weakness? Do they, in fact, try to play a scaling comp against T1, play passively? Or are they just going to go, all right, we're going head-to-head. Let's hope for the best. It's a David and Goliath story here, really.
Yes, very, very true, Wolf. I do want to point out as well that I did definitely see Caps' dad holding a T1 win sign in the audience, so if someone could clip that and get that on the internet, that would be lovely. But other than that, yeah, I do agree with what you were saying. And yeah, it's rough, right? Because in terms of nerves, you know, you talked about a lot of the strategy, but here's DFM in Busan, Korea, against the most popular team, not only in Korea, but maybe the world. And there is so much on their plate right now.
And let's not forget, they historically in sports in Korea versus Japan in international tournaments across basically all time, extreme rivalry, right? This crowd is not only T1 favorite, most famous team in Korea, but they are playing against a Japanese team. They are on stage in Busan. So I just want to add that extra cultural context to this, because this is a massive rivalry across all sports. So you add all this up, the pressure is on. They take away Evi's Urgot right away, his most played champion, not going to be on the cards this time around, which makes me a little sad, because I wanted to see how Zeus would perform against it. But T1 not even leaving it to chance.
You see Faker, he was even cleaning his glasses. When's the last time you saw him do that? Like, this guy is taking this really seriously. and he is preparing to make sure he has 100% vision at all times, no issues at all. But getting into this draft, he's still cleaning his glasses, finally puts it on, says, okay, maybe I should put on my headset, probably would help. The Lucian also going to be banned away, so they don't want to give that over to Gumayusi, even though, of course, Saigon Buffalo was somewhat able to take advantage of it in their game.
Faker's Ahri is open. Faker's Ahri is open. Blue side here for T1. I think this is a very, very risky move, but they'll actually prioritize the Wukong here instead, locking that one in first. This gives Yaharong the opportunity to play the Ahri himself, which has been our most priority pick here for the mid lane at MSI 2022. They also have the opportunity to play Viego with it. So you get the Ahri, the Viego, play those together. A very, very LCK way to draft right now in the meta. And it's going to be them who actually pick up at least the Ahri for the first part of this.
Yep, the Ahri seems very obvious. I think, you know, you could definitely match jungler here, pick up the Viego. Ahri Viego definitely extremely strong. Steel, I don't believe he has played that much Viego. He's definitely a guy that strikes me as kind of like a Nocturne player and stuff like that. A lot of Poppy
really, you're right.
as well, so maybe not really in his wheelhouse. They're going to actually prioritize the Karma that does come out here ahead of that.
Karma picked early in this draft does give you a lot of control on the bottom side, and you know, it's not really punishable at the moment in this draft for T1 either, and they can play something like the Ezreal with this if that's the style of play they're looking for here for more late game. Ahri can be a very strong side lane champion, and obviously there's a lot of ways that you can play around this Karma. We don't know what it's going to be just yet, but okay, they didn't take the Ahri, but they took Faker's LeBlanc, one of his most iconic champions. And whatever you say is one of Faker's most iconic champions, there's about like 9 of them. You think about LeBlanc, you think about the Azir, but it's the two champions he dominated on most this season. He was my vote for MVP. Actually, I voted for him over Carry this season. Was LeBlanc and the Ahri, and he had the opportunity to pick. He chooses LeBlanc. Jace comes in here blind, very common in the LCK to see this, because we don't see champions like Malphite very often. Wukong already in your composition. It's a pretty safe blind Jace here.
And guess what? Jace is one of the best Jace players that I have ever seen. Certainly at the LCK, he dominates on this pick. He can blind pick it. They first picked it for him as well, you know, because commonly the Ahri will be banned, the LeBlanc could be banned against Faker. So they're like, yeah, sure, Jace, carry us on the Jace. So they're going to go ahead and go with that, even though we haven't seen all that much Jace here at this tournament just yet. A bit here and there. Because the Ezreal Karma is the bottom lane for DFM.
Yeah, this is what I was thinking we were going to see from them once the Karma was locked in. There's nothing T1 could do about that, right, at this stage of the drafting when you have the Karma locked in this early. One of the common responses you see is the Yuumi. That's taken off the board here. And it looks like DFM do want to play a late game scaling 80 carry game here. Not going to be trying to play to that early game strength that got them so much success in the LJL. Not going to try to go fight fire with fire against the bigger fire here of T1. So I really like this approach. We'll see the Xin Zhao removed. And I am really, really curious to see what angle we are going to see with Gumayusi carry here in the bottom side of the map now that the Ezreal's here, because we talked about how much T1 has pulled out weird picks and how much they've had fun with this tournament and this group stage. I wouldn't be shocked if we saw an old throwback of like the Varus coming through here for T1 with this comp. Changes the way it's going to be played, but you could snowball super well. You can lane into this Ezreal very, very well with that. Play lethality. You got the lethality Jace. This very squishy composition DFM is running right now is going to be tough.
You see that target ban of the Poppy that does go up against Steel. They're not going to let him play that one here. Also, I love the Aphelios ban against Gumayusi. I think that the Yuumi, you know, carry, again, as I was talking about before, this guy has such a gigantic champion ocean that maybe, you know, you don't necessarily have to ban that away, but I do like covering their bases with the Aphelios ban here, as the set is potentially going to be the choice here. And it looks like it will be locked in.
So really interesting to see the set coming through here. Does give you a lot of durability, and what set will offer you in these upcoming team fights, actually a little bit of disengage potentially against the Wukong. You also become a very strong shield, a blocker for a lot of that lethality damage coming through on Jace. So can be very nice to have that as a great frontliner for the Ezreal. I think Poppy would have been the ideal choice given how this draft has gone so far and Evi's proficiency of the champion, but they decided to switch it back to the set here once that was banned away. A lot of decisions here that Gumayusi could have made. We saw the hover there earlier. Will go back to the Jhin. I think the main reason is because you've got insane poke power with a great front line. Carry on,
He's laughing. I knew something was going to be coming out here.
Now, if you go for the Pyke Jhin lane, you can get 2 Umbral Glaives. And when you have full vision control with Jace, LeBlanc, no. two vision controllers, you have the Umbral Glaives, you sweep it out, and LeBlanc is going to be finding and murdering people through those those holes, those patches of vision that DFM might, if they fall behind, be unable to correct if there's 2 Umbral Glaives here.
Yeah, T1, they definitely have a lot of ways to get in your face and make this dirty and bloody. Let's see what DFM have in store to counter this. Now, we were talking about the Ahri Viego earlier on, obviously a very common duo that we see for mid-jungle. So many plays that you can make with this, and so many ways to enable each other. And that is going to be the choice here for Steel. So he forgoes anything he's super comfortable on, and he will play the Viego that, of course, this guy knows how to play.
There's a lot of power with a Viego set, Viego Ahri, because of the CC these solo laners bring to the table. So I think all eyes are going to have to be on Steel and these solo laners in the early game, because there are ways in which you can really start to skew how easy it is going to be for Ezreal to scale towards the later parts of the game. If you can actually get through the first parts of it, Ezreal starts out, come online, gets 2 items, you're not too far behind. Yes, you're going to be dealing with vision problems, you're going to be dealing with the lethality Jace that could basically one-shot everybody later on in the game, but I like the way that they rounded this draft out. They weren't ready to commit to the Viego early, but then they were able to pivot to set. They have a jungler that can link the mid and top lanes together. This should be a great game of League of Legends, I'm feeling about this.
Yeah, and the fans, we know who they're cheering for here in Busan. It will be for T1, as these guys looked geared up and ready to go. But as you're mentioning, DFM, they got to come in here and be the most prepared that they will have to be in this group. And I'm very curious to see if they can pilot this composition very, very well. Also kind of cool, we get to see Faker up against Yarong once again. This is a matchup we have seen many times over in Korea, and they will meet once again here on the international MSI stage.
And even perhaps a matchup people don't think of that much is Faker versus Yutapon, because these are some of the oldest and longest standing League of Legends players in the world in terms of professional play, facing off against each other. It's been a little while since we've seen them clash in a group stage like this, but they will meet here for the first time in this round robin. So a lot of historical context here. Yaharong, of course, formerly of the generic Green Wings. It used to go by Grace, if you guys remember back in the day. Played a little bit on Fredit Brion, so kind of a substitute to Lava. Now finds his place on DFM as a replacement for Arya, who then also moved to the LCK. So a lot of LCK history, a lot of rivalry type stuff here between these two teams. You know, Korea versus Japan, T1 versus DFM, Yaharong versus Faker. It's a really cool matchup, even though T1 are massive favorites. The context makes it so much more interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool to see this day of MSI wrapped up with our featured matchup here, presented by, of course, Mercedes-Benz. Thank you. And, yeah, I mean, this is Keria back on his Pyke, right? This is one of the first picks, actually, that got people very excited about Keria. He came out on this pick when he was a rookie, and he was like, yeah, I'm just going to take over the bottom lane by myself, like almost 1v3 style. Like, and everybody was like, wait, what? Who is this guy? Like, how did he just do that? And, yeah, he garnered a lot of hype very early on in his career, and this was one of the picks that he was able to do it on.
He hovers it a lot. People love it. They respect it. Owner's seen here.
Oh, they're flashing in. Yutapon, he is going to have to flash out as Owner's going in for the kill. That is just barely going to be enough for first blood, as already Gumayusi is on the board.
Yep. Faker going to look for another proc here of Electrocute in the lane. As we jump over that, Observer's like, better make sure we don't miss that one. But a very early kill here given over to Gumayusi on the Gen. This accelerates how quickly he can get those lethality items online. Keria is just will give no quarter. He's like, I'm not going to give you any opportunities to try to get any of these minions here as the wave crashes through. but Keria is able to hit this hook at basically maximum range. Notice Owner comes down here, even though he's seen on the ward. There's no minions to block here. The timing of this hook is perfect because Keria knows they have Cryo on the lane, and there's an easy follow-up gank opportunity for Owner. If it goes awry or if DFM show more respect,
Yaharo's just dead! Faker gonna take him out. Looks like the Ignite was ticking there as Keria, with a casual level 2 roam to the mid lane, is going to help out with that. But this time, DFM, they're going to get their revenge as they set up a nice little gank. Brush, Steel, and Harp in the river. They are able to take out Gumayusi, who is running down the river by himself.
So this does really stave off some of the early lead that first blood for Guma is going to give you. So a lot of damage going through a Faker. He's sitting at like basically no health, basically no mana. He's going to get the maximum value out of trade, proc electrocute again. And he's like, oh yeah, Yarong, you thought you were going to sit and catch this wave at a good at a good amount of health and feel good about yourself while I back? No, I'm going to actually take that away from you. We'll have to chug through those pots.
Yes.
The good news for DFM fans is that the kill onto Gumayusi means that it does give Ezreal a little bit more of a free time here.
Faker sets it up.
Hashtag just Faker things. Keria's here. Yep. Chains land. Can't miss your pike hook when they're rooted in the ground. Then, you know, Guma gets caught here, unfortunately. You could tell based on how he was moving, he was like, oh, there's a pretty good chance they're here. They're not on the bottom side of the map. And that does give Ezreal a little bit of breathing room here for Yutapon.
He could have taken it a little bit slower and just run through his own jungle. But Guma, he's a very confident young player. And generally, he doesn't make too many mistakes, but if he does make them, they'll look like that. You know, he's like, no, I can just do whatever I want. And yeah, gets punished for it. So really nice response out of the side of DFM. You got to get something going when already 200 making it happen. And a counter gank could come in here as Keria's going to get stunned up. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Steel able to pick that one up as now DFM will strike back in a big way. They're looking for the hook potentially from Steel. He's just going to get over the wall. Of course, cosplaying the pike here as they will get away.
This is a really nice read.
Harp is sticking around a little bit too much, and one more auto will do it. That's just going to be the grenade that comes in, but immediately Guma's going to go down as well. So, with the root coming in, that's the Viego stealing Jin's body. They're looking for more, and Yutapon is going to pick up yet another kill. DFM, they laugh in the face of T1's aggression.
DFM now have matched T1 in gold, and this is a play based on the fact that they know Keria is going to repeatedly non-stop look for Bone Spears, and during the slow of Keria's hook, Steel actually he is able to predict Keria is going to hook at this moment. During the slow, he's already pre-channeled the Viego stun. He's able to get on top of him there. Was super well played. Then they abuse the fact that Viego in these skirmishes will get those resets, get his health back, and then can actually become a ranged champion, do tons of extra damage. This was extremely well set up by DFM, punishing the fact that T1 are going to repeatedly try to make these plays happen. If the execution was poor, Viego loses so much time. But notice the channel. He channels this before Keria actually looks for the Bone Spear. He's slowed while channeling, so he knows he can guarantee the stun, has the follow-up damage here. Beautifully played from DFM.
Yeah, just a really fantastic setup. And if you know the enemy team is looking confident, they're going to be looking for plays non-stop. You got to find a way to counter it, and they found exactly that. Guma doesn't have to run in there. You know, he knows Steel is still around. And DFM are like, thank you very much. This will be a couple more kills into our pockets. Excellently set up by Steel on the side of DFM. As we will return to the game state. T1 still have a slight lead. Some of that is due to Zeus having fun on just Jace versus a melee champ. Heavy having a little bit of trouble, but now they're looking for their own kind of revenge as very nicely kidnapped into the back there. Steel once again looking for more, but the flash knockback from Zeus might be enough. They're still flashing onto him. As will it be enough damage? One more Haymaker could have done it, but it's not enough. Zeus will live underneath his own turret.
Not the true damage there to finish him off. Unfortunately, well played by Zeus. Really nice reaction. But this goes back to the draft. When they locked in the Viego at the end, they decided to lock in set, play around the CC setup here. And it has been Steel who's been the glue of this team together, making the early plays, and all eyes were going to be on him. He's going to be the most impactful player in this game for DFM if they can actually control the early parts of it, and that has been the case. Not a successful kill, but a successful game.
Flashing in, he's going for blood. Harp is going to try to flash away with that W, but it's enough damage back on Gumayusi. Yutapon hits level 6. and does punish him. Here is Owner, and another Bone Spear should be enough. The knockup comes in, and Owner will dominate there.
On the knife's edge there, though, if he actually survives here, Yutapon with the enemy AD carry down, ends up getting a really nice lead. Of course, it's a trade here, so won't actually push them further, as you could hear the audience is cheering like crazy after they were able to pick him off here. Steel rotates over, trying to catch some of this aggression. First Drake, by the way, still untouched with all this aggression. Rift Herald has spawned. T1 historically has been the most dominant Rift Herald team.
And this is what we missed while we were having the action down on the bottom side, by the way. Started out as a 1v1. Faker was getting aggressive here on the Yaharong, who does just barely go down. But then Faker is scooped up by Steel, who earns himself another kill.
Yep, so another extra kill here for the Viegos, 3-0-2. Most impactful player on the Rift right now. Rift Herald spawned. Owner's taking it here early. The Ezreal hasn't come online just yet, so they're going to respect the fact that they didn't have prio control here.
Uh-oh, Keria in trouble. Setting up the gank brush again. The damage should be there. Steel is so fed as he doesn't have his ultimate. No Heartbreaker will be able to come through here, and that is why Keria will survive.
Yeah.
As at least he does survive.
He does survive because the Heartbreaker was used earlier, Flash was used earlier, but it does mean that they have to take the longer road here, which is going to cost Gumayusi a lot of CS. Going to give a plate over to Yutapon. These moves are impactful even if it doesn't lead to a kill, because it also means control bottom side as wave crashes through, gives Steel first Drake priority here, and Mountain Drake will go over to DFM. Really nice play around Vision, abusing the fact that Keria is on a roaming support who wants to be going to that mid lane very often, catches him on his return.
Yeah, and I think that DFM have done a wonderful job of shoring up a lot of the early aggression from the side of T1. This top lane does continue to be a bit of a sticking point here. I think that Zeus is pretty much having a free lane, of course, outside of that one play where they were trying to set up the kill onto him. But other than that, he has a almost 40 CS difference. Once Evie picks up this wave, it will shore up a little bit. And he already has 2 plates as well. So that is a lot of where that gold lead is actually coming from for T1.
Yeah, and Yaharong is going to, again, just be harassed here by Faker. A lot of this is, the forcing we're seeing from Zeus, the pressure we're putting on is because he knows the jungler's on the other side of the map. So he's playing so well around this strong side because he knows how much pressure DFM is trying to put onto Keria and Gumayusi. So really well played by him. So we do have a group up here in the jungle from T1.
We were talking a lot about Steel. By the way, he did pick up the MasterCard Mythic item of the Divine Sunderer at 9 minutes and 52 seconds. So this guy is insanely fed right now as Evie trying to go 1v1 once again, but Zeus does not have turret aggro. Will miss the accelerated shock blast, but he is fine. He will survive against that aggression.
Yeah, just using his ult to actually get it back here, so he's not going to end up losing out way too much. Yaharong will get rooted.
Steel is here, though. Can he bait him in? The Ignite is ticking as Steel with the flash stun. That's still going to be a kill, though, for Faker as he picks it up. Distorts away from the Heartbreaker, and Faker dodges a charm, picks up the kill, and that will be that.
Yeah, in terms of mechanics here across the board, I don't think anyone is going to doubt that Faker versus Yaharong heavily favoring Faker. We're seeing it here. Yes, he was punished the one time, but he's sitting at 3-0 or 3-1 and 0, excuse me. He's up 10 CS, and he's playing LeBlanc, which is going to be so impactful if T1 can get a lead and control that vision, because we are going to see Pyke pick up the glaive later on in this game. He is going to make it so difficult for DFM to know where Faker is at any given point in time. So Faker being accelerated at this stage of the game is something that DFM fans should be extremely worried about, because getting to that point way faster than LeBlanc is supposed to be in an even laning phase is it's just a disaster. It's going to lead to so many problems for DFM's fairly squishy composition.
So we got Steel up in the top side. He was actually able to deny that back from Zeus. Keria, though, is being so annoying in the mid lane here. Even with Harp here, Owner and Faker just casually, with this pressure, picking up 2 more turret plates, and they drop the Rift Herald down. Faker has the distortion. He will be able to get away as they split the golds here, and Faker's still throwing out chains in front of 3 of them in this mid lane.
Yeah, and look who's farming bottom. It's Gumayusi. He's doing that for free. So T1, this is the macro style we talk about for them. We talk about the early game. We're not talking about how they kill people, how they kill turrets.
He got him over the wall.
Unbelievable.
Harp is just dead, and that is going to be Owner that does pick up the kill. Second knockup comes through here for the Wukong as Owner is picking up more. They might want to get this into Guma, but they say, nah, let's give the double kill over to Owner. He wants the MVP notice anyway.
Steel had such a great early game. They were really finding impactful ganks. They were able to catch up in T1's gold. The second Rift Herald's taken, though, they force it mid, grab plates. You see Gumayusi pushes bottom side. They have control of the forces. Faker is going to get charmed. But the vision that you could see, if you look at the bottom right of the map here, is just insane here for T1. Look at all of these wards they have. Look at how deep this vision is. You cannot make any plays there. You cannot safely protect Yutapon. So notice Yutapon comes back to the lane. He's like, oh, I'm in trouble. I have to back away. He's losing CS. He's losing farm. He's 30 CS down right now. This is T1's macro. This is their domination. This is why people are so afraid of facing this team in the early game. You get an inch, T1 takes a mile with it. And so many plates going over to these impactful carries.
Yeah, it's very true. And, you know, some of the CS differences as well, very noticeable. Still a huge one in the top side, but also Gumayusi with a very nice lead in the bottom lane. Will we see another Bone Spear hit? They're going for Harp. He's just so squishy, but Yutapon is fighting back. The heal comes through. The stun is going to be flashed away, but Harp will be taken out by Keria. And now Yutapon is all alone, but they're not going to, or will they? Bone Spear considered, and Keria just goes down. Yutapon laughs at him and just takes a kill for himself.
He has Prowler's Claw. He's thinking he could actually burst him down there. It has enough damage, but unfortunately it's an Ezreal. Yutapon doesn't miss his skill shots there at basically point-blank range. He's able to take him out. In fact, if Gumayusi's back there was somewhat disrespectful, he gets caught there. He dies too. Yutapon is going to pick up some much-needed extra gold.
Yutapon, I'm not sure about this one. You have red buff on you, and Owner this time will get the last laugh as he flashes onto you and kills you.
They have no real vision of this part of the jungle. There's a ward near the Drake pit, so I think that's why he felt comfortable he could actually push that wave out before backing.
They saw him coming. He like threw out a Q, and then he was like, nah, you know what? It's okay. I'll be fine.
It was not okay.
But Faker still feels like he's having a lot of fun here in this mid lane. As trying to get this one down, the smite will come through from Owner. Even though he does get rooted, he is totally fine. And the Cloud Soul, perfect. Shout out to our co-caster Atlas, Cloud Atlas. No doubt watching from home, loving the Cloud Souls that we've had so far.
I mean, when you look at the top side, it's been so interesting because this tournament, hold that thought, Gumayusi very far forward.
He's in a lot of trouble, and with this teleport coming in, well, he will be able to flash away from it as Evie is looking for a bit more. He will ult the clone. Fooled this time, I suppose, as the Bone Spear is going to come through. And now we open up for Guma. That's one snipe. Looking for the second. He should be able to hit. No, he hits Yutapon, actually, so not going to be quite enough damage, and the rest of them will get away.
This is an extreme poor macro call as well from DFM to try to force this fight here. Take your loss. You didn't get Guma. That's enough. They commit the teleport here for Evie. You know, after the first initial pick fails, he ults the clone, as you mentioned, but he gives a turret to Zeus. He's not coming. He's not interested. He's going to get more gold. He's going to soak up the map. The bigger objective is on the top side right now.
Yeah, no, it's very true. And I just feel like there has been way too much disrespect of Yutapon's Ezreal in this game from T1. Like, the guy does not miss.
Yeah,
you're also running straight at him. Like, come on. He can do it. He's going to hit you. Baker nearly gets charmed there. But at the end of the day, does look like DFM will be able to run away.
Look at the items here for Evie. You know, unfortunately, this is the matchup that the analyst test was really focusing on. And because there's been so much action on the bottom side, we haven't really been able to focus on it. The observers haven't really been showing it that much. But we're now looking at nearly a 60 CS lead. Eclipse is done. Muramana is completed. Whereas we're looking at like a Hearthbound Axe, okay, and an Iron Spike Whip here for Evie because he's so extremely far behind. He cannot duel. He cannot find anything. He doesn't have damage. He's not very survivable. Now he's finally got the Stride Breaker. Had that earlier. Might have been a little bit more impactful in that last skirmish. But he's so extremely far behind. Doesn't have a turret to operate around now. And every time there's a lull in the action, I behoove you fans, look at the map and where the vision is. For the first time, DFM a little bit of vision bottom side, but the Drake's not up for 3 minutes. It's not relevant vision. And this is why I said DFM is not so great at controlling vision around objectives. The Steel will get rooted.
Oh boy. Faker is getting pretty low, but he knows that they do not have enough damage to take him down. Keria is able to get on in there, but this last second shield comes through and Steel will just barely survive.
Although we should back there.
And well, Gale Force is just going to take him out. He knew that, you know, he was just a little bit too slow. Not quite able to get away from that one.
How many times Balance tonight? Oh no, Evie's in trouble. How many times have we watched somebody barely survive and then back in a bad place?
Yaharong able to root him up. Who's trapped in here with who, though? It is 3v1, so it is Owner absolutely trapped in. And he will be taken down in front of all three of them.
A bit of an overstep, shall we say. There's a lot of CC on this team for DFM, so we'll get locked down there. This will give DFM a little bit of breathing room. Ezreal's still just sitting on the Trinity Force right now. It's going to be about 4 or 5 more minutes before he starts really doing quite a lot of damage. But he's going to have to operate around Zeus' massive damage. Because look at Zeus' side, as we talked about it earlier, he's online early, and it's only going to get worse from here because he has full control over the map. Can side lane anywhere he wants to. No one can challenge him.
Faker in a bit of trouble here. The chains are going to land, and that is going to be enough. He's got Guma here with him, and Guma will secure that kill for himself.
Look at all the wards on the bottom side of the map around where DFM would try to contest Drake coming up, and the wards on the top side of the map where Faker is harassing. And he just knows there are juicy targets he could blow up here. They don't even have an Umbral Glaive this game. They're just doing it with straight control wards and sweepers to actually push this through. And as DFM, you can't even walk into your jungle safely against a fed LeBlanc at this stage.
Okay, Evie trying to force this one. He is going to catch two of them. Breaks their stride, rather. And strides their break as well. Evie is a little bit deep now. He is going to get rooted up by the Jhin as Guma, he's even looking for other targets. Assumed that Evie was down, and he snipes him at the end. Very nicely done. Picks up that kill as Keria still looking for more. As T1, they're having a lot of fun in this game. Really just going for every single target that they can find.
Certainly are. Steel does not get this blue buff. That's taken from T1, just taking every single piece of the map they could find and pushing it to the edge, to the limits. 20 seconds to go before this Drake spawn. Zeus has full vision control. He's on it. He could start it up alone as the respawns come through. Too many low health bars on the side of DFM. No front line to actually come over here and contest. Nor do they have any vision or any idea as to whether T1 actually faked a backstop, and then went over to Drake. Like, they just don't have any options. You don't have any opportunities here. And the positioning of Keria has been so threatening in each and every one of these team fights. Even though Evie engaged very well in that last fight, Keria's positioning on the side meant that Yutapon couldn't actually freely follow up and do that damage. Yaharong's not a sustained damage dealer in this game. He can help pick and follow-up charm when those engages come through from Evie, but your sustained damage is in Yutapon, but if he's blocked by the Pike, he can't do it. He can't actually put that damage out. And it's just, it feels like this game is falling apart so quick. I mean, it's 20 minutes in, 8,000 gold to lead. It was a very close early to mid.
This is a really rough spot as well for DFM because you got two guys up on the top side trying to lock down Faker's LeBlanc that has flash. I mean, yeah, the Baron's up. Like, you're never going to kill him. You're not going to do anything. Meanwhile, the second Rift Herald is getting so much value down here. So much extra gold on the map that's just being given over to T1 basically for free. They were not in position to handle that push, and now T1 are looking at a 10,000 gold lead, and they're just kind of rolling over them here in the middle of the map as Harp. Will he get sniped on the backside here? He does have, ooh, he nearly did on the backside of that one, but Yutapon is going to be executed by Keria.
Those, like, when Harp was there and caught, Keria didn't even bone spear him because he's like, I don't need to actually hook this guy. Like, he's going to die. It doesn't matter. And, he did barely escape there, of course, but he's like, I'm waiting, saving my cooldowns for the real target, which is Yutapon. Yutapon's taken out again. Positioning of Keria just preventing Yutapon from doing any significant damage. There's no vision on Baron.
They don't have any vision of even that brush, and Faker is going to secure that kill. T1 do this all the time. They're so far ahead, they can just take this one down. Now, Guma did not have to be there. That was absolutely not the best position, and Steel is nearby, so actually the smite will go over to the side of Owner. They say thank you very much for that finish on the Baron, and we will take it from here.
Faker? Okay, well, that's some extra gold going over to Yutapon. I think your reaction was like the genuine reaction of literally everyone who's sitting in the Busan Arena right now and every fan at home. Everyone made the exact same sound as you did as Faker did get hit by that true shot barrage.
I hope I wasn't the only one.
I only didn't because you did it. Like, I actually did. You guys couldn't hear, but I did the exact same pitch as Brendan at the same time. So this is fairly risky for T1. These are the risky Baron calls that Jat was pointing out actually on the desk earlier in that segment. They have enough damage here because they're so far ahead and their carries have been fed so heavily. But Gumayusi isn't AD carry, not a frontliners. Here we go.
Guys, Zeus is like he's not a freight train, he's like a giant cannon, okay? As Evie is, wow. Yep, that's the cannon. He took a little while to reload, but then he just shot you in the face. So down he did go. And the cannon wins with the reload as Udapon, at least, I suppose you could say he is picking some gold up off the map. But
and if it were a closer game, it would be relevant. Yeah. But, you know, sadly in a game like this, yeah, sad bees. In a game like this, I mean, he's trying his best, and he will just barely escape here from Faker's chains. But it's just too far gone at this stage, and a lot of it was just based around really good backroom plays from T1, Karia's positioning, and 21 kills to 10, not a number you really see at an international tournament again. These are things that we are not used to seeing, but we have so many dominant teams here, RNG, T1.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, they were already so far ahead, but now with this Red Bull Baron power play, they have about 3,000 gold more that they will fill their coffers with. So must be feeling really good about their positions now. As DFM looking to, they're just trying to carve out a small piece of land here on this rift. And maybe they'll do it while taking Faker with them, as he does not have flash. He's gonna hop back, but the charm comes in, and that's gonna be the end of him. As T1 say, you want a 4v5, let's do it, but the Bone Spear not going to land. Owner still looking for more. The root comes in from over the wall, and everybody's getting knocked up now on the backside of this fight. Guma is going to snipe them from very far away, as nobody can even seem to take down Owner. He's got a stopwatch, and that's all you need at this point. In comes Karia looking for the final ace for this team of T1. They will take them all down, as Guma will still have the last kill, and that should be the end of this game.
Teleport to finish, and they shut Udapon down at every turn. They didn't necessarily respect him, I think, at some of those 2v2s in the early game, like you said. His damage output, his ability to hit those skill shots, they just walked right up to him. But they walked right up to him in the late game, forced him out, made it impossible for him to hit those Qs. Those Mystic shots were not going to happen.
Don't do it to him. Just end the game. T1, they will secure yet another win under their belts as they dominate their way through to a 3-0 score in Group A. Looking like one of the scariest teams, if not the scariest, in the tournament.
Expectations were 100% T1 takes a 3-0 here in front of their home crowd in Busan. And this is just the Busan arena. We've got much bigger and better crowds, and so many people are going to be traveling to this event to watch T1 in the knockout stage if they make it there. The Rumble stage, of course, they're nearly qualified for already. But I think it means a lot to do it against Korean players on this Japanese roster. I think it means a lot for Faker to actually defeat Udapon, who's in a lot of ways very similar to him. Long-standing player, not the same amount of success. But to defeat the Japanese team in front of a Korean crowd means something as well. And it's a really, really dominant victory here, despite some shakiness in the early part, some great play from Steel. And yes, was it a one-sided game? I think everybody would say so. But damn, if DFM did not put up a good fight, and I think the way they drafted, the way that Steel played this Viego with the Ahri, the set, was impressive to see, and I think DFM has grown so much as a team. They did put some dents in T1. It was not as dominant as the other games that we've seen tonight, so I just wanted to give them a little bit of credit for that. And they're still maybe one of the teams to get out in second place.
T1 is T1, as we know, and I think you really got to hand it to DFM. They put on a great performance, but T1 were able to take the dominant victory here tonight and secure 3-0. But guys, that's going to do it for us. We're stepping away, but make sure to stick around, because in a few minutes we will have MSI Cool Down with Yinsu, Vedius, and Jat. You do not want to miss it.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Coming at you loud, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, 'cause that's what the baddest do. I never going back, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, 'cause that's what the baddest do. It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me coming, get out of the way. I can just slay, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. More the night that I hit, I 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy. Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the goal.
everybody, and welcome to MSI Cooldown. I'm Youngsu, and I'm joined here by Vedius and Jat. Guys, who would have thought the T1 were going to finish this off with a bit of a perfect record? Yeah, not me, not me.
Yeah, I mean, we're hoping, we're always hoping for the big upset, right? Especially during MSI group stage when you have such overwhelming favorites like RNG and T1. It's also only the second year we've been having this format, and you're really seeing like the #1 team from the #1 or 2 region dominates these early rounds. It's so, I don't want to say unfair for DFM, but it's a lofty goal to try and take a game off.
It's one of those things where you look at the kills and you're thinking, this game is close, this game is competitive, but then you look at the gold and you're like, this isn't close. Unfortunately, what was happening a lot in the early game was that while DFM were finding kills, they weren't really converting it into a lot. Meanwhile, T1 were finding CS advantages, Faker was consistently solo killing his lane opponent, tower plates were being taken, objectives were being gained, and T1 basically were much better at converting small advantages into bigger map-wide advantages. And unfortunately, DFM now find themselves in a bit of a difficult situation with the groups after losing to both Saigon and
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to DFM, I gotta say, Vedi, you've been a pretty vocal stan of LJL. So do you not believe in them anymore? Because I've not been hearing much of that from you.
Yeah, my faith is very rapidly dwindling. I was really... with the introduction of their new mid laner in particular, I think that so far he hasn't really left the same impression on me as previous mid laners of the roster. In particular, I am slightly Seros biased.
Brings out the ruler, checks his distance to the monitor. You're like, he's so organized.
Yeah, exactly. I love that in my mid laners. But that doesn't mean that all the chips are down for them. Their position isn't the worst in the world. They find themselves at 1 and 2. It's definitely still possible. The problem they face is that Saigon Buffalo just seems unleashed right now. Their confidence, their bravado, the way they execute upon the map is just relentless aggression, and it's working out for them. Teams just cannot, well, except for T1, slow them down.
Yeah, I mean, looking back at the kind of the 3 days we saw, if we're going to talk about like Group A right now, the original T1 versus Saigon Buffalo day, our original impression was that, oh, T1 is like a little sloppy.
Yeah.
Or they're playing the second best team in the group. Like, that's what it looks like now in hindsight. But I've also seen tons of World Championship group stages because the group stage at Worlds is the same number of games in 14 groups. Like 2-1, 1-2, that's actually not even a lead. Because all DFM has to do is beat Saigon in the rematch, and you're into a tiebreaker with them. So that'll be the big game that I'll circle. We won't see the conclusion of that group until 3 days from now. They're going to be the last group to close out. But that's going to be the huge rematch. And like in the seat now, obviously we're going to say Saigon is the favorite because they won the last game. But man, so much can change in a couple days.
I mean, we just saw that in terms of the group standings. Is this now really just a race for second place? Like, are we really confident that those teams leading right now, that's not even a question anymore. They're just going to get out and everyone is kind of fighting for second?
I genuinely believe that T1, RNG, and G2 will all go undefeated.
Undefeated?
Yeah.
We'll talk about that later.
Yeah. I don't know. Why?
Well,
I agree with a lot of his statement.
Well, I think that the T1 and RNG, let's start with RNG because they're the easiest. Right now, often top teams, when they come into a group situation, they will show little respect to their opposition. They'll think that they're worse, they'll think they don't need to prep as much drafts, and then they'll get caught off by a certain pick, they'll disrespect in lane, and they'll lose an early game with which they can't come back from because their composition is too linear or it doesn't give them enough options, right? However, RNG have shown the utmost respect and a huge amount of prep, regardless of who their opposition is, and their execution is clean as well. When we look at T1, they're the ones that are like a little shaky, but it never feels like that they're ever really losing control of the game. They're just kind of having a little bit of fun. They're being a little bit loose in terms of their execution. And I think a lot of that comes from their laning phase, but the second they get out of lane, they look unstoppable. Now, G2 is probably the one that both of you have the most question marks. Do I really think that they will go undefeated? Right now, based on what I've seen from G2, they are showing the same level of prep and dedication in terms of drafts that RNG is showing to their opposition. I think that they have enough draft flexibility to be able to answer, and I don't think EG or Order have enough in their pool to be able to shut them down. And I basically think the question is, do I think G2 will throw any of the games? And after that near loss to EG, I do not think that they will. I think that they're genuinely really committed to getting that win streak going so they can fight T1 with the undefeated
That's
streak.
I was just thinking, I was like counting up all their wins in my head because on one hand, so their group is going to conclude 2 days from now.
Yes.
Group C. On one hand, it is hard to win 4 games in a day.
True.
Because they'll have to win 2 games against EG and 2 games against Order. And I said at the start of the tournament, like, I don't expect Order to go 0-8. Like, I just think because, like, best of 1 format, you can just, like, take a game. But at the same time, like, that's a 16-game win streak they're on now.
Yeah.
That's the longest win streak G2's ever had. Right?
Like,
I haven't verified, but just in my head,
I
can never remember them winning that many games in a row. So
are you convinced?
They're on a hot streak.
Are you convinced by that?
No.
Why are you not convinced by that?
Because they're just going to lose one.
G2? Just the G2
just
thing?
Lose one.
But you're convinced by the RNG and the T1
Yeah,
portions,
I
not
think
the
it's
G2.
very low likelihood that they lose a game because, one, I think the pooling system has actually been pretty accurate so far if you think about the way they drew the teams. Like the Pool 1 teams, T1, RNG, G2, super strong. Then you go Pool 2, Pool 3, Pool 4.
DFM shouldn't be Pool 4, though.
Yeah, I think they should be Pool 3, but I don't actually know exactly how that system,
I don't understand
that system works. But like Saigon Buffalo is the Pool 2 team. They're second place, right? The group where it's the strangest is actually PSG, who was a Pool 2 team we thought was going to be top heavy, but they're looking weaker. So like the gap between the Pool 1 and everyone else is just so big. And I'd say the strongest Pool 2 team is NA. I don't actually think that's a controversial statement.
I agree.
Which, if the weakest Pool 1 team is G2 and the strongest Pool 2 team is EG, that's a higher likelihood of it being a game. So I think they're going to drop like...
Probability-wise, he makes a fair argument, but I'm not convinced.
I'm looking forward to seeing if you're going to be right or wrong about this. But of course,
when I'm right.
Oh, we'll see, we'll see. We spoke a little bit about the Saigon Buffaloes already, and I had the pleasure of catching up with their top laner, Hazmed, in the Verizon post-game interview. I'm now joined by Hazmed. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to me. Massive congratulations on your victory today. But first, I wanted to ask you about the fact that we do have a team from the VCS for the first time in more than 2 years. How proud are you right now to be representing your region?
Thì đầu tiên là chúc mừng bạn vì đã có một chiến thắng rất là thành công ha. Thì câu hỏi đầu tiên là cho bạn là bạn cảm giác như thế nào khi được đại diện cho khu vực VCS thi đấu tại giải đấu quốc tế sau 2 năm vắng bóng?
Em khá cảm thấy may mắn và nuối tiếc vì trước đó VCS của mình đã vô địch tại giải VCS và không được tham dự giải đấu quốc tế. Và lần này thì bọn em là SGB và hay mặc được đại diện VCS để tham dự MSI tại giải đấu lần này và em rất cảm thấy may mắn và hạnh phúc.
So I feel very unfortunate for the former VCS champions because like even though they win the split, they could not attend MSI or World Championships. So we feel extremely lucky, happy and honored to be representing VCS this time.
I know you guys are a very young team, but if we look at your schedule in the VCS, you play a lot of games, more games than some of the other regions players do. How much do you think that's actually helped you to gain experience and also be a little bit, improve even a little bit faster than some of the other players?
Thì mặc dù mình là một đội rất là trẻ nhưng mà mình chơi rất là nhiều trận đấu tại giải đấu VCS, thậm chí là mình là một trong những đội có số trận đấu nhiều nhất trên thế giới. Thì bạn nghĩ là cái điều này có giúp cho team mình xây dựng cái kinh nghiệm cho những cái giải đấu lớn như này không?
Dạ thì em thì dù team em vẫn còn rất trẻ nhưng tụi em đã được đánh rất là nhiều cặp trận BO3 và tụi em đã đánh tới ván 3 lần. Cho nên nó cũng có mặt lợi và mặt hại. Mặt lợi vì bọn em đã đánh được nhiều ván và cũng đúc kết nhiều kinh nghiệm ở những ván đấu đó, nhưng mà hại là bọn em đã không đánh được triệt để. Vâng.
So you're right in the sense that even though we are a young team, we play a lot of games and we play a lot of best of 3 and a lot of them go to game 3 as well. So there's like a good side to it and there's the bad side to it. The good side to it is that we got to practice a lot and gain a lot of experience through those games. But the bad side of it is that we have not played it perfectly and we want to improve upon that.
And lastly, you guys are in a great position right now in your group, and now you are sitting on a couple of important wins. How are you feeling for the rest of group stage?
Thì bây giờ là mình đang có một vị trí rất là thuận lợi để kết thúc vòng bảng này, thì bạn đang cảm giác như thế nào về vị trí của team ở thời điểm hiện tại?
Về vị trí của xếp hạng ở hiện tại thì em cảm thấy rất là vui mừng vì bọn em đã có được 2 điểm. Nhưng bọn em cũng phải dè chừng và chắc chắn được về nữa. Nên bọn em không thể nào mà không bị ngủ lên trên chiến thắng được. Bọn em cũng vẫn phải cố gắng để còn được về nữa.
So I feel very comfortable and very happy with our current position, but we have to be cautious and be laser focused on the second round robin as well. We don't want to sleep on our victories, and we want to finish this group stage our very best.
We want you to finish this group stage at your very best as well. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate your time. Now, I kind of asked them the question of, you know, you guys are a young team, but you've played a lot of games. And to put that into perspective, their support player, Taki, debuted in 2021, and he's already played 158 games. They played 100 games between Worlds and now. 100. So people might be looking at them like they're the second seed from VCS, you know, they're very young, but I feel like very surely that means something, that much experience.
Yeah, I mean, it does. There are some LEC players that have been playing for like 2-3 years that don't have that many games yet. That's crazy. Yeah. Competitive matches, whenever you speak to a pro as well, they'll always tell you that like that experience is always going to be different to what you get in scrims, because it's like this more try-hard mentality. I mean, it's when you play so many games, the line between scrim and stage game probably gets blurred a little bit more. And that's also what I love to see from this team, because again, relentless aggression, you know, a steam train with knives. Like, that's how I describe them. But like, that's really how I see them when I see them play, because they they don't let anything get in their way. And I always think of like how there's a lot of pros out there, in solo queue especially, they'll turn their nameplates off, right? Because you don't want to be intimidated or you don't want to stop to think of who it is that you're playing against. And I feel like that these players just do not care about who is up against them on the Rift. They're just going to do what they know, play their style, stick to their guns, and they do a very effective job of doing it.
Yeah, and when it comes to the picks that they play as well, I'm a little bit disappointed so far because coming into this, I thought they're just going to whip out things that maybe we've never even seen. They're kind of known to do that. But do you guys feel like maybe they don't have room to do it right now?
I mean, honestly, I think the Ziggs bottom lane was spicy enough.
Yeah.
I did actually like their TF Ziggs draft when they were able to win in 20 minutes and 40 seconds, which was actually 4 seconds faster than T1 who beat Ace.
Ooh.
So there is a common denominator between those two games. And it's very good teams winning. So I think they're doing pretty well.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great summation. And I mean, statistically, that means that Saigon beats T1 in one aspect, even if they can't beat them on the Rift. See what I mean?
Yes, they beat Ace in 4 fewer seconds.
Yes, and I like that.
Yeah.
But also, it sets us up really nicely for the rematch, mainly because the last time they did meet, it was just a massacre in the bot lane. Both bot lanes were just trading kills left, right, and center. The junglers were getting involved.
Yeah.
It's going to be really hype, and I feel like that this team has lofty ambitions, and so I'm excited to see what they can achieve.
They had me in the first half the last time they played against each other. I think I got overhyped. As soon as that first team fight broke out, I was like, oh my goodness, they're actually going to win. But you guys know what happened. But looking at the way the groups are going to be for the next stage, do you guys feel like they're the ones that are getting out? Do you feel confident enough to back them?
I'm not confident that they will get out, but I do think they're the favorites. I don't think we've seen the best out of DFM. Like, if I play that DFM back, I thought they were probably winning a lot of the game, but had some poor teamfight execution. So, yeah, I very weak prediction for you. It's like a 50-50 for me right now. I don't have a good answer.
I'm going to believe in Saigon. I think that they're good enough.
You're abandoning your LJL,
yeah, abandoning
boys?
DFM. Yes,
What?
they're just, I don't know. They're not the same for me, Insu. They're just not the same.
Oh, okay. To be fair, I'm with you. I'm on the Saigon train.
I'm a Shogun
the Steam
fan
train.
now.
Yeah, me too, me too. Now, every second counts, of course, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, RNG Scala secured the first pentakill of MSI 2020 against Red a little bit earlier. And again, who would have thought that this would be the first penta, and a beautiful one too.
Yeah, and they almost tried to set it up to get him a second penta. They definitely took their time ending the game after this one, hoping to have a more favorable fight. The ridiculous combo of Lucian Nami when they're ahead like this. I called it like Draven with a dash, but look at how much distance he closes. So he was a good like 2,500 units behind Victor. And he catches up to him that quickly with Nami speed, dash, Gale Force, and flash. Pretty lethal.
Yeah, this champ is strong.
Yeah.
And I mean, he was already strong. Many regions were actually playing a lot of Lucian Nami, especially in Europe. Rogue's bot lane was very well known for it. A bunch of different teams could play it as well. But when many of the staples in Jinx, Aphelios, the problem was that they always had the scaling element and they could weather the storm long enough for it to not be a problem. But now that a lot of these scaling options have actually kind of been removed from the pool, I'm a little surprised to see Aphelios kind of almost fall off a cliff. But it does seem that aggression back in the bot lane is what we're seeing. A lot of the Samiras, a lot of the Lucians, a lot of these bot laners that basically want to fight you and want to get those early kills.
I mean, we talked a lot about what's working, right? You guys already know the meta's kind of defining itself, but what hasn't worked for you guys? What's something that you would rather not see going into the next kind of stage of the round robin?
So what hasn't worked has been the slower stuff.
Yes.
I think generally, like, at least in NA towards the end, there was a lot of like Victor, Corki, Azir. The games are too fast right now for that. And part of that could be just the difference in strength of the team. So games running like 25 minutes, so you're never in a close enough game to get to the item breakpoints that matter. So I'm not willing to call the like scaling mid laners dead, but they're definitely dead for now. Like if you're trying to beat RNG or T1, you're never going to do it with one of those champs.
Yeah, I will say that the return of Gwen, I think, has actually done a lot to the meta because Gwen did get a massive nerf, right? And so pretty much all across the world, Jace was considered like the safest blind pick, but Ornn was a champion that could like weather the storm and then offer more value in teamfights later. And he was a difficult champion to dive to. Gwen is someone that could just independently do very well against Ornn. So as a result of that, if she's constantly being blind picked, and the most common draft rate she's seeing is Wukong Gwen, or like Graves Gwen, or just she's considered right now a very safe, reliable blind top that does well in team fights, scales inside, and because of that shift, along with hyper-aggressive bot lanes, you then have a lot of flexibility in mid, but we're seeing a lot faster-paced games where this slower scaling style, and you've been talking a lot about it coming into the tournament, the Herald priority versus Dragon
just get
priority.
gold and then snowball the game
Yeah,
quickly.
and Herald is definitely the bigger, more important objective right now, and teams that have top lanes that they can leverage to gain priority to play around that objective, or bot lanes that they can bring up that can, like Illusion level 6, that's all you need to go for a fight around the Herald. So
nobody's winning with Dragon Stack right now.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think it's like dead. I think we'll see a little bit more of that in Rumble stage, but for now it's not happening.
I didn't realize that teams outside of G2 were allowed to pick Pyke, so I'm feeling like everybody should just choose Pyke at least once and just have a Pyke off and see who's
how
actually...
it's going.
Yeah.
How does this champ work?
When T1 locked it in, I was like, you're not G2. What's going on?
But that is Carrier.
True. That
and
is
he
very
was
true.
quite a monster on it today,
Yeah. And speaking of those teams, let's take a look on what is happening tomorrow, because tomorrow Group B is going to be decided by the end of the day. We're going to know for sure which team is going to be getting out. Again, you guys spoke a little bit about RNG and your expectations for them, but what about the rest of them? Because it's 1 and 2 for everybody else right now.
It is quite a open field in Group B, and I probably have the least faith in the Wildcats right now. I think that while they were able to beat Red,
in front of me,
Red, I know, I'm sorry. But I think that what they showcased was their early games are weak, and every single team has been able to take advantage of their early games so far, and PSG talent is only getting better as the days go by. So my expectations are that it's going to be a fight between Red Canids and PSG, and that is the game that will determine who will actually be getting out of this group, personally.
I'll right now say, I'm not on tomorrow, so I can just, PSG is going to win 2 games. They'll be 3-3. RNG is going to 6-0, and PSG is going through.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I think the Wildcats have a good chance. I think once every team drafts all of their bans towards Holy Phoenix, where he can't even just play anymore, everyone else is going to come online.
Yeah.
They're going to rescue him out of that situation.
I respect your optimism.
At least I'm sticking with my team.
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah.
We on this League of Legends analyst desk are famous for flip-flopping.
Yeah, I mean, you're on
an analyst desk with Raz, the greatest flip-flopper
He loves
of all.
flip-flopping. He just like...
You did just completely throw your LJL boys, like, under the bus.
Yeah, but I also did say G2, RNG, T1 undefeated. First stage. I'm sticking with that.
Remember that, you guys. Remember that. Let's see what's going to happen tomorrow. But I just want to give you guys a reminder that we're going to be starting the show 2 hours early with MSI cooldown at 7:45 CEST, or for chat sleep schedule and Americans, that is 11:45 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow. And that was all from us for tonight. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And make sure you come back here to see what is going to happen in Group B. We'll see you then.
Matter of fact, we creeping, now we sneaking, enemy high.